pre-tournament analysis, club analysis, highlights. Find them all in Call of the Biz 6 Global Finals Spectators Guide. Call of the Biz 6 Global Finals is here. The group stage is from April 7th to April 18th, and the playoff will be from April 30th to May 3rd. This video will take you on a journey for the prediction from the group stages highlights. The top clubs from all 6 tournament regions are ready for battle. Club GG, Club Wolves, Club ACT, Club Day4, Club WBG, Club FPX-ZQ, Club RB, Club GR, and Club GW from mainland China will be meeting at the venue in Guangzhou, China for the group stages. Clubs advancing from other regions will be traveling to the venue in Tokyo, Japan to compete, including Club ZETA, Club SC, Club AXZ, Club FL, and Club RC from Japan, Club B4U and Club OM from NAEU, Club GH and Club ZT from Southeast Asia, Club MS from the Republic of Korea, and Club RD from HKNMO and TW. The clubs from mainland China and Japan are professional clubs, and all other clubs in COA 6 are privately organized non-professional clubs. These 20 top classes from all over the world will be coming together to compete for the championship in the annual Call of the Biz. The group stage of this year's COA will be based on the group points system. 20 clubs will be divided into 4 groups, with each group consisting of 5 clubs competing in round-robin matches. The clubs will be the most points in each group will advance directly into the top 8 of the playoffs. The second and third ranked clubs will advance to the top 12 of the playoffs, and the remaining 2 clubs will be ending their journey and be eliminated. The following is an analysis of the group stage based on the draw. Firstly, we have Group A. Group A consists of Club RC, Club FBX-ZQ, Club GW, Club B4U, and Club GG. Club RC is a professional club from Japan. Aka is an expert with Hermit and very skilled with Dream Wedge and Smiley Face. Club FBX-ZQ, GW, and GG are professional clubs from mainland China. The hunters from all 3 clubs are highly skilled with Guard 26. D from Club FBX-ZQ specializes in Guard 26 and Wax Artist, and usually relies on these 2 characters to gain an advantage in the earlier games. Aniv, Club GW, wants to use Guard 26 to pursue Survivor with only bombs while it's being slowed by the dancer's music box. Club GG is more than just the champion of the 2022 IVO Autumn Grand Finals, they are also the champions of COA 4. The hunter, Zom, is an extraordinary player who always does the unexpected in matches. Club FBX-ZQ Survivor Moen picked Antiquarian and Prospector repeatedly in the qualifiers and have an average containment time of 117.9 seconds. Club GW's Inel and Dis are experts at playing dancers and thief. Kuta from Club GG took the FMVP of the IVL Autumn event with an average containment time of 84.79 seconds. Club B4U is from the NAEU region, and they are a familiar face at international tournaments of Identity 5. The Hunter Sprinter follows closely with the version updates and gained an average elimination rate of 3.67 and winning rate as high as 100% in the qualifiers. Based on this alone, the club in Group A must repeatedly face and overcome the path of bombs of Guard 26 used by IVL players. Who will earn the glory of rescuing their teammates from Guard 26 this year? Will Club RC will be able to advance successfully in their first appearance in the Global Finals? Club B4U, on the other hand, will have to give it their all against the formidable opponents they will be facing from both regions. As for now, it seems like anything is possible. Let's move on to Group B. Group B consists of Club AXZ, Club RD, Club OM, Club ZT, and Club FL. The 5 clubs in Group B are from 4 regions, and in the group with the largest number of representatives from all the tournament's regions. Club AXZ and FL are professional clubs from Japan. Club RD, OM, and ZT are non-professional clubs from Hong Kong, Macau, and Taiwan, and AU and Southeast Asia respectively. The diversity of Club AXZ's character pool for both factions is beyond comprehension. They have played a total of 25 different characters in the qualifiers and maintained a survival win rate of 77.8% in the qualifiers. Club FL's Hunter, Pipicha, and Survivor Umpire and Rauri are COA veterans. Pipicha's Sculptor and Umpire's Perfumer are still forced to be reckoned with. Relatively speaking, Club FL is better at coping with pressure and difficult situations. Club RD impressed by clinching the IVT championship. The Hunter Ryan played a total of 8 matches with 7 different characters, while their survivors always had an average of 2 assist characters. If you wish to witness a variety of setups, then don't miss Club RD's matches. Club OM is the dark horse of the NAEU qualifiers, a club made entirely out of new players, and it's their first time playing in the Global Finals. PB and Jen had an average rescue rate of 1.71, taking the top spot in the NAEU region and should not be underestimated. Club ZT is from the Southeast Asia and were the runner-up in the 2022 IVC Southeast Asia. Their survivor player MX often brought some of the older characters like Doctor, Thief, and Lawyer onto the battlefield during the qualifiers and successfully worked with their teammates to seize victory for the Survivor team. We can look forward to the Club ZETA's skillful non-mainstream lineups consisting of characters that aren't as popular in the version of the game. The highlight of Group B is the competition between the IJL clubs, and on the other hand, the non-professional clubs OM, RD, and ZT have varying inclinations. What kind of sparks will be ignited from the clash between non-professional and professional setups? Group C consisted of Club ACT, Club SZ, Club RB, Club WBG, and Club Day4. Club SZ is a professional club from Japan, while the remaining 4 are professional clubs from mainland China. Club SCT has been doing very well in the last year's COA. In the qualifiers, their Hunter, Chin Ash, and Yue respectively eliminated and 2.67 survivors on average, and the Hunters were crowned the best with a win rate of 57.1%. Led by veteran player QY and a new survivor TX, Club RB will ascend to the global stage of COA for the first time. Will Club RB be able to break the curse and grab points from the other professional clubs? Club WBG are the club with a 50% average win rate when facing all the other clubs. Yim, who eliminated 2.33 survivors on average, had the courage to risk it all. Iron, who had an average containment time of 92.2 seconds, used OB characters like Prospectors and Antiquarian to actively abstract the Hunter, often effectively providing his teammates with time to decode the cipher machines. Club Do5 is picking back up where they left off, especially their new member Nan and Silver G. Their amazing performance with Antiquarian made up for Club Do5's lack of strength in the OB position. As a result, the pressure on their Hunter Don X was elevated, and there was no need to worry about maintaining 4 eliminations to maintain the tie. Club SC was seeded for the group stage of COA 6 with the second highest score in the IJL event, and they are familiar face in the international arena of Identity 5 too. Club SZ thoroughly studied the opposition in the Japan region. Their survivors are extraordinary and their character pool is diverse. Group C can be described as a battle of fire and water, a clash of titans, the group of death. The clash between professional clubs of mainland China can be called an IVL sprint, where all of them have their sights on the crown. As one of the top 3 in the Japan region, Club SZ has always had a strong desire to take the global championship, but in light of their luck in the group stages, only time will tell if Club SZ is able to overcome adversity and rise above the other top IVL clubs. In the clash of titans, it's the brave who come out on top. We can't wait to see what happens in Group C. Finally, we have Group D, which consists of Club MS, Club GH, Club ZETA, Club Wolves, and Club GR. Club MS is representing the Republic of Korea in the group stage for the second time. It's still the same club of veterans, both in terms of players and characters. Their survivors has no frequent roles, and their average containment time is over 80 seconds. Club GH is a veteran powerhouse. They have won 2 consecutive championships in IVC Southeast Asia and represented Southeast Asia in numerous international tournaments. Seichu from Club GH has added Hermit to his character pool, and besides wax artist and sculptor that they are known for, Gojay had added a guard 26 to his character pool too. After bringing in 3 members of the runner-up club of COA 5 in 2022, Alf, KZNK, and Multi, Club Zeta's strength grew tremendously, and they took the championship in Japan's 2022 IJL Summer and Autumn. Their members, Alf and Dolisu, won the FMVP in the 2022 IJL Summer and Autumn respectively. On the other hand, KZNK won the Best Deduction Survivor Award and the Most Popular Contestant Award in the IJL Autumn. Club Zeta is definitely the strongest and most eye-catching club in Japan. Club Wolves are the defending champion from COA 5 and the first club to complete a Grand Slam after going pro in Identity 5. Their hunter, Alex, has a very diverse character pool, abounding experience and attention to detail, which make them want to be watched. Their survivors, on the other hand, adopt a rare dual command lineup as former triple championship winner and Grand Slam club from before going pro. Club GR's legacy is still thriving, and they never cease to innovate. PPX Dream Witch still linger in our memories for most of us, and Super Richard's X-Boy is no more the personification of a tie. Club GR's survivor lineup revolves around AK selection. The first match on April 8th will be between Club Wolves and Club Zeta. Familiar foes meet again in the group stage, and it will be the match to watch for all players throughout the world. All 3 professional clubs in Group D are formidable COA veterans, so will Club MS and Club GH, the non-professional local champions, be able to catch their professional counterparts off guard and grab some points? The results of the group these 5 clubs form is a mystery. Mainland China is formidable tournament region and has taken the COA champions 5 years in a row. Will they be able to maintain their dominance for another year? After 2 years of turning professional, the Japan tournament region has also become a formidable competitor for the COA championship. Will this succeed this time and make COA history? While the clubs from NAEU, Southeast Asia, the Republic of of Korea, and HKML and TW are non-professional clubs. There are still powerful clubs that often take the limelight in the international arena. These non-professional teams always bring exceptional lineups and outstanding performances to the stage. So will they succeeded at breaking new ground this time? The battle is at hand. Get ready to rumble! What kind of sparks will we see in the collision between these 20 diverse teams? Let's look forward to enjoy Call of the Beast 6 together. The group stage begins on April 7th. We'll see you there.
皆さんこんにちは。日本地区代表ゼータディビジョンのカズネコです。ゼータディビジョンは去年の5月に新メンバーを迎え、夏季 IJL と秋季 IJL を2連覇することができました。そして COA でも実力を出せるよう日々練習をしています。ゼータディビジョンのメンバーを紹介します。ハンターはバンピーさん、アルフレの2人で、サバイバーは僕と揚げ鶏、もち、そそりさんの4名です。コーチはラッピーくんです。僕たちのチームの強いところはそれぞれが高い PS を持っていて、例えば揚げ鶏とかだったらチェイスや補助をメインにしていたりとか、もちとかだったら救助キャラをたくさん使う係っていうか、そそりさんは補助全般っていうかもう何でも使えちゃうので、COA 優勝を目指してメンバー全員で頑張るので、それでは COA でお会いしましょう。バイバイ。
大家好，我是来自中国大陆赛区 GR 战队的担任监管者的皮皮线。然后我们战队成立了5年，参与过深渊1到5，还参与了 IVL。然后我们战队的成员有监管者皮皮线和张发财。然后求生者有伊查、卡梦、傻周、吴昕和陈仔。然后我们的口号是向冠而生，永不言败。我们的目标是拿第一。
Spectres don the robes of lies, singing the song of shepherds. When a dream shatters in a trap or fail when on the run, doomed to be exiled and buried over and over again. When decisions become blades, when lies dictate everything, only by reaching deep into the soul.
Will redemption come?
The truth is an endless sea of darkness, and humanity resides on an island known as ignorance. If I knew of the madness waiting beyond the door, I would have never gone on a voyage into the unknown.
I heard the scene was as tragic as the others.
The ancient texts point to the city of stars, Providence. And the shepherd I have yet to meet is long gone. That night, I had a dream. A new opportunity broke the deadlock. They heard my calls, the organization behind Halsey. I know now that they are not mad. They are searching, pathfinding, and calling to him. From then on, this recurring dream grew clearer every night. They truly understand my existence, and I yearn to be with them.
Returning at last.
Under the endless darkness, the mountaintop ritual is our final call.
改めて日本地区代表がすべて決定しました。
IJL では2連覇できたので、あとは COA を優勝してグランドスラムを達成させます。
今回の COA では僕たちスカーズが新しい時代を築きます。
I'm really excited. This is the moment of the year that I'm always looking forward to. For me, it's the COA season.
Okay, oh wait, up just like a Learjet. It's about to be a real mess. I walk in like they my house.
Team B4U's goal, we are striving for top 1. We truly believe we can get there.
Don't put your feet on my couch. I'm just saying.
我哋一定會揸住晉級嘅機會。
ในฐานะตัวแทนแชมเปี้ยน IVC โคน SCA เราก็จะพยายามให้เต็มที่สุดแล้วก็จะไปให้ได้ไกลที่สุดเท่าที่เราสามารถทำได้ครับ
觉得
不管对手是谁，其实我们来到这里就只有一个目标。
我觉得我们不用再证明些什么了，只需要专注每一场比赛就行了。
Ladies and gentlemen, here we go, continuing on to day number 4 of the Call of Abyss Global Tournament. My name's Eli O, joined here with Potch Spice for more Identity 5 action. We're almost, we're approaching kind of the halfway stage. Well, actually, we have 2 more days. After 2 more days, we'll be halfway through this this group stage, and already such amazing matches we've seen thus far. We have some more exciting ones ahead of us. Potch, I think, you know, today we have the first matchup, another anticipated one, I think,
yes.
Zeta Division and GR. This is another one of those matchups. We saw Wolves and Zeta earlier on, a very close matchup there. And then GR is the other team in this division that's going to be so strong going into these sort of matchups. So, yeah, how are you feeling about this one? I'm really excited for myself.
Yeah, I'm excited. I share the same sentiments as you because we're kind of right at the smack in the middle of things, and now we're starting to see how the group stages are shaping up. And if you think about it, GR had a pretty good outing going up against MS, getting 2-0. They're already at the lead. But like you said, Zeta Division, I think they're kind of foaming at the mouth. They want to be able to get onto the leaderboard because their group stage is not looking too good. MS is actually trumping them. So if I'm going to take it to Group D, like you said, it's GR, Wolves, and MS. And as you guys know, in the tournament format, only 3 of them will be moving on. So Zeta Division definitely needs a win in their column for them to be able to kind of safeguard that that spot in the top 3. So without further ado, let's check out this tournament video to get you guys up to speed to what the group stage is all about here at the Call of the Abyss.
Dear detectives, Identity 5 Call of the Abyss 6 Global Finals is about to begin. The Global Finals has been upgraded this time and the participating clubs have increased from 16 to 20. The top clubs from the 6 major regions will gather to compete for the highest honor of the Global Championship and a total prize pool of 4 million RMB, around $600,000 US. The knockout stage will be held in both Chinese and Japanese offline venues. Meanwhile, the design of the trophy has been changed, adding meaningful COA 6 themed elements. For a better watching experience, let's get to know some information about Global Finals format. This year's Global Finals will be held for a month. The schedule is divided into 2 stages, Group Stage and Knockout Stage. The Group Stage will start on April 7th and end on April 18th in BO3 single elimination. The clubs are ACT, DOU5, FPX, ZQ, GR, GW, WBG, RB from the Chinese mainland qualifiers, Club RD from HMT, Club AXZ, FL and RC from the Japan qualifiers, Club B4U and OM from the NAEU qualifiers, Club MS from the Republic of Korea qualifiers, and Club ZT from ACEA qualifiers. With the clubs that have the direct invitation, Club GG, Wolves, ZETA, SZ, and GH competes. The 20 clubs were divided into 4 groups by drawing lots and split into 4 clubs in each group. Each club must play a match against the other clubs in the group. The top 3 clubs in each group will advance directly to the knockout stage. The bottom 2 will be eliminated. Knockout stage will start on April 30th. The 12 clubs that have successfully advanced to the knockout stage will adopt the single elimination format and will be divided into 2 semi-finals by drawing lots. With the 6 clubs in each half zone, the 12 clubs will be reduced to 8, who will then advance to the quarterfinals, semi-finals, and finals. In the knockout stage, the best of 3 BO3 format will be used for 12-8 and quarterfinals, while the best of 5 BO5 will be used for the semi-finals and finals. The final 2 clubs will compete on May 3rd, and the winner will be the global champion of Identity 5 Call of Abyss 6. The time for gathering of stars and glory of both sun and moon shines ahead of us. Converging on the narrow path, we shall witness the emergence of the brave. We shall see who is brave enough to be champions.
And there we have it. Thank you so much to the narrator over there. And also, this is a global festival. It is a celebration. Once again, just reminding everyone to post your work with a hashtag COAVI or hashtag COA6 global support, and mention the official account. It's at Game Identity 5 for you guys to get some awesome goodies courtesy of Identity 5, and also the Story Star that's happening on these dates, I believe, until April 20. So again, post your stories, post everything, because in the middle we'll be having, some fan shout outs and whatnot. So you just saw a little bit of the group stage there, but we are going to go through today's matches. You got me and Eli O on ZETA versus GR and OM versus FL. And then over at the second half, it's going to be Veronica and none other than Nello Mello to be able to introduce you to the second half. So Eli, we're going really fast right now. We're going to the lineups of ZETA versus GR. So let's talk about it. Let's talk about ZETA.
Yeah, ZETA Division, one of the strongest teams in the world. Definitely one of the strongest in Japan, arguably the best. We have Kazuneko Mochi on the Survivor side with the 2 hunters, Alf and Vampy. Alf obviously going to be the later round hunter, while Vampy usually typically leads the charge. And then we have the other 2 survivors for ZETA, which we'll go through a little faster. But we also have Hart, AK, Cizai. PPX and Super Rich has been the main hunter for GR we've seen thus far in this tournament, and then Shadow, and then T as well. We haven't seen T quite as much. It was a bit of a surprise. He's one of the stronger survivors out of the China region, but he has been on, off to the side so far in this event.
Yeah, speaking of being on the side, also, I think PPX, maybe he'll be coming out now, because we didn't see him at the start up against MS, but this could be the time for him to shine, if ever. But Super Rich has been present in the qualifiers, so I guess they're really giving him that nod. But I don't know, for me, it's not KOA if you don't see PPX, because in Synonymous, he's won championships from KOA 1 to KOA 3, so it's a little weird not seeing him on stage. But for now, we're going to introduce the survivors making their way to the stage. So it's stylistically, it's a region versus region matchup, right? China versus Japan in this region, and the mascot. I'm just getting distracted. That's Chocho, by the way, guys. She's always wanted to be a mascot.
Yeah, that's we were talking about it before the match. Chocho's like, oh, I wonder what it's like to be a mascot. And he's like, well, there you go. You can just go dance on the stage with the Exactly. We're just joking around. We're just messing with her, of course. But we are going to see Vampy take the stage here as well, over in Tokyo, Japan. Leading the charge here for Zeta Division. We will see, again, the key to this matchup, Poch, talked about this plenty of times for Zeta Division. Can they hold a round 1 victory or tie and clutch things out as the rounds progress? Because the later rounds we've seen, statistically speaking, Zeta Division is a lot stronger in rounds 2 and 3 rather than round 1. The games that they do end up losing is they go down. They fall too many points in the early round. So that's made the key in this matchup for them against GR.
So speaking of GR, this is one of their, I would say, their offensive line. Their survivors have been so good at being the offensive line back. AK having an excellent clippable moment in their match against MS. The Tram did not like him very much, but he was obviously about to get to that that dungeon escape. Again, 5 points is super important here. Hopefully he'll get another one. But let's talk about Shadow now.
Yeah, Shadow, one of the another one of the survivor players here on GR. We have person Bomber and Toy Merchant, which we have seen Toy Merchant being utilized quite a bit in this event. Definitely a character that GR is most likely going to opt to go to because these mainland China regions heavily favor maps like Chinatown. Toy Merchant is quite beneficial. There are a lot of two-story areas to set up catapults, to set up gliders. That hotel area is quite strong. We've also seen a lot of Leo's Memory, an uprise of Leo's Memory in this event.
Crazy.
And that's mainly, I think, based around how strong Toy Merchant is. You can set up a catapult that sort of, you know, throws that survivor into the factory and allows them to kite for an extended period of time.
Yeah, just to add also Lakeside Village, right? Rise of Lakeside and Leo's, and these are two maps where the Toy Merchant does shine. So hopefully we'll see Shadow's Toy Merchant come to fruition here. So it seems like we will not see Seizai and Heart, but they are the survivors. We're going to head on over to Japan here with Vampy being the point hunter. Now, Eli, a topic I wanted to discuss with you is like the rise, I mean, always Dreamwitch Patroller, right? But we've been seeing some Dreamwitch Blink. So what's your take? Like, is this a meta that can surprise people, or would you rather go for a stable type of trait and just bring Patroller and just go for that tie?
Yeah, it's quite interesting. Patroller's become a little bit less consistent now that you have, obviously, of course, Flywheel already being in the meta, but with a character like Antiquarian being so strong in the modern day in this Survivor meta, it's like, you know, she has such a great potential for canceling patrollers. If you go for a spawn follower patroller, you can actually stun the follower while it's dropping the patroller, or actually after it's released the patroller, and then cancel that patroller and it goes on cooldown. You can cancel the bite with the flip. You have Flywheel. You have so many ways that Antiquarian can support a patroller, and with everyone bringing Flywheel in round 1 when they're predicting a Dreamwitch, it's so hard for patroller to be effective now. So a lot of players have been switching to Blink, and it actually catches a lot of survivors off guard, and you're able to get downs even faster than we would see with Patroller. Patroller is more consistent, usually, because you can double Patroller for the down, and it's almost guaranteed for the most part. But now that Flywheel Antiquarian has become so strong in the current meta, it's a lot more challenging. So Blink has become a little bit more consistent.
Yeah, and hashtag Team Deeming or DMing, like what you said, he's one of the hunters that did bring that to fruition. So we'll see, because Vampy had a rough go. I would say Zeta had a rough go in their stage. So they really, and as a point hunter, the best thing you want to do is get the win at the start and leave things up to Alf. And, you know, if we talk about Alf, he's kind of been struggling. He's usually known as like a 3K or 4K type hunter, but in the group stage, he's been kind of been going for that tie. And I was talking to Chocho a while ago. It's a little, well, because she follows IJL, and she was saying, yeah, it's kind of odd seeing Alf not get more than 4K. So it's really gonna come up to how Vampy performs, and hopefully he sets the stage right for Zeta Division.
Right, absolutely. And something else I wanted to point out is this is maybe slightly off topic, but I've always admired Vampy's hairstyle.
Right? How does he keep it like that?
For you guys know me, for those of you who don't know, I literally have my hairbrushes and my combs behind the scenes here, and we go in between breaks. I'm always fixing my hair and stuff. So I gotta learn how Vampy does his hair. He's gotta teach me, because it's quite impressive, I have to say.
When we see him, that's the topic we gotta talk about.
Yeah, that's the first thing I bring up. We're not talking about IDV strategy. Who cares about that? It's all about the hair. Anyways, we're gonna get into our map here. We did see the map. It looks like it is Zeta Division selecting Ever Slipping Town here, so immediately having that upper hand. It looks like GR actually banned Sacred Heart Hospital. I'm not really sure if interesting. I'm not sure if that's something Zeta was actually planning on picking, but Ever Slipping Town, just a very standard round 1 map, and we'll see if it's going to be consistent enough for Zeta to you know, get the bare minimum of at least tying this first round.
Yeah, I think he's they're really comfy with Ever Sleeping Town, and I think they're gambling that Zeta is gonna pick Ever Sleeping Town, so they just went with a safe, like, all right, maybe a hospital, but I think it should be fine. But we're gonna head to the picks and bans again. Vampy just going with the standard priestess because she's one of the metas. This is most likely a Dream Witch because that's usually his point hunter, so they just have to be able to kind of counter this this Dream Witch as we speak with the Antiquarian and the Merc so far.
Yeah, Merc Antiquarian, the most standard first two selections we've seen throughout this entire event. I think this is the most common first two characters picked out of any selection by any team thus far. It looks like we're going to see actually Patient, so Dancer and Patient here, which means that Vampy most likely is going to be gearing away from that Dream, which we're probably going to see a Bonbon here based off of these character selections, and Balmer as well. Quite a strong character. This works very effectively against both Bonbon and Dream Witch, as Bonbon being a very good camping hunter. You can self-rescue with that coffin, and you can self-rescue against a Dream Witch, which means you don't have to allow any free injuries by going for a rest. You can just save yourself, continue to Cypher Rush, and nobody gets injured in the process.
So last ban is the Prospector, and just to add on to the Embalmer, with a Survivor like Shadow on that Embalmer, like he's one of the best kiters, like up to the 2 digits and 3 digits mark when it comes to containment. It's gonna be a hard time for Vampy. So now the last pick here, still up for grabs. Maybe if they want to go for more harassment, I mean if they want to go for kiteability, they can go for Acrobat, they can go for Barmaid if they want to kind of double down on things. But the Seer, how could I forget the Seer? Eli, you're over here.
Yeah, I was thinking they might. I was actually agreeing with you where they might go Acrobat just because they are worried about Bonbon. But yeah, Seer here, you don't want to play too hard into. Although Acrobat is strong against Dream Witch, so I don't know. I guess they're really just trying to cover all their bases here. You have, of course, Embalmer, Seer, Antiquarian, all strong characters against a Dream Witch. This is definitely going to probably push Vampy away from Dream Witch based off of this comp. And then, of course, Embalmer and Antiquarian are good against Bonbon. So I think this is, you can see, you happy and not happy for the tramp. But yeah, we're gonna see this. This is a very, very stable comp here in round number 1 here, and I think we're probably gonna see Vampy end up playing Bonbon into this just because Dream Witch would be a little bit too challenging.
Yeah, I agree. It's kind of like you're gonna play into this comp if you use the Dream Witch, and yes, you are known for this Dream Witch, so it's also a matter of pride. Like, yeah, I could handle this with the Dream Witch, okay, but you can just be humble enough to like, all right, I just got to go guard 26 because that seems like a more viable matchup. You just have to deal with the terrain, and hopefully you'll be able to close the distance if you chase the Embalmer first. But having the Seer there, that's fine. You could just try to chip damage him. Antiquarian is still a little tricky, but if you're already fully fed, it's fine. So I think Vampy has his work cut out for him. So heading for that Bonbon.
Yeah, there you go. So overall, this maybe just be playing for a draw here as best as possible. I think obviously the best chase target here is actually the Seer. Embalmer, of course, is fine. Yeah. But if you go for Seer first, and Embalmer, there's a good chance that Seer is going to be you're forced to rescue Seer if there's no coffin available. Keep in mind, use the Embalmer's coffin on another survivor. You have to actually see the survivor's face, see their location to set that play up. So going for Seer first, I think, is perfectly fine. And of course, it does depend on the spawn. We've seen a lot of Seer players, when going against a bottom mode, Seer spawns in the middle 2-story area, which is actually a difficult place for hunters to chase because they can easily vault that window, get a speed boost, and rotate to Graveyard. So I think that in reality, Vampy's going to look for Seer, but he wouldn't mind an Embalmer chase as well.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more because, you just want that stability, and with this current meta, you just want to just go for ties these days. Right. So just go for safe chases and all that. But I gotta get your thoughts also. We've been seeing also a trend of, well, it's in smaller maps, like Peeper Bonbon in Arms Factory, right? And here, though, I think we really just want to go for the tie. What trait do you think is going to be coming in?
Well, there's two things here. Peeper doesn't really make sense on Ever Sleeping, and especially because Vampy is playing for a draw situation. I think that it makes more sense. Obviously, Blink makes the most sense, but Teleport's also fine. You have to consider that because there's an Embalmer, having Blink early is a little risky. And he actually spawns into Seer, which is quite nice for Vampy. But I was going to say, having Blink is a little bit risky, because if you do chase Embalmer, he's able to cut away from the coffin, and the coffin's across the map. You don't have that teleport available to get back to the Embalmer. So I think that, I just think that in reality, teleport would be nice. But considering that Vampy, if he kind of just takes a gamble, do you find Seer, do you find Embalmer first? Blink would be better if you chase Seer, and teleport would be better if you chase Embalmer.
So it's choosing between the two, right? Pick your poison, what you want to do. I mean, both have their strengths and weaknesses. So again, it really depends on how Vampy wants to play, because he's technically the one setting the tone for his team and how he'll be kind of setting the stage and setting up the survivors. Since the survivors, I would say, are the ones that are similar to GR that bring the points to their team. And how are they going to pressure either Super Rich or PPX, which I feel like might be Super Rich because we have not seen PPX as of late. But looking at the Persona builds here, they got 3 Flywheels and 1 Tide Turner. So what are your thoughts on this, Eli?
So Flywheel, so he did actually go Teleport, so in preparation of Embalmer. Triple Flywheel here is they're just expecting potential Dream Witch, which is understandable, but this actually works out nicely for Vampy. Flywheel, Broken Windows is a little bit stronger against Bonbon than Flywheel is, so Vampy actually would prefer this. He does have Insolence and Detention with Teleport. Okay, so the no blink, no trump card. He's going straight in with this Teleport build. He should most likely go straight for Seer here, and if he does end up get rotating, he can always teleport away. He just wants to build that full presence as fast as possible with the Insolence.
So yeah, just rotating straight towards where AK spawned, and AK, knowing the assignment, he's going to rotate away from where to a more stronger part in this map, probably over to the graveyard area, so he won't disrupt any Cypher Rush. While that's happening, some Cyphers are moving along quite nicely, and this time is definitely being bought for Cypher Rushing. This is one of the glaring issues of Bonbon. His mobility is not the best, but he's got good chase and he's got good camp. He's going to head towards that graveyard area where AK and Shadow are actually at, so it really depends on who he's going to be committing towards, though.
Right, and the survivors are rotating across each other a little bit here. Keep in mind, he does have Teleport, and he will have Quenching Effect in about 3 seconds here, so he can see the location of every survivor on the map, and he does find out the Seer here. He does not have Confined Space, which means that the Seer can actually just go right back to this window. So, yeah, I mean, he's actually going to go for center map instead. It looks like, oh, sorry, Bomber, yeah, not Seer. He's gonna actually go for the center map instead. I think just trying to get away from that coffin, just get that first chip onto with the bomb there. Does have a lot of bombs ready here, and he will have his first presence in a moment. Seer Owl still available for the survivors too. And without Blink here, I think this could be a little bit of a challenge. He's gonna flywheel that first bomb here, and let's see if he's able to get a chip. Unable to get any there, unfortunately.
Out in the open with a Seer Owl be ready for him just in time, but the basic attack gets Shadow while he rotates away. So he's really building some miles away from his coffin, and the no look, just able to predict where he was going to be at the time. And nice bomb placement by Vampy. He has his first survivor on a rocket chair.
Yeah, that's a very big bomb there. You know, if he's not able to get that, there's a lot of distance for the Embalmer. He's able to break line of sight. That could probably last another 30 seconds if he misses that control bomb. So that's really important here. We're going to see an immediate coffin from this Embalmer, but Vampy's already there. He's already prepared for this. Embalmer will be able to make it in the graveyard, potentially gonna kite this a little bit here, but I don't know if he's gonna have much kite potential now. We do see the Antiquarian coming for the support. He's gonna get that first stun there. It's gonna allow some distance, but Vampy's still on the trail of this survivor.
Ooh, Seizai with the support, able to allow Shadow to vault through the window once again, and you see how Confined Space would have helped out here. So now this is the second round we're seeing, and Seizai is still harassing, given that OB, and gets another stun for Shadow to safely transition to this spot. He's got to be very careful because Vampy has been on point with these bombs so far. AK now, he's going to try to tank some hits here to try to provide some support while 2 Cyphers, Eli, remain.
Yeah, we do see Vampy is out of bombs here, so he's going to have to go for the swing at the pallet. Oh, he does drop the bomb in the pallet, forcing the Embalmer away there, and he is able to get that hit. Now, second chair, that rebound was, that Cypher Rush was impressive. That rebound was quite long. They actually have enough Cypher progress to win the game now. And Mercenary has to get a rescue, though. That's going to be the key here. The Cyphers are most likely not going to be primed in time for the rescue. Actually,
I think, okay, so yeah, lower left side of the screen saw the Seer and the Mercenary working on a Cypher. Mercenary's already in the area to get the rescue, and now he's going to have Tide. Wow, that's huge.
Yeah, that should be enough for these Cyphers to be primed. I think it's going to be very close, but I think they're going to get it just in time. There's the control bomb onto the Embalmer. He's going to vault this window, just trying to get closer. But that last Cypher Machine, 96% of the way done. Shadow wants to give up no hits here because they want to pop the Cypher Machine. They're going to go ahead and pop it there. And we are pushing for the end game. Still has Flywheel available. And this is definitely looking like at least a 3 survivor escape for the survivor team. And really just a matter of time here for the Embalmer. Does have Dungeon over at the fake gate area. Still has a Flywheel available too. So this game is definitely not over just yet.
Flywheel's away from that bomb. We still have Teleport on Vampy's side, so he's got to know what's up. But I do have to say, Eli, it's only 4 minutes left. This match is going by so quick. And Shadow, can he possibly make it? He has a pallet to work with, but no. The swing and hit, Vampy getting 1K, but You know what? This day is going by pretty fast. 4 minutes, under 4 minutes, well, or under 5 minutes, I would have to say, and they got like the end game going on. So, Cypher Rush on GR is real. They didn't even have like a main decoder.
Yeah, I mean that was just that's just the power of Embalmer. You know, we talk about how Embalmer has become such a strong character in this meta. We have Potch.
I'm right here. Yes.
We talk about Embalmer is so strong against characters, against hunters that want to force a rescue. That's where Embalmer is very good. Bonbon wants to force rescues because that's how you win as a Bonbon. That's how you tie as a Bonbon, is you're able to stuff a rescue, or you're able to prevent a rescue. And when you're able to self-rescue yourself, you know, there's no way for Bonbon to utilize his best ability, which is his camping. And you saw that is the case there. The first rescue, they don't even have to risk a rescue because you can just self-rescue yourself as the Embalmer. And then, obviously, the best part of that play as well is you copy yourself to the harassment character, which is the Antiquarian, and then they can support a Rebound Kite.
Yeah, that begs the question. Like, I mean, again, when it comes to chaseability, was it the best decision to go after the Embalmer? Because he kind of played into that strategy of not even going for the strength of that Bonbon with that camp. Yes, I mean, Antiquarian is so unchase. It's really hard to chase. Mercenary also, he's just going to provide that distance, which brings the attention to the Seer, but it's AK, one of the best kiters, so it's really a pick your poison type of game that Vampy had to go for. At least he got 1K. It's not a 5-point differential, but this will pressure the survivors to try and make up for this first half loss. So we're looking at the match data here. Again, we did mention that Shadow has an impressive containment time, and he's living up. He's bolstering that numbers with 3 digits. And I guess the only thing we can highlight here is Seasai's support, but everything else, we just got to talk about that Cypher Rush.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they really didn't miss any opportunity. I mean, they had exactly, if I'm not mistaken, they had just about exactly 500%. I mean, they didn't even have to start an extra cipher. They had all 5 ciphers perfectly there. That's just that's perfect Cypher Rush. Dying away from cipher machines is key. The first kite, of course, the kiter did die on one of the cipher machines, but you can just coffin away. That's Embalmer. That's why Embalmer is so strong. And he actually saw the survivors. They took Embalmer in the 3rd pick. They didn't even take it in the 4th pick. So they actually played around Vampy potentially banning Embalmer, and it's actually quite common for the Japanese region to ban Embalmer in one of their later bans, especially if you're going to play Dream, especially if you're going to play Bonbon. So that Embalmer pick was actually the game-changing character. Chasing Embalmer, you know, you saw how fast he got him down, right? You know, he was able to get a chip, he got a hit, he canceled the owl, and then he hit a control bomb from a distance. It was a very fast down, but that rotation and then the coffin, such a strong ability to work with.
Yeah, I feel like that match alone is just it's a play-by-play of excellent communication, excellent rotations, and just I think they kind of won already in terms of the picks and bans, because Vampy really played to that strategy that they set up with the Embalmer. I mean, yeah, everyone kind of played a role, but we only focused on the Hunter. I mean, Mercenary comes in for the save as well, the 2nd save. Every skill was technically highlighted, even though Shadow was the one to contain the Hunter the most. So just in this round alone, GR is looking pretty good. So now Zeta Division's survivors have to perform the same way for them to stay alive. If not, this could be an early game for them to fall into, and they're going to solidify themselves, crazily enough, in the 4th place spot.
Absolutely, we do see Super Rich taking the stage here. And, you know, this is really it's not too much of a problem for Zeta Division survivors. We talk about how they are, you know, one of the best survivor teams in the world. So I think this is going to be, you know, just another one of those matches where they really need to work out of just a slight deficit. A 3 survivor escape is really not too big of an uphill battle for them.
Right.
Yeah, we do see Super Rich taking the stage here on the Hunter side.
Can I just say, his name is so cool. It has a great name. His name is Richard, and it's Super Rich. That'd be so cool. I do have to say, though, Super Rich, being one of the most stable hunters in the IVLs, he actually is known for his ties. And the thing is, Zeta has to work past that. So we're just going to have to find out as we introduce Zeta Division. We're going to start things off with Do Lisu. Does have a toy merchant, also Acrobat, known for his priestess, psychologist, barmaid. When it comes to the gold standard for survivors, yeah, Zeta Vision is always in the conversation. They're always invited to that group chat of when you talk about the best survivors in the game when in the Japan region.
Yeah, absolutely. So definitely, and this is one of the things with Zeta as well, is they have, you know, we talk about how a lot of these Japanese teams have there's usually one a player on their team that's like the very strong kiter of the team, right? But ZETA actually has 3. They have Dolisu, they have Kazuneku, and they have
Sorry,
right. And so, and then you have Mochi as the rest hero player, right? So you actually have so ZETA actually. So this is what makes their Survivor team so strong. Is skill wise, individual skill wise. Not only do they have very great team chemistry, right? They also have very good individual skill, which really kind of separates them from so many teams and makes them the head of the pack. They're just so well. They have a very good rescuer player, and then they have 3 incredibly strong kiters. We do see Kazuneku here as well. Can also play harassment characters, Antiquarian Dancer. Also can play forward, but we haven't seen forward as much in the current meta. But it does sometimes come out in situations where Antiquarian may be banned.
Yeah, Kazuneku had highlight reels of how he performed when it comes to Call of the Abyss and also in IJL. ZETA, I think, really wants to cement their status as one of the best. And like you said, those 3 kiters are right there. Sasori is going to be up next on screen. Has a patient, seer, barmaid, entomologist. All these are just kiting characters. And I guess if you look at their game against Wolves, you can say that they kind of went for that over support, but that's only because they were kind of down in points. So they can go for the over support strategy, but I mean, it's going to be a hard night out for any hunter that will go after one of these 3 survivors.
Absolutely. And we do see the last star, which is Mochi for ZETA Division. So Mochi plays mainly rescuers. We have Officer, we have Mercenary, also Patient as well, if that does ever come up. But we see Patient being a little bit less of a rescuer character in the meta and more of a kiter. So most likely we'll see just stable rescue characters from Mochi here. And we will be getting into this match shortly. It is Ever Sleeping Town. So, looking into the situation, Super Rich really just needs to tie. We've seen him lead this round 1 mostly with Naiad for the most part.
Yes.
Insolence, I'd imagine if I had to predict now, we'd most likely see an Insolence detention with Blink Naiad, just play for a tie. That's kind of been the most standard round 1 pick for him. And then it's also a very good tie build. We've seen a lot of round 1 hunters go for that when going for a tie. They skip out on the trump card. Trump card's more of an aggressive winning build, whereas Insolence and Detention is more of a consistent draw build.
Yeah, and this is actually playing to his strengths, which is just going for that tie. Let the survivors lay the foundation for the round win, and he just needs to kind of just defend and just go for a stable tied game. And I got to ask you, Eli, how are your apples looking for this matchup?
For this matchup, we do have ZETA winning this matchup, so
that's for the apples. Okay.
Yeah, so we'll see exactly how this one goes, but yeah, I think for the most part, the apples for the most part, I think have gone pretty well. I think out of we have 12 matches so far. I think we're like 10 out of 12, something like that.
Yeah,
so it's looking pretty good.
If I remember correctly, I think most of the favorites have been winning so far. There have been some close matches, but I think if you look at like your predictions and also some of the casters from CN in Japan, they kind of predict the same sort of thing in the same scenario where the ones on top stay on top. I do have to admit though, like this is slightly off topic, that AXZ is actually the most like high up there because they've been 2-0 so far, so they've been like super high up there. But everyone else, they're still not technically in the safe zone. And here, yeah, GR is leading the pack in Group D. While yeah, Wolves is next, then MS, ZETA, then GH.
Right. And yeah, we'll see how this one goes. And we did see the 2 other teams from this division, with the exception of Wolves. We saw GH, and actually we see a little Pikachu in the back. That's cool.
Yo, so what's this with Shawn Mendes that I see in chat with you?
Oh, I don't know. I guess apparently I had like a Shawn Mendes outfit or look or something. Yes, I'm not really sure. I don't know.
Oh, there's really nothing holding you back then. Maybe. I don't know. But yeah, shout outs to everyone in chat, by the way. Eileen, we see Cheese. Thank you guys for joining us on a Monday. Fukiame is here. Dachi Moy. Any shout outs you want to give out while we're on the fan signs for now before the picks and bans?
I am getting the chat back up.
Okay. Yeah, prove to Chocho you have your chat is functional.
Slowly loading here. But yeah, anyways, speaking of, I actually wanted to bring this up. Speaking of,
go for it.
Speaking of Pikachu, for those of you who don't know, Chocho's nickname is actually Pikachu.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah,
okay.
we just if anyone wants to spam Pikachu next time she commentates, feel free to do so.
Yeah, some electricity emojis as well. Yeah. Like, yeah, do that, please.
Yeah.
Toy Merchant Chocho, you gotta cosplay as that. And people want you, Eli's wax artist. And apparently they want me and Nell to be Ada and Emil. So that's patient and psychologist. I wonder who's gonna be who. No idea, but that's gonna be wild if we do that. Or Breaking Wheel, where Chocho is gonna be the base, and then I'll be next, and Nell's gonna be on top with the finger snaps. That's a good one.
Yeah, for sure. We are gonna see some of the fan signs here from GR. The Pokemon one keeps coming back. We like I'd like to see that. For those of you who don't know, I actually really like Pokemon stuff. It's pretty cool. So, but yeah. Anyways, wrong game. We are gonna see.
Okay, I have to ask you, Eli. When it comes to the memes, well, we're seeing both China and Japan. I would have to give an edge towards China, but what would you think? Who has the top tier memes here between the China and Japan?
For the Japan, it's not as many memes. I think it's mostly we've seen a lot of just
signs,
like signs, cheering on your favorite player, and then in China they have all the iPads with all the different memes that they made, all the edits of the players and stuff. So that's simply what we've seen so far. And we are going to get into our match in our picks of Banty. We're going to see Priestess first for Super Rich. No Mercenary. We're going to see Seer and Antiquarian right away.
Yep. So just kind of going with the standard, I really think that he is going to go for that Naiad. So batting out the Dancer now and the Merc. Dancer's music boxes can be annoying in Ever Sleeping Town, and Mercenary, just that stable rescuer to get rid of from Mochi. We've seen some Naiads be able to stuff rescues come first officer, so they have to be very careful. Yes, the watch can give you that 5-second window, but if a Naiad builds enough presence to water you off for you to get the first hit and can stuff the rescue, that could spell doom for any rescuer that comes near a Naiad's proximity.
Absolutely. Just while we're on the top, I do have my chat up right now. We don't.
Let's go.
I'm just
Give those shout outs.
So. Let's see. Shout out to I don't know how to pronounce these names. That's the problem. Shout out to Kayana again.
Yay!
What's up, Celestial? Hello, Miko. And what's up, Mochi? Also Mochi. There's two Mochis because in the game and stuff. So that's good. What's Divorced IDV? I think that's one of my favorite names.
Yeah. Lemon keeps saying hi to you before. I remember I saw that in the previous chat. So you could. Necromancer is also saying what's up.
What's up,
Necromancer? Slide Man's here. We got Veronica. She's also watching, and I feel like she might be spoiling some people.
Yeah, for sure.
She's in the future.
Yeah, definitely time traveling. We do actually see Toy Merchant here from Zeta Division. Actually, kind of like this Toy Merchant we've seen. Obviously we talked about how it's strong in Leo's memory, Chinatown. Lakeside, but also Ever Sleeping is not bad as well. There's a lot of two-story areas. You have both. Any map that has multiple two-story areas, Toy Merchant's going to be quite strong on. You have middle two-story, you also have the corner house building, so Toy Merchant quite effective there. And then, of course, Antiquarian and Seer, very strong in general. This is a bit of an anti-Naiad comp, so we may actually see Super Rich opt for a different hunter.
Interesting. PFFTT is composer allowed? Yes. MSU's composer, which is an interesting one. They kind of go double decoder. And surprise, surprise, Eli, your favorite hunter is on screen. We got the wax artist. Again, if you play too hard to a certain comp, we're going to go somewhere else. And wax artist on this is actually pretty good. Again, he just wants to go for that tie. And if he's able to catch Toy Merchant, get rid of the catapults, that's fine. Seer's Owl can get countered by wax artist's wax. He'll just wait it out once he's able to just 100% wax you. Seer does have to close out the distance for that. So looking pretty good. Out of 10, Eli, how would you rate this picks and bans? And who would you rate it towards? Like, in favor of who?
Well, you have a lot of good chase targets for wax. So Antiquarian and Seer are quite easy chase targets for a wax artist. I think the idea here is they were trying to counter Naiad. And because Seer is strong against Naiad, it's very easy to farm Owls while the Naiad's in swim form. Antiquarian gets stunned when she pulls back the Trident, force her to throw Trident again, and Toy Merchant kind of just fly out of the water area. So I think this comp is very geared to playing against Naiad. Wax Artist a little bit less so. Merchant's gonna be good against a Wax Artist is in that you can still fly away, you can make distance, but Wax Artist can actually shoot you while you're in the air, so you have to think about that as well. And the Antiquarian and Seer are quite weak, as Seer cannot use Owl while frozen, and Antiquarian does feed Wax when she goes for stuns.
True. So I'm guessing, yeah, he was able to pick accordingly and got to the wax artist in time. Again, trying to counter that Naiad since that is what he's known for. But Super Rich, leave it to him to be able to come up with a different type of strategy. We're seeing Super Rich spawn away actually at the exit gate area where he's surrounded by Kazuneko, Sasori, and Mochi, where Dolisu has a lot of distance between him and Super Rich because that is one of the most juiciest targets. But like Eli said, he could go for anyone. Really depends on how he's feeling and what kind of traits they've definitely brought and how the first chase is going to be.
Yeah, I think we'll probably see. You don't really want to have to deal with two-story merchant. I mean, he could technically go for merchant, but I feel like antiquarian probably is your easiest chase target here. And it looks like we do have double flywheel as well. So they definitely were in preparation of a Naiad and not so much so for a Wax Artist. So I think that's going to definitely benefit Super Rich here. We see trump card attention as well with Blink. We talk about how Blink is quite good with Wax Artists in that if you're able to wax someone to a high amount of wax, around like 90% wax, something like that, and then you blink them, the wax stays on, and then you can instantly just freeze them right after that. You can get instant kill. So we'll see if that actually comes into effect here. Let's see which target does he actually opt to go for. And it looks like he is going most likely for the Antiquarian. He could also potentially rotate towards the middle and go for the Merchant. But yeah, immediately going for the Antiquarian here. I think this is definitely his best chase target.
Yeah, so now we're seeing him make the rotations. It seems like Mochi is in the area. He sees some trails. Is he going to still continue to chase? If ever he spots out, it is the first officer, but it seems like he's just going to rotate away, and Dolisu being the seer, which is one of the juiciest chase targets. Dolisu knows that he's already experiencing some heartbeat, so oh yeah, I gotta respect the tram, man. That's I just have to say, always look left and right before you cross the street. And Dolisu now just gonna stick to this area, and the thing here is, yeah, he's gonna block off this window for the rotation not to happen anymore.
Right. And actually Seer could have taken tram, but actually looks like he's going to opt away from it. I think the idea is maybe he's worried about teleport. He can teleport on the Seer and get a free hit as he gets off the tram. But it looks like instead, yeah, he's just going to continue after the Seer here in the back of the graveyard. Not the strongest kiting area to work with, but already with pretty good rotation, pretty good Cypher progress, and we still have an owl to work with.
Yeah, so he's doing pretty okay. I mean, the wax is sort of building up here, but yeah, that's what Super Rich's game is supposed to be. And the owl already gets expended. That's still all good. At least he has nothing else to worry about. He's still in a great spot here. And now he's all waxed up. First one, oh wow, actually cancels out attack recovery, but gets a pallet slam in the process. So Dolisu now, considering on going another route here, he's going to get blocked off, and now he's going to be out in the open for some wax.
Yeah, this is really not a good area to be in. The problem is, I think Dolisu kind of overlooked the fact that if you do run out into the open against Wax Artists and do a first presence, they can actually just wax off. They can wax bomb this window. This is one of the reasons why Wax Artists is so good on this map, because Graveyard window is so strong. But if you're able to wax bomb that window, you can completely cut off their kiting route. We do see a pretty decent amount of Cypher progress. 2 Cyphers about to go down here, but they still are a little bit behind here if they want to go for a win.
Yeah, so now we're going to see some lineups coming from Super Rich here. He's able to block it off the tram, seeming to block off his line of sight, but the first officer has already popped his skill, and now he's going to go for this rescue. There is that delay with the hypnosis, so Super Rich is going to have to be very careful to like not swing too much and not aim for that chair. Ooh.
And he does, yeah, it looks like he is just going to farm the Seer off of the chair here, so first officer does get a rescue uninjured, which maybe isn't exactly ideal. I mean, well, okay, we do see the Antiquarian coming in for the support here, and they are going to start on the last 2 Cyphers. So basically what's going to happen here, Antiquarian's going to support this, waste as much time as possible, allow the officer and the merchant to decode, and then they're going to allow probably the merchant or the officer to switch off and go for a rescue. She's really just trying to waste as much time
Antiquarian with the intercept. Oh, yeah, nice sidesteps by Super Rich, and we see the Antiquarian. Here we go. Oh, Eli, I think that he's about to get the struggle free, and now Kazuneko, just the mere presence was just supporting him already, and now this is a tight spot for Super Rich to be in, because now he's got to be able to down this Seer, and then, oh my god, tried to go for a crouch, oh no, and the Terror Shock, building up more presence, and now it seems like Kazuneko has to go back on the harass.
Yeah. Oh, goes for the flip there and actually gets baited away there, so they are going to get the chair. However, they do have now enough Cypher progress to potentially win here. I think that must have been that might have been a misclick from the Seer there, unfortunately. Yeah. Sometimes your finger just slips and you accidentally crouch while kiting. It's happened before, so
yeah.
We are going to see Antiquarian does come in for the rescue here. Still has flywheel available, so you need to make sure you flywheel the 100 wax so you don't get instant frozen and hot wax from a distance. That's what Super Rich is going to try for here. And we do see gets the hot wax switch there in time. There's the hot wax. Does not flywheel the swing there, but does get the rescue up. Still has a stun available and tried to blink there, but he actually did not click the blink button. He is going to blink to down the Seer. Now the question is, can they get that gate open in time? I think they're going to have just enough time to get this gate open, as he no longer has trade swap available, as he has wasted the blink.
This is huge. This is the gate is already on its way, and now we see that Kazuneko, everyone is here. The harassment is there. They're about to open up the gate. He does not have blink anymore, and the dungeon escape. It's going to be a tied game, Eli. My goodness, what an incredible start to this day.
Yeah, 3 survivors out the gate here for Zeta Division. This is what we talked about. This is just another match for them. A 3 survivor escape is really no problem, as they are prepared to play against the Waxstars here. This was, of course, not exactly a great comp for survivors to play against Waxstars. Waxstars had a pretty good advantage here. You have a good map, you have a good team comp to play against, and still were able to play quite effectively. Just very good early rotation. The Seer kited long enough for a tied position, and then Antiquarian is able to harass long enough until those Cypher machines would be primed. And that's why we see Antiquarian being such a strong character in this meta, even against something like Wax Artist, where Wax Artist is really typically so strong against Antiquarian in that he doesn't mind chasing her, but the supporting the chair, just wasting time for that extra decoding, is the difference maker here.
Yeah, and I'm looking back at the moment here where the Antiquarian is just harassing. Like, the mere presence of her really kind of froze Super Rich to not pushing for that. Oh, well, he couldn't actually even get to the chair in time. And the Cypher progress, I mean, both teams just really are so good at just harassing. Both these games were under 5 minutes, so that's quite impressive. But let me ask you, like, what was the turning point for you from this looking like a tie to being a 3-man escape?
When he downed the Seer the first time, it looked like he was going to have enough time to eliminate the Seer before the Cyphers were primed. But Antiquarian was able to allow that struggle free. And that amount of time, that one struggle free wasted about 30 seconds. That 30 seconds, because if Antiquarian's not there, and he takes him straight to the chair and he chairs the survivor, that's 30 seconds the survivor's loss of decoding. They gained 20 or 30 seconds when he struggled free there, even though he did go down very quickly right after struggling free. He still wasted 20 or 30 seconds. And that was the difference. That made it enough time for the Cypher to be primed, for Antiquarian to go for that rescue, and the Cypher machine was ready at that point.
And speaking of time, look, see, really under the 5-minute mark here in the match data. Again, we only saw just a bunch. We saw Mochi go for that first rescue, Kazuneko with the support rescue. We barely saw Sasori, so the Toy Merchant wasn't technically in play, even though we kind of built it up and we were super hyped to see her in Ever Sleeping Town. However, Dolisu having an amazing kite. And yeah, just imagine that. Just a few seconds is a difference maker. So this is really high-level Identity 5 we are seeing in front of our eyes. And any precious seconds is incredible. And what's the saying, like any given Sunday, like inch by inch, it's the battle of inches. That's what I want to say. So again, it's a football reference, but it's how high level that these teams are playing in at this point.
Yeah, game of inches. Yeah, it's yeah, definitely. It really is, and it's timing as well. It's, you saw the stats for that game. That was exactly 500%. So if you add that up, that was exactly 500%. Even the 2% that the Seer did at the start of the game before he rotated, that was enough to get exactly 500% decoding. We're going to go to a short break here to see some highlights. Stick with us. We'll be back in a moment.
ダウンね。
ナイス。特等。
奥がいい、奥がいい。
タッチ。一回。ナイス。回ってる。大丈夫。もういい。
細道あるよ。
奥でもいいよ。
何やってんねんお前。赤毛。
俺は視圧行く。
いや。
上手。
オッケー。
And we're back, folks. Again, we have another fan art here. Zeta, I'll cheer for you. Hashtag Zeta, hashtag Zeta win. All the hashtags, hashtag COA6, hashtag COA6 global support. Again, use the hashtags, folks, if you want your fan arts to be seen. Again, beautiful fan art to a beautiful team. I mean, we were listening to the comms, right? They were laughing about that Terror Shock moment. Again, it happens to the best, but you don't get defined by the slip-ups that you do. You get defined by how you're able to pick yourself back up. And Zeta was able to really bounce back. Because imagine if that Terror Shock didn't happen, that could have been a different moment. That could have been like a 4-person escape if he was able to last even longer.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's really just the matter of timing there. It's a matter of everything. And yeah, of course, we do have some, as you mentioned, some cool Zeta Division fan art here. Something I always mention that I'm not ashamed. Well, actually, I don't know, but I'm really bad at drawing. So anytime we see some really good artwork, this is quite nice. It was actually interesting. I used to be good at drawing back in like 6th grade, and then I got really bad. We do have even a prairie fire cannot destroy the grass; it grows again when the breeze blows.
Wow.
The past has become the future, and it is you who have made the present. GR fighting for the COA 6. Take back the glory that belongs to you. Hashtag COA 6. Wow.
That's deep.
Yeah.
And the cat emoji also helps out. So,
Right.
if you're when you said that you're not the best at drawing, but I have to ask, like, when it comes to making memes, like the caption says otherwise, but the face of the cat, it's definitely like a meme. So I mean, I think when it comes to fan art, again, anything goes. Like if it's a meme, that's totally great. I'm also terrible visually at drawing, so I just go with like just making memes and whatnot, using AI to make. Remember the poster that we made? We were the one casting. I just used the anime.
Oh
filter.
yeah. Yeah. For those of you who saw that, that was Potch, not me. I don't know how to do that. I'm really bad at technology. Still. That was Anyways, but yeah. No, I used to be. I remember one time in like 6th grade art class, I drew a really cool like 3D.
No way, really?
Like bird picture, like birds like in the rainforest or something. And I was really proud of myself. Man. And then after that, I just never drew anything ever again, and now I suck. So, anyway, so we're gonna see. We do have GR, of course, selecting map selection. Having the map selection is going to be Arms Factory, which I really like this idea. So basically, what they're gonna go with is they're gonna. I can already kind of call what's going to happen. They're going to ban Bonbon from Alf. You're not going to give Arms Factory Bonbon to Alf, and they're going to take something like Geisha. Geisha is quite weak on this map. I guess they could also ban Clerk, so they're probably going to ban something like Clerk or Bonbon, and they'll just kind of allow Geisha because Arms Factory Geisha is not very strong, and just kind of go from there. And I don't think Alf will end up playing Geisha there as well.
That's interesting because, yeah, Arms Factory is also one of the maps that we definitely see. It's always been a solid map to utilize in tournaments, and we'll just have to wait and see if Alf will be using that strategy of going for that Geisha or considering another hunter, and if his Bonbon will be allowed, because Zeta Division is still on stage, folks. So now that means either Super Rich or PPX is in the China studio getting ready for this type of performance. Oh, no, it is Super Rich. So I don't know if this merits the ban of the Naiad. What do you think, Eli?
Yeah, I think probably we'll see Naiad get banned. Obviously, Arms Factory is not bad for Naiad. You're able to loop off Factory, can force the survivors out of that kiting area. And yeah, we do see some of the pictures of the fans in the audience. So that's always nice to see as well. But yeah, I think we're gonna see probably. We'll probably see Nai get banned, I think. And Super Rich, it's hard to say what he'll actually end up going on. Obviously, you can't really play Wax Artist on Arms Factory. So he may go into something else, potentially something like Bonbon.
Yeah.
Would be quite nice here, I think.
Yeah, he does. He did pick up Bonbon twice in the qualifiers, so they can also go for the strategy that you mentioned to go up against Alf. Maybe ban the Bonbon and force out the Naiad since they did so well, or go the opposite, just ban the Naiad and go like an anti-Bonbon comp. But I do think that he does have a little more mileage on that Bonbon, so we're gonna see how that's gonna play out. And I kind of see what you're talking about. It's just really fan signs in Japan. They don't really go for memes, so they're not as memey as in China. They're very they're very conservative, I would have to say.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, of course, we do see the Zeta Division survivors here getting ready. And this is where, we talked about the round one is key for Zeta. If they're able to tie or win round one, they usually, statistically speaking, they almost always win all their matches. But when they lose round one, that's when it's a big problem for them. But because they were able to get a win in the first, tie in the first round, they are now in a position where they can really just slowly take over. Alf's coming in for the late round again. Alf is the strongest, in my opinion, the strongest late round hunter in the whole world. The strongest, rounds 2 and 300 in the whole world. And, as long as Zeta Division survivors can stay consistent, we have GR Jayo, which is like, I think it's like good luck.
The fighting, Jayo. I do think that, and statistically speaking, also, Alf is known for that, even though the meta has shifted, and also the survivors are just so crafty in finding these strategies to come in. And I would have to say, as much as I would want to see PPX, I don't know, maybe Super Rich might be tanking all the hits here till the end. And if we put up, like, let's say Alf and Super Rich, I think Alf has seen brighter lights and more pressure for him to be able to perform in the highest of stakes. So it can go in that favor. So we'll see if our apples are going to be gone, or we're going to get more apples as we continue to look onto some fan signs here.
Yeah, absolutely. Was that a Tomy thing in the previous one, or was that?
I'm not sure. It looked
I was
like,
trying to figure it out. It looked like maybe, but I don't.
If Chocho is watching, could you help us translate these fan signs in China? Because we can't read them out, but we really appreciate
and the Japanese
it.
Ones. Learn Japanese.
Oh yeah, learn Japanese, Chocho. We're only at Ruby level in Duolingo, so we don't know that much.
Yeah, Duolingo's like even with the intense. The intense is only 20 minutes a day. You gotta do more than that. I don't know. You gotta step it up. Do 60 minutes a day or something.
How could you rate your level of proficiency when it comes to Chinese, Eli?
I actually know quite a bit of vocabulary in terms of speaking, but when it comes to listening, I do struggle quite a bit. I like when people say things in Chinese, even if I know how, like, what they're like, even if I know that word, sometimes I'll still miss it. So sometimes, and I also have to repeat it. Sometimes I have to repeat it in my head, but I think I've been getting a little bit better. I'm getting a better understanding now, and I've been increasing my vocabulary. And my reading actually is not too bad, I think. So
next COA 7, dude, we're gonna have you translate on stage and interview them.
Sure.
Let's go.
I actually feel like reading is a little bit easier than listening.
Okay.
So I'm not really sure why. It just kind of turns out that way. But anyways, getting into our picks advance here, we do have Siren Prospector right away for Super Rich, which actually opens up. So they open up. He opens up Dancer and Antiquarian, but they go forward and Mechanic. So that's kind of interesting here. We also have Barmaid. So Barmaid and Antiquarian out of the way here. And they still have Dancer as an option. So we might see... No, Psychologist still. So they're really just not going for that female Dancer, which is typically a very strong character for this map.
Yeah, they might just opt to just ban that or ban the Mercenary. But, I mean, you have Forward and you have Psychologist to kind of sub in that role, if ever. But Eli, what does this scream out to you, this type of comp? Because you rarely see Mechanic, you barely see Forward coming in. So what do you think Zeta Division is preparing for?
I mean, I was originally thinking Bonbon, but this is... I mean, Mechanic and Forward makes sense for Bonbon. Psychologist a little bit less so. Dancer would be more logical for preparing for Bonbon. We see Prisoners, so they're going double decoder. Double decoder. This is actually a reliable strategy. We've seen this a little bit in qualifiers, where you go Prisoner and Mechanic, and then we've also seen a Composer Mechanic strategy as well. But you can go Prisoner Mechanic or a Composer Mechanic, and then you really just out-Cypher Rush a TIE Hunter like a Bonbon. So if Super Rich wants to play something like Bonbon or Bloody Queen, they're going to try to out-Cypher Rush that type of Hunter, and just decode so fast where even a TIE Hunter cannot slow the game down enough to secure a tie.
Yeah, having a double decoder comp is just, you're already making it clear your strategy will Cypher Rush, so you're already putting the Hunter like back a couple steps. And you mentioned it, BQ, Bonbon, they need to take their time in their first chase. In that first chase, could spell disaster. It could be like a 3 or 4 Cypher Kite with these two out and about, so he's gonna have to be very careful. I mean, and also, like you mentioned, Dolisu Sasori, one of the best kiters in the game on Mechanic and Prisoner, can prove to be a slippery target for Super Rich to kind of pin down. So will he go for that Bonbon, or will he try to opt for something else to just try and counter the Cypher Russian comp?
Yeah, absolutely. Typically Bonbon I would say would be nice here, but just against this sort of team comp. So no, Clerk actually...
It can control, but I'm just gonna get my thoughts out of the way too. Yeah. Like the first chase is gonna be so important though. Like they're gonna have to struggle. I was gonna say like Hermit or Clerk, but I was like that's an off shot. But Super Rich coming in hot with this Clerk.
Yeah, I think like the reason why they go okay, so I understand Psychologist Forward now, in that Psychologist obviously is very good against Clerk because he can take 3 hits, and against a single hit hunter like Clerk, which is very strong. And then Forward can also support a Clerk Kite, but I feel like maybe taking Antiquarian. No, I guess it's fine. Like Forward is like, typically we don't see Forward as a stable rescuer anymore because his rescuing is less consistent compared to Mercenary and First Officer. But against a Clerk has no camping abilities, so Forward ends up still being a good rescuer against something like Clerk as well, and can support Rebound Kite. So I actually understand the Forward Psychologist, and then the Prisoner Mech is just to, I guess, out Cypher Rush the hunter as much as possible, although Clerk does have that cipher control. So that's going to be very impactful here.
I like how this game is going to be, well, if played right as a Clerk, this could be the complete opposite of how the first 2 games are going to be, because she's going to want to slow things the heck down. She wants to dwindle the resources. She wants to be able to kind of just negate the Cypher Rush and kill the bot, remove the heals of the Psychologist, remove the football from the forward, and just kind of negate anything that they want to try. But I got to throw this question to you, Eli. What are the win conditions that need to be fulfilled on the Clerk side for her to have a good game here?
Well, obviously first chase is very important to be able to get quick down. That's very strong. Prisoner's actually not a bad kiter against Clerk because you do have a shock to work with, but he spawns into Prisoner as well. They actually give Psychologist Factory, which is interesting considering that Factory is really one of the stronger kiting areas, and considering that Psychologist is one of the better kiters out of this team comp, or can at least last longer than Prisoner or Mechanic. It's a bit of a surprise to see Psychologist does spawn there. We do see forward and middle, of course, that support harassment character in the center of the map. We'll probably just see him go straight for Prisoner. Typically what happens is when a double decoder team comp, you want to chase the Prisoner first, not the Mechanic. While Mechanic may be easier to down in theory, and we see double flywheel, so they actually were not preparing for Clerk at all here. So Clerk is actually a bit of a surprise pick, I guess, for Super Rich right now. But I was going to say, you want to chase Prisoner first, because if you down Mechanic first, then that's fine, because the bot stays in play.
Right.
Prisoner can still use his connections and stuff like that and still promote Cypher Rush. When Prisoner's down, he has no decoding effects while he's down, whereas Mechanic does. And Mechanic Cypher Rush gets slowed down even more while survivors are injured.
So this is interesting, bringing the excitement also on the side of Super Rich. Again, just respecting the zap, I'm guessing, of the Prisoner, as well as the stun of that forward. Again, the first chase is going to be so important, and without Blink, he's going to have to kind of out-mind game with pallets and try and just down them right away, and just with a zero presence Clerk. So the Cypher Rushing begins. However, the recording on Super Rich is going to happen as well to try and slow things down. He's going to try to catch someone off here, and it seems like it is Dolisu that is the Prisoner. Eli said the best possible chase target for early game for Super Rich.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is an early find as well, which means that Prisoner was not able to rotate as much as necessarily he wanted to, and run straight into the Clerk as well. Is going to get an early hit here. So already a very strong start for Super Rich. Yeah, really not ideal here for Zeta. We're going to see Prisoner try to just break line of side crit as much as possible, but without broken windows, that's very hard to do.
Wow.
And already, yeah, slowing him down even more here.
Again, just the record, right? And also able to block the window and gets the zap. He's not going to use excitement just yet, since Prisoner's zap isn't as impactful as a forward stun, but he might just use it there.
Yeah, I think this is actually fine, though, because they do have Psychologists. They can actually just heal. He's actually going to go for forward, which is actually better for Zeta Division, because now Prisoner can just get healed by the Psychologist. And forward actually has very strong kiting potential against something like a Clerk, because you do a football, you do a fast power breaking speed, and now they know he has no blink. It's going to be quite easy for forward to kite here, but does get mind game to close off the distance a little bit. Nuclear is able to make it to this pal here, goes for the mind game, goes for the football instead here. And now that he is out of football, this kite gets increasingly more challenging for the survivor.
True, he does have fast drop in pallets, but I mean, against a Clerk, you can't drop pallets in front of her. And now, like you said, Prisoner is the one that is injured, forward is down. Mechanic isn't as fast as decoding, since survivors are getting injured left and right. So this is the Cypher control that Super Rich is working for. So great early start for him. Let's see how Zeta Division will try to bounce back from this.
Absolutely, he's going to go ahead and break that connection there. And yeah, it looks like we're going to see... The thing is, they only have Tide Turner left on the Psychologist. So the question is, do they even... I mean, obviously you want to go for rescue. It looks like we're going to see Psychologists come in here. Trying to get this before half. Going for the... does get the rescue there. And just trying to body block this hit. Still has 3 hits available, so Psychologist is probably going to body block as long as possible. Going for the decoding. Does hit the body block off, which is quite strong. We may see her actually continue to body block. But it looks like no, just going to go back to decoding here. And we actually see another survivor, the Mechanic, coming into body block, which is actually stronger, considering the Mechanic cannot decode effectively with multiple survivors injured, so it's actually better for her to just take hits.
Yeah, and that's what she's doing as we speak. We're seeing the forward just run around these pallets, and he has no usage of that football football anymore. It's completely gone. While Mechanic is still trying to body block. She's going to eat that hit, but that's going to take Super Rich to full presence, allowing Kazuneku to actually rotate towards the shack area. Cypher progress is looking pretty good, actually.
Yep.
Like 3 ciphers remain, and those 3 ciphers are above the 50% mark.
Yeah, Mechanic still has bought up. Prisoners connected to one of them as well. They have progress on really all of them. Ford will go down here, but the key now is that yeah, they do have enough cipher progress. 2 of them are about to pop. The last cipher already 80% of the way done here. And it is the Mechanic's bot cipher, which means the bot can double decode with which other survivor is going to be there, which in this case probably will be the prisoner. And we're going to see Psychologist. Maybe Psychologist will heal the Mechanic. No, it looks like Psych's probably just going to come for the save, yeah. And we're going to see Mechanic double decode with the bot. Prisoner's going to connect to the cipher as well. And if Prisoner connects, he cannot actually decode. Sorry, he cannot record the Prisoner because he doesn't know where he's decoding from.
That's true. And yeah, you see that the connection is moving along. Well, the connected cipher is at 0%. We see the Psychologist already trying to stop the inevitable from happening, which is the forward going back to the matter. And now we see he's able to hit the forward, and now they have to pop. They cannot pop accordingly. It's 95%. Terror Shock onto the Psychologist, and they pop. They're able to force heal, and they also get a zap. We see a Clerk with detention and 4 survivors out and about, Eli.
Yeah, this is looking like a really good endgame here for Zeta Division. Still has Blink available, so Clerk's not out of this just yet. He can record the gate here, and if he gets the block, which it looks like he did get, does walk straight into the pallet there, which is going to buy even more time. Super Rich needs to, he's just delaying the Blink as long as possible. Super Rich needs to Blink here down the forward as quickly as possible. He's going to block the gate again. Does down the forward right now, but the gate still going as he did not record the right survivor. We see 4 characters on the gate, the bot being one of them, plus the other 3 survivors. Super Rich does not have a recording available for the next few seconds as well. They're kind of just standing off the gate. They don't want to get recorded. They're all going to stand there. They're just going to wait for him to stop looking. And then now he's going to go with the forward, and now they're going to continue the gate.
So yeah, it was kind of a standoff there. Can he get it in time? Can he go back to the, can he play with the cooldown? Actually, it seems like the gate is moving along 77%. This Clerk does have detention for quite a while, so he can try to down more people. Depends if they're able to open up in time, and it seems like they're able to do so. Can't get any recording. Super Rich getting 1K, but Zeta getting 3 survivors out.
Yeah, perfectly played on the gate there from Zeta. A lot of times you see survivors make the mistake of trying to rush the gate. They get recorded, they get the gate blocked. And Zeta did not allow the gate to get blocked. They switched off, they predicted the Clerk looking at them, and they had 4 survivors, if you include the bot, standing in one area to absorb the recording. And then whichever survivor got recording, that one will just stand back, and a different survivor will continue to push the gate, and you're able to get the gate open that way. And yeah, they just really, they played that perfectly throughout the entire game. And the Mechanic coming into body block as well. This is why Mechanic Prisoner is not a bad strategy, in that Mechanic, when survivors get injured, Mechanic can easily just come in and body block, continue to decode with the bot. Prisoner can cipher rush with the connection. You can decode so many ciphers at one time. And then also you can connect to the last cipher machine. We actually didn't see, we saw the Prisoner make the connection. He didn't actually push it from another cipher, but Prisoner can actually connect to the last cipher and push that cipher machine from a different cipher using the connection, and the Clerk cannot record because she can't.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just an incredible understanding of this game. Zeta's IQ when it comes to countering the Clerk was definitely put on display, because I have to bring it up to the time again. I didn't know that a Clerk match could end that quickly with all the recordings, and you got to give up to Super Rich. He had a great, I would say, very decent early game. And then when it came to the support and the constantly switching of the targets, it really didn't play in his favor, and they really knew how to rotate around. We're going to see the match stats in just a bit, because I want to see how fast they performed and how many the decoding progress on each of them, because every role was pivotal there, especially when the Mechanic was already in mid to late game. Yeah, can't be decoding anymore, so she just decided to tank some hits. So it's just Zeta Division just showing us their power levels in this matchup, and Super Rich was kind of playing just a little step behind from how the survivors were performing.
Absolutely. We do see the overall decoding here. We do see that they didn't go... Typically against Clerk, you have to go way over 500. There's a lot of removed cipher decoding progress and having to do even more ciphers, but for the most part, they have around 500%. I mean, that was just such consistent decoding. They didn't do any extra cipher progress. Again, cipher management is really important for Mechanic Prisoner as well. You have to manage which ciphers you're doing. You have to make sure you're not doing extra cipher progress. And you know, they made sure that they did that quite perfectly here. Yeah, just perfectly played here from Zeta Division.
So I'm excited now because before this matchup, we did talk about how GR picked this to just try and counter Alf, which is he's going to ban the Bonbon and force him into a hunter that's not his most optimal one. So coming into this match, Alf's got to feel pretty okay because he's the one to now to try and set the pace for his survivor team or his entire team to get a winning condition in round number 2.
Right. I think they'll ban. I think they have to ban Bonbon now, especially because they need to get a win to tie this round for the survivor. So I think you have to ban Bonbon, and then they're gonna go with most likely. They'll probably take. So I mean, Alf can go Clerk or Dream Witch here. He could also go Bloody Queen. So they're probably gonna try to play a comp that's strong against all of that. You have characters like Acrobat, Psychologist, Barmaid, Antiquarian are all good against all those characters. Both are good against. They're good against Dream Witch and Clerk. And then I think that's going to be the idea is they ban Bonbon and they try to counter both Dream Witch and Clerk here in Arms Factory.
They can. I might have to add, what do you think about Wax Artist? Because Alpha has brought out Wax Artist in the past, and he's pretty okay track record with it. If Clerk, because I'm just scared because when it comes to Clerk, you saw how well they performed up against. But then again, this is GR's side, so yeah, when it comes to that, Bonbon for sure is going to get banned. I'm not sure what else he'll be offering to the table because Dream Witch, again, we've talked about how it just goes for tie. Like, it's not as stellar as it was before. So it's still up in the air.
Yeah, the thing is that Wax Artist is just very weak on Arms Factory. So I think that's why they chose why GR chose Arms Factory, because this way they don't have to ban Alp's Wax Artist. If you just go Arms Factory, that kind of pushes Alpha away from Wax, and then you can just ban Bonbon, and he's forced to play a different hunter. So that's, I think, the idea here. So I don't think he's going to play Wax Artist just because it is Arms Factory.
I see. Okay. So we're just going to have to see between the two then when it comes to Clerk or Dream Witch. When it comes to the Dream Witch, though, that has been the one to get Alf a lot of victories, I would have to say. I mean, he's known for that Dream Witch, but as of late, not much. He's usually just for that Bonbon. So he's going to go a little bit in the unfamiliar territory. And just look at these memes, man. This is the Pikachu one as well, right behind, actually.
Oh, yeah. They got a whole... They got like a whole photo gallery of memes ready to go. They keep changing it up every time. Yeah, we can tell it's the same person every time we see the Pikachu in the background. They got like the whole thing prepared. So it's quite impressive.
I think it's you know what, I really feel like it's a requirement if you're going to be in the studio. They got to check your memes or check how many iPads do you have. Okay, you got 2. All right, perfect. You don't have an iPad? You got to get one first before you get in the studio. You got to show some memes to the audience, to the stream, you guys.
Yeah, definitely. That must be the case. Yeah, that'd be very good. I know if there's ever an NAU in-person tournament, there would be a lot of them, for sure. That is a big thing in North America is IDV meme stuff.
Oh, so. Dude, I would love to see that. I would love to see a lot of memes, especially from. I'm pretty sure they're gonna meme out with you as well. So
probably.
All right, so back to the picks and bans, folks. Seer and Antiquarian ban, and no surprise here, we're seeing a Bonbon ban from GR.
Yep, and we do see Alf did ban Seer Anti in preparation of that he might have to play Clerk or Dream Witch. Typically, you wouldn't ban Seer if you're gonna play Bonbon. You might not even ban Antiquarian, but he knows that Bonbon's getting banned, so looks like we're gonna see Prospector and Barmaid. So this is a Clerk counter for sure. They're gonna play a Clerk counter comp. I think they don't mind Dream Witch as well, as this comp's also... A lot of Clerk counter comps are also effective against Dream Witch too, so I think that's probably going to be the main idea, is you counter both of those. And yeah, what does Elf really play? I mean, Waxart is probably not very strong here, neither is Geisha. So he could technically go... You could go Bloody Queen, you could go Naya technically. But yeah, I'm not really sure. I think it's interesting.
Yeah, you can make a case for Naiad. However, I don't have anything in my let me see my notes. He did bring it out once, so I'm not sure. Again, especially since this is round number 2, so you want to go with the strongest ones. Again, his win condition is to get that tie, but it's best to shoot for like a 3-point game or a 5-point game. And then if you fall for a tie, that's totally fine because that's still your win condition. So now GR rounding up their lineup with their last survivor pick. They did just pick up the forward since the mechanic was banned. So he does not want that Cypher Rush to go on with that mechanic. So it's really up to them. I mean, I've mentioned Acrobat before. If they're gonna try and go for the counter of the Dream Witch, but I mean, there's still a Dancer, but they're gonna go with Psychologist. So 2 technically support healers and 2 harassers.
So yeah, so Barmaid, Psychologist, Prospector. So this is all this is an anti-Clerk team comp, and it also works really well against Dream Witch. So Barmaid, Psychologist are very strong against Dream Witch. Prospector, Psychologist, Barmaid, even Ford, all good against Clerk. So I think there's no way I'll plays Clerk here. This is just super anti-Clerk. And you could technically play Dream Witch into this, but it's a little risky. Barmaid, Psychologists are very hard to deal with as a Dream Witch player. So yeah, they're really just trying to cover all bases here. They got rid of the Bonbon, and they picked a map that's bad for Geisha and Wax, and then they're countering Clerk and Dream Witch. So they're really just pushing Alpha away from every hunter that he could potentially go with. I guess like last case scenario, he could play just like Bloody Queen. I mean, considering he just needs to tie, I think BQ actually is probably fine here.
Yeah, now that you paint that picture of just how it just counters the entire thing, it could be a nightmare for the Clerk. It could be just unimaginable for the Dream Witch because of the heals and harasses. Yeah, if he goes for a stable BQ, that would be kind of, I mean, it would be good. Again, he just needs that tie. I think now he's really considering what his options are as the clock winds down less than the 30-second mark. And Alpha, I mean, a lot is on his shoulders now because this can make or break his standing here. And it's really up to him to be able to take one for the team. But he's going to go with the Naiad.
Yeah, I think because Alpha's less proficient with Naiad, he's played Naiad as much so far in any competitive event. This is a sort of a newer hunter to him. I think the idea is, again, they're trying to force someone to a hunter he's less comfortable with, which in this case is Naiad. And against this comp, Naiad's pretty decent. Barmaid isn't necessarily strong against Naiad because, if you're able to get a water hit, you get attack recovery, you can put it into half health, you can blink them right after. We're going to see blink, I think, almost 100%. Obviously, excitement would be quite good against something like Prospector on 4, but considering that you have to deal with the Barmaid, you have to deal with a triplet character like Psychologist, I think that we're going to see a Blink Naiad for sure, just to deal with that those extra hit characters.
Yeah, I think Blink Naiad, very standard when you want to just get a tie, and I don't know if he's going to go trump card since he just wants to play a little passively. I'm excited to see this Naiad because this, like you mentioned, isn't really a hunter he's known for, but he has brought it out. Relatively newer. And in Arms Factory, there are places that he can kind of flush out the survivors away from good kiting areas. And especially if she's able to get really good swims going on to cut out the survivors and really utilize the humidity of Naiad, it could be tough. And it does take time for the heals to come off with Barmaid as well as Psychologist. So it's they're going to have to be on their toes here.
All right, looks like we are going to see the plus sign spawn here. Ford, of course, spawning at the middle of the map. You want to have one of your, well, you should have Ford, Prospector, Barmaid. Any of those characters in center would be okay. But you don't really want to have, the problem is, typically you could rotate away from middle if you have a hunter that spawns in this left side area and wants to chase the survivor in middle. But because it's a Naiad, she gets there so fast. So you don't really want to have a Kiter be there. You want to have the Ford be there if possible. We see Psychologist and Barmaid on the other side and the Prospector on the far side of the map here. And we see double Flywheel as well, so they were in preparation of something like Bloody Queen or Naiad here. And only Tide Turner will be Psychologist, which means that Ford is playing more of a harassment build with the Flywheel rather than rescuing.
Yeah, so Heart's not accounting for early game kiting from Alpha. And like you mentioned, we're getting Blink Detention trump card. So again, trump card having that aggressive status here just so he can change mid-game if he needs to, or end game, just to get that teleport going on. But we digress. We're going to head towards the second half of round number 2, folks. Once again, Eli O and Pot Spice on the mic for this match to determine who's going to take the lead in this round.
Yeah, we do see the Naiad is going ahead straight for the Barmaid here. This is definitely one of the better chase targets of this team composition. Barmaid does not have Flywheel as well, so this is going to help out quite immensely in this chase. He's going to be able to get an early turn on the Barmaid, but she will have her drink available, so she should be able to get this off. I think Al's fine with the drink getting healed up here because you can always just hit her one more time and then go for a blink right after. I think that's going to be sort of the main strategy here. Forward coming in to catch up, support the kite. Trying to mind game here. Does mind game a little bit forward. Actually throws the pallet down to give the Barmaid a speed boost. Trying to... she is able to get out of the water. Yeah, she will get the heal off. But Blink will be online momentarily.
Yeah, so again, 4 dropping down the pallet for that speed boost. She's going to get it. Barmaid at least able to get that heal off. 69% onto the humidity. Cypher progress is looking okay. This is still the first chase. We're still under the first minute, and Alf is still wanting to unlock his first skill. Running straight towards him. Humidity is going to be a factor here. Going to get the hit at 89% if he's able to water her down. Does not even need to force attack recovery in the process. Here we go. Swim.
Yeah, swim. We are going to see, goes for the blink there, does get the down on to the barmaid there. That is going to be about 2.5 ciphers finished here, which is on track. We're going to see Forward for a long stun here. Does he get it? And he does get a full football stun onto the Naiad, so she's going to be knocked out for a little bit of time here. This is going to allow the barmaid to create some distance. And look at how long, yeah, you can see how long it is when you use that full football. And barmaid is able to make it all the way into the shack area forward, of course, using that full football stun just because there's no tide turner. So you want to give the barmaid time to rebound. Your basic psychologist potentially try to body block this as she can potentially absorb 3 hits. But he's just going to water off this area yet again here. Still has a dash available. Going to pull back the trident. Barmaid does get the vault up in time. Does have a speed boost to get away here. Goes for the juke and positions herself into a bit of a weak corner here. Forward's going to try to body block this hit and goes for the swing. Gets the hit through the forward. What a beautiful play from Alf there. Utilizing that hitbox to hit around. It does get a free on the forward as well. And forward might go down.
Yeah. Oh, he might go down, but he has to use the last of his football. He tried using flywheel, but the regular hit was able to get him. And barmaid falling down like that, that's excellent control onto the hitbox of Naiad. Yes, she swings very fast, but my goodness, I thought the forward was able to body block. We do see AK here getting ready for that second save, but full presence Alf here is going to try to break the tide of just 1 survivor kill. Heart is also in the mix here, so it seems like Heart might be going for the rescue since she does have tide.
Yeah, we're going to see, the only tide turner character being the psychologist. They have good cypher progress. I think what's going to happen here most likely is that we're going to see, we do see the prospector coming as well. So psychologist is going to save, and then prospector is going to harass this. We are going to see a lot of water building up here. They do get the rescue, and the hit goes on to the barmaid.
That was huge, but now the prospector's job here is to keep Naiad occupied while she tries to go for this barmaid as she creates that distance, but that swim is going to be able to make her close that distance relatively quick. Shadow's going to be falling down as the last effort is about to finish. She's going to fall down right here, and the prospector's not going to close enough distance, so Alf on his way to at least tie this matchup.
Right, this is exactly what you want to see here. If you are Zeta Division, they really want to try to take a win for this run, especially considering that it is an opponent's map selection. And we're going to see just continuing. Looks like he's going to go for a Psychologist here. Still has a lot of hits to work with. Psychologist is now just taking that first one. And they definitely have enough cypher progress for a drawn game here, but this is still an uphill battle for survivors. Still 50% to go on 2 of them. Blink is now back online for Alpha, which is chasing me quite strong. He's got full presence to work with. Does force Psychologist into the open here. Let's see if he's able to get a free hit. It's going to be a mind game at this pallet. Tries to go for that swing. Walks through the pallet, but beautiful mind game from the Psychologist. Does not want to give up any free hits.
Yeah, good patience on the Psychologist, not dropping down that pallet. Still out in the open here.
Wow.
The humidity was able to just draw her out in the open, and now the basic hit. Psychologist now is injured, and let's see if Alf will still commit towards that. Last Cypher is at 63%. Again, Alf's win condition here is to just get that tie, and now he's definitely tunneling into this Psychologist, which is actually great. They're actually opening up another Cypher. It's at 1%, so I'm not sure if that's going to be the right strategy since he's not even focusing on it, while the other Cypher is moving along accordingly past the 70% mark.
Yeah, it looks like really just trying to mind game Psychologist here. She's going to go down to the water. Cypher Machine not yet ready, which means he is going to be able to get a chair here forward. He's going to have a Cypher Machine primed at the moment. Prospector coming in for the harass. We do see the dungeon is at, I believe, Factory. So it is nearby. Prospector does get popped here, but it's fine. Naiad wants to try to water the Psychologist. Going to go for the stun. They may go for a pop right about here.
Okay, the swim, but look at that, the traction!
Prospector.
That's
I think they should pop. Oh, no, they're not going to. Yeah, they're going to go for it now. You don't want to give a water down with no attack recovery. That's what Naiad was going for, so they want to get that pop right there. The only problem is now Prospector only has 1 magnet to work with. He needs to fly with this blink. Misses the blink! Alf misses the blink. That's a big miss for Naiad here. And because of that, Prospector actually flywheeled in prediction, so he did actually beat the flywheel out in that process. But he still has a magnet to work with. He's going to take the speed boost, and he does have Factory over Dungeon over at Factory.
So this is huge. Prospector needs to utilize this magnet accordingly. He does get swam on, and now the humidity is building up, but the detention hit, and Alf playing to his win condition. It begs the question, was that blink really a miss or just a bait out, the flywheel? So all part of the plan in the Alf the Great's book. He's able to get the tie that he was looking for, and Zeta Division leads this game.
Yeah, just like that, Zeta takes a win on the opponent's map selection. We talked about how Alf is the most consistent, one of the best, if not the best, late round hunters, rounds 2 and 3 here. We saw Zeta Division survivors go up 3-1 in the first round, was able to secure a draw there, and that means that Zeta wins this second round, and they do go up 1-0 so far in this match, as the first round was a tie. And again, we talk about if Zeta ties round number 1, they're usually able to win in the later rounds, and we already see that happening here. Something I wanted to revisit from the match was that hitbox. So I'm sure a lot of people are confused how that registered as a hit onto the barmaid. So what you can do as a hunter, it's very difficult to pull off, but some of the best hunters in the world are able to do it. If you go for a swing and you change your angle, sort of like to a 45-degree angle almost, and you sort of like clip the survivor, you can make it so your hitbox. I'm trying to figure out how to explain this so people actually understand, because it's really difficult to explain. You make it so assume the hitbox is sort of like a
fan,
like a fan shape, right? And you're gonna hit when you swing through the middle. It's gonna hit that area of the fan. You angle it to the side so the corner of the fan is gonna hit the kind of the corner of the survivor in front and not hit, because like say the survivors are not running an exact straight line, the survivor in the front is slightly off to the left and the other one's off to the right a little bit, and you use the sort of the fan angle to hit through, so much so that it doesn't reach the survivor on the right, but it clips the one. It's really hard to explain. I hope that
I get what you mean. Because like the survivors have hurt boxes, right? And you want to avoid the one in front of you. So if you use the fan and then you're able to clip it in a little bit, it comes to the angle where it actually curves around the hitbox, the hurt box of the main survivor that's trying to block and register.
Right.
And imagine that IDV physics and then you add the swing of Naiad, which is relatively fast. Unlike the other ones that have a pushback, she just goes ahead and hits her trident. It's just amazing control on Alf. Again, mark this one as one of Alf's great moments here at Call of the Abyss. Able to get a tie when it was they specifically picked this map to counter his Bonbon, which is huge. And Naiad, not really in his repertoire, but now you can put that on his LinkedIn resume or something, as he's a great Naiad player, control the hitbox and whatnot.
Right, and this is why we see Naiad become so strong in the meta. In this tournament thus far, Naiad has been so consistent. For the most part, always drawing, always winning. We've only seen Naiad lose a couple of times. And it's kind of interesting how we saw Hermit be a very strong character and sort of start to take over in qualifiers, and then it just did not perform well at all. And Hermit struggled so much. And then Naiad is sort of taking the place of Hermit as a more consistent and stronger option.
Yeah, I agree. I think we only saw Hermit once. So we'll talk about that in just a bit, folks. Now we're going to throw it over to the highlights, and after that, it's going to be round number 3.
もちが進歩時かな。打ち抜きだけ。
オッケーオッケーオッケーオッケー。
気をつけるよ。
はいよ。
頑張って。
いたとか天才。
オッケー、でかいでかいでかいでかいでかい。
ごめん、7秒ぐらいかも。でもこれ絶対気没に変えてる。
変えてる大丈夫。
これ瞬間だったら本当にごめん。出れる？
で。
怖い。ナイス。ナイス。よし。
ナイス。
Welcome back, guys. We do have another fan art here, Zeta win fan art. So hope they would leave no regrets fighting. So hashtag Zeta art, Zeta win. And for those of you watching who also want to post stuff about COA on your social media, hashtag COA6 as well, COA6 global support. Don't forget to do that with your identified posts.
Yes, please do. We want to see those arts. We want to see you support your favorite teams. And I'm looking at the chat too. Like, people are thinking, was that blink on purpose? Was it not? Again, we're never going to know. Like, that could be all part of the plan. That could be just the happy accident that happened. Regardless, we are in this reality where Zeta has won round number 2. and now they're heading towards round number 3. And if history is going to repeat itself, this is where they could just solidify their victory, just going for ties, or even solidifying it even more by getting more points on the board for their team to just bring their standings up. And Eli, I know we're going to take a little bit of time before we head towards the next picks and bans, but we talked about hitboxes, and I've always was interested in that. For you, what do you think is the best and worst hitbox in the game of a hunter?
In terms of, well, there's a few hitboxes that are really weird. So like for example, Geisha is really weird because sometimes Geisha is supposed to have a very small hitbox.
A stabby, yeah.
Yeah, it's supposed to be a very small hitbox, but sometimes like it registers when it, like, I feel like when I'm playing Survivor against Geisha, sometimes you get hit by like really far away or like around a corner and it doesn't really make sense.
But when you play Geisha,
yeah, like it never hits. Like it's so stupid. Like I don't know.
It's very short, right? It's like, oh, I thought it was like right there, but it whiffs. I'm like, okay, I guess this is just it's a me problem. It's not the Geisha problem, right? Yeah. Okay. So Geisha's one.
And then so actually the longest hitbox in the game is actually not white form mooching. It's actually feast or charge attack.
Okay.
Yeah. So white form mooching has like the widest
and the longest,
one,
right?
And like the widest and longest ratio is the best. But Feaster has like the longest, like straight longest in general is actually Feaster's charge attack.
The charge one, right? Dude, I remember Wu Chang, like if you're kiting in Moonlit, like I'm across the bridge and he's still able to hit me when he's on the other side of the bridge. It's so long. But luckily enough, like it's a long swing. Does Black Form Wu Chang actually have a faster like attack than a Naiad, or is it kind of the same? Because it's relatively fast, right? It just like goes ahead and just stabs.
Yeah, I think it's probably around the same, honestly. Actually, Clown has a really fast swing as well.
True.
Like Clown is really like, it doesn't, like the animation doesn't look that fast, but it actually is. Like if you drop a pallet and you go for a swing as Clown, like the pallet can literally seem like it's down and you'll still get the hit. So Clown actually doesn't look like, and I'm talking about the swing, not even the dash, just like the regular swing.
Like
yeah, like it looks like the swing is actually not that fast compared to Knight or Black Form Wu Chang, but it actually is pretty fast for some reason. I don't know.
Interesting. IDV physics, folks. But now we're going to head towards the picks and bans, and ZETA picking Chinatown. Again, another staple in Identity 5 of Call of the Abyss. Hopefully we see some toy merchants here, because like they have pretty excellent like toy merchant plays, especially drop down the bridge, the catapult placements. It seems like GR will be taking the survivors of GR will be taking the stage first.
Right. So basically, with Chinatown, this map is definitely one of Alf's best options. Not only is it good for Bon, you can also play. Actually, not necessarily good for Bon, but you can play Bon.
You can.
It's good for Dream Witch. It's very good for Soul Weaver. It's very good for Wax Artist. It's not bad for Bon or Clerk. It's not bad for Knight. I mean, Alf can literally play. It's actually very good for Geisha. Alf can literally play any hunter he wants, besides maybe Bloody Queen on this map. So this is just a very, very good map for Alf.
Yeah, so it seems like they're kind of going in that same trajectory wherein they really set out themselves to round number 3 victory. So GR survivors are going to be ready for whatever Alf brings to the table, which is going to be a little tougher considering that Alf has a lot of options, and this is definitely a ZETA map, and they're setting themselves up for that. So these memes always get me, man. That you can't see that skin on broadcast, right? It's so scary.
Yeah. I think do they not have it for the tournament server?
I don't think they do. It's always Tomie, but again, I'm not mad. I like the Tomie skin. So
yeah,
I think, or is that? I don't know if it's. I don't know if it's available here where I'm from as well, or maybe I just missed it. So
I'm not sure if they have it on tournament server. I'm not, because it's sort of like it's definitely one of the more scary skins. I think that, and then people told me that the lizard Christmas skin is like really scary for some reason.
Wait, I gotta check that out.
I don't know. Yeah, look up the Evil Reptilian.
Look at us talking about skins. Eli's favorite topic.
No, like the only thing about skins is like when they have like I guess like a unique one is pretty cool to see. Like if it's like actually a scary one, because most of the skins these days are more
aesthetically. Oh, this is actually kind of
fashion show oriented.
It's pretty good. I have to say, like the animations on the skins are pretty good too. Oh yeah, this is pretty scary. The Christmas skin's pretty spoopy, pretty scary. But let's head on over the picks and bans. We digress, folks. Let's talk about it.
So they actually banned Naiad. That's interesting considering that Alf is a bit newer to Naiad. I think maybe the idea is that since GR has to win this round, I think they're probably banning like consistent tie hunters, but then they give Geisha. Okay, so what they're gonna do is this is what they're gonna do. So they're gonna go Naiad, Bonbon ban, and then they're gonna try to counter Geisha and Clerk. But the problem is that could potentially play into Dream Witch, and you could also play into Soul Weaver. That's something you have to be careful as well.
Soul Weaver on this map,
actually.
yeah. That's something. Again, it's the battle. It's the art of war, right? The one with more options to victory will be the one to win. And Alf has a lot to play around with, and it seems like the survivors of GR are going to have very limited choices since Entomologist is going to be banned, which is interesting because, I guess accounting for Geisha, and also Zeta banning Embalmer just so they won't have that safe rescue strategy. So all comes down to our last pick here. They have a lot of options to go with, even though Dancer, Toy Merchant, Postman, okay, coming in, so helping out with the decoding progress.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Postman we've seen really only be used sort of in third rounds. You know, Postman, of course, used to be very strong, where you give a decoding letter in both the survivor that you give the letter to, as well as the Postman at a 20% increase in decoding. Now it's only 10%. But Postman's still strong in general. You can open the gate quite fast, a lot faster. We see in Bomber ban as well, looks like, so doesn't want to have to deal with that. Nime Shiba. It's sort of like I forgot like the exact translation, but like I have to look up the exact translation. But
all good. While you look at the exact translation, are you gonna look at it now? I'm gonna
look at it now. Yeah, you go ahead and talk.
All right. So once again, Alf is on the driver's seat here and what he's gonna pick. Postman coming in could definitely pressure him to have a good early chase, but I mean, Alf is just cool as a cucumber under pressure, right? He's seen the bright lights of grand finals of Call of the Abyss. And right now in the group stage, he's just got to live up to his standard of getting at least a tie for them to just hold on to this lead. As we finish up the final seconds of this ban, he's going with a Wax Artist. What's up?
Yeah, it's like are you okay kind of. Should have just said you're fine, right? Yeah, it's like are you okay? It's kind of like are you okay sort of.
Okay.
That's right. Okay.
I could see like the caster. Yeah, just the confused face asking if are you okay. But
honestly,
go for it.
I was gonna say like honestly like when I've been because one of my friends has helped me to practice Chinese, and sometimes we do stuff where like they tell me I can only speak Chinese sort of. And like I've gotten to like a certain point, right, where like I say stuff, like I know where to say stuff in certain situations, but I actually never knew what the translation was to English. Sort of just like it's sort of like I know what to say like in a context of a situation, like it's like, oh, are you okay or whatever, are you good or whatever. But then now that like you think of, I never knew the exact translation, so I didn't want to say it without actually checking.
That's fine. I guess yeah, it's just one of the things you got to do when you're learning a new language. Hey, who knows? Maybe next year, man. I really feel like you're gonna be our translator for COA 7. So
Chocho said, "How does that?" Eli, can I read but not understand? No, I understand. But I just don't know like the exact word for word English translation. I didn't want to say like the wrong thing and sound stupid. So that's why. Anyways, we're gonna see the. We are going to see the Mercenary does spawn in the center of map here, which of course is quite standard. We actually see Antiquarian and Prospector spawning closer to Hotel, it looks like. So, of course, Prospector being one of the weaker kiters against something like a Wax. Yeah, Wax Artist here is actually quite strong. Any of these chase targets are quite easy for a Wax Artist on this map.
Yeah, Wax Artist Alf, and especially playing towards that condition of going for a tie could definitely be tough for GR to try and push for a 3-man escape. But hey, so far they've been getting those 3-man escapes. It was just in the previous round where it ended up in a tie. So they're just going to have to be extra careful and not over-supporting. Again, Alf spawning next to Shadow and Seasai. Seasai could definitely help with that support, but as you said, Wax Artist can thrive when he's getting stunned just so he can get more wax onto people. So it's going to be a tough night out for GR coming into this one because they have to break that streak of tie and go for a 3-man escape.
They do have all broken windows, so they were in preparation of Wax Artists, yeah, for sure. We have Excitement as well, so this is to, of course, deal with the Antiquarian and the Prospector. So yeah, so here we go. I mean, this is a strong Wax Artist map here for Alf. They did their best to kind of counter, as we talked about, kind of counter Clerk, counter Geisha. This comes good against Clerk and Geisha, and they force Alf onto Wax Artist here. But you know, we saw Alf be quite effective with Wax Artist sort of earlier on in this event, and in this situation, a tie would be perfectly fine for him just to hold on to that lead.
True, and like you pointed out, in this map alone, Alf has really good options. He just has to be able to choose the best possible chase target to build that presence at the start. And it seems like he's going to rotate right towards Shadow, and Shadow running the routes here. Just at least if he's able to down this postman, he doesn't have to worry about too much letters being brought out. So Shadow already rotating towards the hotel area, which is a good area to be at, especially since you could change elevations. And Alf moonwalking it. Oh, he seems like he's not going to commit to chasing or going that way, and he's going to spot Czi and AK if he keeps rotating this route.
Absolutely. Prospector perfectly fine chase here, as Prospector does struggle at kiting against something like a wax artist. Once you get that 100 wax, it's very hard to deal with. You can't magnet. If you get 100 wax, you can actually get the hit before the repel activates. So that's something to keep in mind here. He does have excitement as well to help with that chase. And yeah, and again, just constantly breaking line of sight. You see the power of the broken windows against wax artists, just breaking line of sight, creating distance. He is going to that pallet. Does get the dropped it a little bit early there, which means he's able to get some wax on. He's gonna potentially go for a magnet in a second. Gets the freeze there. Yeah, you can't go for a magnet there actually, because then you cancel attack recovery on the freeze there. And we will see the first magnet from AK. He's gonna pick up a lot of more wax in the process. Goes for the stun. Excitement misses the swing there, and that's actually a huge turn of events. But I think he can actually still get the down right here. And he is gonna get the freeze. Gets the attract, but not attracting into anything. So he has to attract there. If you go for repel, he's gonna be able to get the hit before it activates. So either way, it still works out for Alf.
Yeah, just a few seconds that were bought were pretty hype, but in the process, Alf was like, that's fine. I could totally like miss this blink and still get the down on you. And this just shows the power of the wax artist, right? If you don't have any structures in front of you, if you're running out in the open, he can get wax on you, and he's already building that presence. Considering that Hart is actually here, there might be feeding Tinnitus or be going for a half rescue. Hart already going for it, but getting waxed already. 25% Prospector as well. So Alf is definitely going to try to farm a hit off the AK.
Yeah, and just right away, instantly down there. You saw, because Alf put the wax bomb down, it means that as soon as Prospector came up, he started out with a 25 wax right away. He's going to get full presence off of this as well, and cause the Prospector to waste a magnet. So a beautiful turn of events here for Alf. And now full presence wax artists. This is where things get really scary for the survivor side, not only for chase, but also for camping as well.
So yeah, Alf definitely in the driver's seat here, even though 3 ciphers still remain. 2 are about to pop, so they're definitely working on they have got 10% on their last cipher, but that's all good because Alf just needs 2 down. Hart is actually the one to make his way for this rescue. He has 2 elbow pads to use. And yeah, gonna just have to use it right away. He's already at full presence, and the final cipher isn't even done just yet. 2 elbow pads expended, and Prospector is saved. Mercenary at 92%. He's gonna get waxed here, and the body blocks are gonna have to come on in here while the Antiquarian is here as well.
Yeah, you know, Alf could have actually just switched to hot wax and just hot waxed the Mercenary. Actually, when the Mercenary was 92, we could have hot waxed him. We see Antiquarian does get frozen here, which will buy even more distance. Last cipher, 40% of the way done. So GR and the broken windows. Look at that distance. But okay. So something you have to watch out for is you cannot kite. He's actually just going to down Antiquarian, it looks like. You cannot kite near the last cipher machine. You can switch to hot wax and down to get the down here. And what does he do? He's going for the chair, which means that maybe GR's work into a tieable position. Can he get to that last cipher and wax it off before they're able to prime it? Looks like 85% of the way done here. It's really going to be kind of a foot race here. Does he stop to hit Merc, or does he go going straight for the cipher machine here? Can he wax it? Does get the wax off. 5%, 6% still to go here. Still has his trade available and is going to chase onto the postman here. As long as they try to do this cipher, he can just wax it over and over. So they may be forced to start. It looks like they're going to stop and heal up as well.
Yeah, this is huge. Like, for him to be able to reach that cipher at 94%, I don't know if they want to tempt fate, because this is a full presence wax artist. You can be down right away, and now we see
you can instantly down postman here.
Yep.
There's the switch.
Gets the wax, and now he's just gonna go for it.
That's the instant down wax artist play. The full presence. There's no counterplay as a survivor side, and he has basement if he wants. He's gonna go basement here with the postman. He can block up this last cipher, so it forces them to do that new one. Alf might have potentially given him a chance to work out of this one. He still has trade available. He has full presence hot wax. He has basement camp. So there might be a possibility for Alf to actually still draw here.
This is huge. They're already trying to make their way towards this rescue. He can still try to bomb off Czai's bomb off the Cypher. And now AK is actually going to go for this rescue, which is so scary because AK is dead on Chair. Mercenary is still sticking in this area. Gets the hit, go for the rescue, and now oh my goodness, the excitement just to add more pressure onto this escape of the basement. Now we're gonna see AK trapped here in the basement.
He can hot wax him. He can hot wax him. There's the down. They have to pop. He's down on Chair, and he gets the instant down onto the prospector. Yeah, they had to go for a pop there. As you mentioned, he is dead on Chair, and this is another reason why Wax Artists can be so strong, because you can get that end game. You can force that end game pop with no attack recovery. Now the question is, can they get the gate open? Keep in mind, he can wax bomb the gate from a distance. So if he gets the angle here, he needs to wax bomb the gate right now. He has to hit this wax bomb. Does he get it? He got the block.
83% freeze. Everyone is scrambling because as we speak, no gate is open. Czai is at the crossfire here, and we see that Alf just constantly monitoring if anyone is going to be heading on out. This is a detention wax artist, mind you, and we see that Czai, if he goes for a stun, he will get waxed in the process, and he's already at 84%.
Yeah, actually a stun here would be good though, because you can... Whoa. Oh, he misses the stun. I was gonna say a stun here is actually really good because if you go for that, then he's disarmed, which means he cannot swing. He actually get unfrozen before he's able to swing again. But they're just gonna take two, yeah? And Alf is able to... What a stressful game for him, but he is able to work out of that situation. GR really kind of played that so well, the Antiquarian support on the rebound. It looked like a fast down on the Prospector. You know, it looked like it was gonna be a winning position, a tied position, but then GR turned it around with the Antiquarian support with the second rescue there. Alf did not get the hot wax switch to enter that Mercenary, and they were able to get the body block off. And then Antiquarian allowed for some distance, but then he's able to get basement on the last Cypher. Anytime you're able to get Chair on the last Cypher as wax artist, you can just wax the Cypher over and over. And then basement as well. The instant kill potential with the hot wax in the endgame with no attack recovery is one of the reasons wax artists can be so good. And then on top of all that, then you just block off the gate, and he was able to get the gate in time. The timing was perfect for Alf that entire match.
I think this just showcases why Wax Artist is just so stable. Like you said, you know, just blocking off any survivor objectives, whether it be Cypher or Exit Gate, and just the hot bomb wax at the basement just to down AK. Yes, AK was this healthiest one, but he was the biggest target that Alf actually wanted, since he was first chase and he was dead on Chair. And can I just say also, this kind of showcased when it was mid to late game where AK was able to establish that much distance, and Alf was actually this was a stressful moment where Alf actually lost the Prospector. So it was still up in the air, but for him to pull off a tie is huge. And now they're still playing to that win condition for Zeta because they're still on track. If the survivors are able to tie this next one, which in their track record, they only got 3 at minimum out, they're off to win this game over GR.
Absolutely. So now, yeah, just 2 survivors is all they need here. So this means that Super Rich has to 3-kill or focus. So 3-kill will force a 4th round, and then a 4-kill will win for GR. That's really the only situation here that it actually works out for GR. And yeah, we do see a tie there. I actually am surprised that Alp did not go Soul Weaver. I think Soul Weaver would have actually been fine here. Soul Weaver is quite good against Prospector because you're so fast. It's so hard to get the repel or even attract off. It's so hard to get any sort of magnet off with Prospector when the Soul Weaver is zooming after you. In the NASCAR, it's just, you know, you're too fast. And then as for
speed, ka-chow.
Yeah, and then with Antiquarian as well, you can actually bait the Antiquarian swing so easily. You zoom in, then you pull back, they swing and a miss, and then you hit them. And then with Postman as well, you just drop a bunch of webs and you go so fast the dog does nothing. The dog bite does nothing. So I would have actually liked to see, and then on top of that, Soul Weaver is a S tier hunter on this map. So I would have liked to see Soul Weaver there, but I think Wax Artist, I mean, he still gets the job done. All Alf really needed was a tie, and that should be enough for Zeta here.
Can I just say a rare moment of Eli actually wanting another hunter besides Wax Artist? Because Chow's like, oh, it's Eli's hunter, let's go. But I do admit, like, especially, it's really hype casting a Soul Weaver match, especially like in a map like this, or a map where he just gets his web set up, because, yeah, he is speed. Hopefully we'll see Alf's Soul Weaver in other maps, or maybe he's just saving it up. He wanted to go for it. But here are the win conditions, folks. A 3-man escape, 2-man escape. We're definitely going to go for a Zeta win, but if they're unable to get that, if they're able to get a 1 person out, then we're going to go, I believe, in overtime. So I'm pretty sure Zeta does not want that. They want to get a win on the board, and GR wants to get that overtime going.
Yeah. did see a cat in the crowd there.
I saw that too. I don't know how to comment on that, but you know.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what it was. I just a cat supporting.
Hey, if I have to ask, what's Fusion's mascot?
I don't really know. I think it's like our logo has always been like a I don't even know how to describe the logo. Like it's just
okay, if you have a mascot,
like
obviously
crown or
Chocho's gonna be the mascot, but what's gonna be
Chocho's gonna be the mascot?
Like because those are a TV, right? So what's Fusion?
Yeah, I don't know. Fusion's not even a word. It's literally fusion. I mean, fusion's a word, but then we spell it wrong with a Z. So I don't really know how to like explain it. Maybe just like a Z.
What would be the spirit animal of Fusion? Because right, ACT, it's a cat. Is it a rabbit? I know FPXEQ is a cat or a chicken, right?
We should. Veronica says we should just make it a wax artist.
Don't give him ideas. Look, see,
So
GR
wax
is a
artist.
dude. GR is a chibi dude. So I think that's something you got to workshop, Eli. And as a ask your Fusion members, what should be our spirit animal? I think it should be. I think it should be a docile house cat. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe something like that. Probably a cat, honestly.
A cat?
I think everyone. I think IDV people. Most IDV people I've met like cats a lot. I think.
Nell is a dog person. I don't know. I'm okay. I'm an animal person. I don't care if cats, dogs.
I like cats and dogs.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I've had both before.
Oh, nice. Okay, cool. So yeah, just definitely if you guys in chat want to suggest to Eli what the mascot of Fusion should be, let us know. As we head towards the picks and bans again, win condition for Zeta, 2-man escape. Win condition for, well, not really win condition. It's GR needs to get a 5-point game or get 1 to overtime it.
Right.
Oh, they should make it a goat, I think. Goated. Let's go. Goated. Yeah, let's go.
Yeah. Definitely could, yeah. Go with the. I don't know. I feel like that's such an NAU thing. It's just like, oh, goated. Like,
oh yeah, right. It is right.
Goat, like yeah, like there we go. You know, like,
right.
Anyways, looking at picks and bans, we actually see Breaking Wheel get banned here. So this is definitely, they're trying to eliminate any sort of 4-kill potential. It's fine. You can take any TIE Hunter here as Zeta. So it's fine if Super Rich plays like Bon Bon or I wonder if Super Rich can play Soul Weaver. Soul Weaver would actually be very good. This might be the one hunter that Super Rich has available that actually has enough win potential. You could technically go Clerk, but they're playing anti-Clerk. So you see Dancer, Antiquarian are all anti-Clerk characters. And then I feel like Soul Weaver might be Super Rich's best out if they go anti-Clerk.
You know, that's the thing, right? How comfy is he with Soul Weaver? Because in my data, on the qualifiers, he has only brought out Geisha, Wax Artist, Naiad, not much, Guard 26. It's gonna be a tough out for Super Rich. Yeah, I would like to. I was gonna say actually maybe Breaking Wheel because we saw one yesterday, but unfortunately they did ban that. So it seems like his only out here would probably be Soul Weaver just to get that 4K potential. Since Clerk isn't going to be in the meta. Wax Artist, you kind of play for that tie that Alf just got at most. And yeah, it seems like the cards are kind of stacked against Super Rich, so we're just going to have to find out what he will be bringing to this matchup.
Yeah, I think Soul Weaver is probably fine. If he does have it as an option, it would be good here. Obviously, we talked about how Soul Weaver can deal with Antiquarian. Soul Weaver can actually deal with Acrobat. You can drop a bunch of webs and actually go through the mud bomb and still be quite fast and catch up and get a free hit. Even with the red bomb, you can't use your webs, but you still get this. You still have the boost from the webs. It doesn't slow you down. So if you're already zooming and you go through the red bomb, you still continue to stay fast for the next few seconds. So so Acrobat's actually one of the weaker characters against something like Soul Weaver. And then Dancer is actually good. The slow boxes are very good against Soul. Even a fast turn like Soul Weaver, the slow boxes can slow them down so much, where it's still difficult for a Weaver. So I think in reality, 2 of these chase targets are quite good for Weaver. I'm actually surprised he didn't ban Dancer. Giving Dancer is so risky.
It is.
Yeah.
People in chat are kind of popping off that Dancer's able to come through. People are saying Psyche should be your mascot, so that's gonna be super funny if ever.
That's a good idea. Honestly.
Yeah, we're not. Ronnie says we're too much, but yeah, I mean, you guys are too much. Thank you for like being with us. We're 1,000 plus strong in chat. So again, who do you guys want to win here? Zeta and GR, because GR is in a tough pinch right now. We're still, wow, we're actually going down to the final seconds here. Super Rich is gonna have to pick someone, or else Hell Ember is gonna be picked up. So let's see what he's gonna be going with. 3, 2, and who we got? Oh, interesting. What are your thoughts on Sculptor now? Because she's not as dangerous as she was before. Yes, tier 2 statues are very dangerous, but her early chase isn't as strong as it was in previous COAs.
Yeah, I mean, Sculptor's like... I mean, I understand why he plays Sculptor here. Like, you have to win. So Sculptor has win potential, but she's just not... She's extremely inconsistent. Like, Sculptor's still a very strong hunter. Sculptor's still like an A tier hunter, but she just like... The biggest issue with Sculptor is she's not quite as good in tournaments anymore. It's very easy. It's still easy to tie Sculptor. She does have map pressure with the Chisel. Once she gets the full presence, she has that degree of control. That can be quite good. But also in Chinatown Sculptor is not that strong. Like, Hotel Loop is still really good for survivors.
Changing elevations alone, right, just nullifies the statues. So it's
also very open. The map's so open, so it's easy to dodge. Similar to Moonlit, it's very easy to dodge statues here. It's not like it's not like Eversleeping. Eversleeping Sculptor is quite good because the alleyways are so narrow. The alleyways here are very, very open, very easy to dodge statues. So Sculptor's just nowhere near as strong here as it would be on a map like Eversleeping.
Yeah, so just reminding everyone once again that Zeta just needs a tie to win this game at minimum. If Super Rich gets 1K, it's over. Like, they're gonna be able to win 2 rounds in a row. Super Rich needs to at least get a 3-man or a 4-man. 4-man to win, 3-man to tie. So that's definitely a lot of odds stacked against him. But let's see if he's going to be able to level up in front of our eyes as we look at the spawn locations here. So Mochi at the center, Dolisu getting the getting the umbrella exit, while Dolisu is going to have access to the connected double stories, while Kazuneko is going to be completely out of dodge coming into this matchup.
So Dancer spawn here is quite nice. It does a few things. So one of the common slow boxes is you put a slow box at the bottom floor of Hotel, and then you put the pallet over the slow box. And that's a very good place to put a slow box at. You could also leave the pallet up if it's a Sculptor if you're worried about getting statued. And it looks like double broken windows, so definitely in preparation of something like a Sculptor, and then also Flywheel for Dancer. So Teleport, Insolence, Attention. Yeah, this is really just like a do or die Sculptor build. He has no early game chase with no bling. It's such a hard early game chase for him, but kind of have to take the risk here. You got to go for a win, so it's really a do or die situation. You can also set up a slow box over at that one breakable window off to the side near the umbrella gate. It's also a very good place for a slow box. So let's see where he opts to go first. I would imagine Dancer. He's kind of going towards middle here, towards Merc. It looks like, yeah, he's going to go for Dancer or Anti here. I imagine Dancer probably set up a box at least by now, or maybe not.
Yeah, like, it seems like he's gonna go to the hotel with Kazuneko, and so this is actually kind of tough because I thought the Antiquarian is gonna be out of dodge, but Super Rich is gonna allow this chase to happen. So he's gonna go for the drop down. This loop is so dangerous, but now look at the discipline on Kazuneko. He's not falling for anything. He's waiting for the drop down to happen.
Yeah, you just stand there and you just wait. There's no way you get mind game by this. And you're gonna see here exactly why Hotel is not very good for Sculptor. Like, hunters that can counter Hotel Loop are very strong. Sculptor is not one of them. So we're also going to see fast pallet breaking speed as well. And yeah, he's really just going with an all or do or die build here.
So Kazuneko not choosing to go for the window. He's going to be moving on away and gets the stun, goes towards some pallets here. He's going to try to sandwich him, but in the process here, the injuries are going to be tough. He's not going to go for basic hits and going for the slow boxes that have been set up. Trying to go for a flip, but still unable to get a hit.
And he takes the vault anyways. He actually takes the vault in front of the hunter there. And that's the window I was talking about. The slow box at that one window is so strong. And we're also going to see another slow box setup. He's actually going to leave. He doesn't even want to take down the boxes. He may teleport away here, probably on Acrobat. Yeah. So this way you can go for Acrobat, which is a easier chase start. Goes for the bomb.
Wow.
Oh, goes for the long run. This is a very it's a common Acrobat spot, but it's hard to use that bomb. And when you're able to pull it off, it's quite strong. You can see the distance he makes from that. And as I was saying, he's going to leave that slow box area. He doesn't want to even take them down at all. And he's back onto, looks like he's going to chase the Acrobat next, but already just a great start here for Zeta. You see, again, Sculptor is just so hard to hit statues on an open map like this.
Yeah, and look at that, just constantly changing levels, still continuing. He's going to use the trick again. Yeah, but it's a slow, it's that bomb he was able to use, but unfortunately it didn't go for it. So this is huge, a big risk there for Dolisu. It didn't quite pay off. So now he's on his last legs here because 2 statue hits or a basic hit, it will drop him. So now I think he's rotating towards a better spot where he's going to get some support from a Dancer. He's actually going to switch towards Dancer.
Changing targets, yeah, again. Yeah, I don't think changing targets this much is really going to work out for Super. Actually, Dancer goes the other way. And she can just go straight to the boxes now. So, he probably honestly should have stayed on the Acrobat. Now it looks
double
really bad.
pirouettes, my goodness. Look at the distance
and
he's able to
box as well.
Oh, wow, this is tough for Super to even pull the distance from. Now we're going to see him just rotate towards the pallet area here. He's just going to eat that hit. It's totally fine. This is another hotel loop if ever he's going to go for it. And yeah, constantly changing targets, that's what Zeta wants. You know, they have not seen a rocket chair just yet. It's about to hit the 3-minute mark, and they're going to be on their last 2 ciphers.
Yep. You really just see why you have to ban Dancer. This is, again, why not banning Dancer is so strong. You see Dancer is literally single-handedly carrying this entire match with 2 slow boxes. 2 slow boxes carry the entire match. Look at how slowed down he gets. Dancer just makes free distance. She just runs straight and makes free distance. She still has flywheel available. Goes to the flywheel, gets around the swing as well, and the statue. And this kite's going to extend even longer here. And what an incredible job. Sasori will go down here to the swing, but and he has, I believe, reached full presence. He may be a little short. He's actually going to teleport like that in a chair. He knows he has to be super aggressive here. Misses that there. Nice bait from Kazuneko here. Does get the statue, full presence, and the instant down. So I guess all of a sudden, Super has maybe opened up a slight chance to turn it around. I mean, still a lot of Cypher progress, but 3 survivors injured. Gives Super an advantage, and he does have full presence now.
Yeah, it's still an uphill battle, but this is definitely the way, like, this is the snowball that can lead to that avalanche. So it depends on the next few decisions that Zeta has to make, because Super Rich now will be camping, does have tier 2 statues, but out in the open, it's a little tough. Mercenary is already here for that rescue. Nice elbow pads by Mochi. He's gonna have to just avoid some of these statues while they're still off cooldown and try to play this rescue right. Able to get it, and now we see that Antiquarian is out and about. Last effort's going to be pop. Good farm off the Antiquarian by Super Rich to continue on the pressure.
And it looks like, Zeta is managing to hold on so it appears. And we do pop, the last Cypher Machine going for the end game here. Keep in mind, Super Rich needs to eliminate 3 of these survivors. And at this point, his best out probably is just to get 1. It looks like he is going to go ahead and just check out the exit gate here. And that, unfortunately, is not even open as well. And yeah, it's really, again, just a matter of time. Is that the Wolves logo on the back of that sculptor?
Not quite sure. We got to check it out once he's able to get out of this chisel form. But Mochi, already just practicing discipline here, not tempting fate with that 50%. Is it? Well, it has to turn around for people to see it. But yeah, it is the Wolves logo. I guess that's a Wolves skin for the. That's incredible. So pretty cool. Good eye there, Eli. But now he's already over here at the other exit gate, and everyone's just scrambling away. Someone's already pushing the exit gate to open up. It's already past the 60% mark, while Sasori might have to be the sacrificial lamb here, while the tension is still at 60 seconds.
Dungeon here as well, so it's actually a possibility for Dancer to get this done. Actually going to go for the gate, but the gate, I think, that one I think is open.
Yes, it is.
Sasori's going to go for Dungeon. The other gate still has to be open, though, by the Antiquarian. Keep in mind, it is Antiquarian. It opens the gate very, very slow. Dancer still has flywheel, though, so as long as Dancer doesn't go down to any statues, she can just flywheel to the dungeon after Antiquarian gets out. I actually think this could be a 4 survivor escape if Sasori plays this properly. Sculptor has a very slow swing. It's very easy to flywheel Sculptor swing, so let's see if he's able to do this. Dungeon is going to open in a few seconds here as all survivors are getting out the exit gate. And
I think, Super Rich is just trying to chip him out, right? Female Dancer is already 2 chip damages in. So Sasori really has to play this right. No, the chisel was not there, and he's already going to try to go for it. Baiting out a flywheel here. Super Rich, can he get at least 1 out? Oh my goodness!
Past him. And that's a 4 escape out the gate there. I actually think Sasori didn't flywheel the first swing, but the swing just missed. If I would have to look back at that, that was kind of intense. But Sasori, a 4 survivor escape. Unfortunately, Sculptor with a slower swing there, making it easier to flywheel. And yeah, just like that, Zeta with it was very close up until the end, but Zeta taking a very convincing victory in that 3rd round.
Holy smokes, Zeta, like you said, once they're able to tie that first game, they only get stronger as the rounds go on. So they just needed to play to their strengths. They got Alf led the charge in round number 2, and Zeta, the survivors, were able to win in emphatic fashion up against Super Rich's Sculptor. They needed to get a tie. They went above and beyond that. They got a 5-point game. This definitely shoots them up and secures them at least the 3rd place spot in the Group D stage. So congratulations to Zeta. And GR, hey, they already got a win at the start. They still got 2 more matches left, and we still have to witness their journey and how they're going to be able to try and bounce back from this defeat.
Right, definitely. Yeah, it's just unfortunately Sculptor is just one of those hunters where, well, it's a good. Sculptor has win potential and is decent on certain maps in the later rounds, and is also good. It's a very good rank hunter, but when it comes to tournament as well, Sculptor's just quite difficult. It's very easy to dodge statues in an open map like Chinatown, and Zeta took full advantage of that. And then also female dancer, you know, giving dancer there is just.
Oh, that was. I mean,
yeah,
if you're a survivor, you love to see it happen. If you're a hunter, you hate to see it happen. Those box setups, not just benefiting the dancer, but also benefiting the first kiter. I think that was Antiquarian. It was just an incredible feat of them kind of playing to the. Like they already won in the pick and bans, right? And that's on paper. You're like, okay, this can potentially happen, and in practice, it definitely did. So. Again, yeah, Zeta was just a step ahead in this matchup, and they win in 5-0 in round number 3. So definitely well deserved and well earned.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that we should. I mean, because they went with a merchant ban as well. You don't want to deal with merchant on Chinatown. I feel like maybe you go dancer instead of seer. Actually, might have been a little stronger, but not really sure. Anyways, yeah, and then looking into that situation as well, I feel like maybe. Wax artist could have been I don't know, it's hard to say. Sculptor's just way less consistent. I guess it is a do or die situation.
Yeah.
So
I think you got to give it up to Super Rich, right? He really and even his build, right? And towards the mid game there, he wanted to go super aggressive and aggro, and he needed to go all out. So I think he had to play with the cards that was dealt for him. So that was it, and I think now he's got to go back to the drawing board and try to figure something out, especially if he's put in a position again where he's outbanned and it reaches round number 3 where he has to go deeper into his hunter pool and try to pull out a consistent one. Because GR survivors, if you look into things, yeah, the worst they ever did was a tie, which is still very okay. It's just that now it's like the hunter has has the pressure to get points for the team. So. Hopefully GR will come back stronger and hopefully come up with that 4-peat, since they are the 3-time consecutive COA champions to COA 1 and 3. But we're just gonna have to see, because a lot of teams have definitely rose up in competition.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, so that means that looking at this overall bracket now, so I think that we're gonna see it's kind of shaping up, I think, pretty much how we predict for the most part. We still have Wolves over at top over in first, and then it's most likely, as long as Zeta is able to continue to win from here, assuming that Wolves and Zeta both continue to win from here on out. Zeta has gone through their 2 hardest matchups.
True.
Statistically speaking, they've gone through both mainland China teams, and they are 1-1 against them, and now it's just GH and MS for them to go against. And so I think definitely, assuming Zeta is able to win the rest of their matches and Wolves wins the rest of the matches, I think it's going to look like we're going to have Wolves, Zeta, and then it's just going to be GR, and then MS and GH in the 4th and 5th spots, most likely. So it's kind of shaping up kind of how we kind of thought it would be.
For you, what was the hardest group to predict?
I think the hardest group was probably Group A, I want to say, just because there's 4 mainland China teams in there, so you kind of don't really know. Or no, there's 3 mainland China and one of the stronger Japan teams.
In Group A, it's GW, GG, RC, FPX, EQB for you. Yeah, that's a pretty hard one. I would say Group B was pretty hard too, since they're all varying teams.
Yeah, Group B as well. I feel like in that one, the hardest prediction there is who would win between FL and AXC.
Yeah, top spot, right?
I feel like the top 3 is almost 100% just AXC, FL, and ZT, but it's kind of figuring out which of those 3, which order that would be, and then definitely RD 4th and OM will be 5th in that situation. So I think that, but it's just kind of figuring out which order it would be out of those 3 teams. Yeah.
Right. And right in front of your screen, folks, we got the match results again. A close first round. Second round, Zeta's Alf was able to get a win. And in emphatic fashion, the survivors were able to live up to the standard of them being one of the best, if not the best, survivor team in Japan, getting a 7-2 game. And we got Dolisu as MVP. This is actually amazing because Dolisu had an amazing performance. Usually this is kind of relegated towards the hunter, but Dolisu, again, using an amazing acrobat in the last game, and he's always very pivotal in these scenarios. Again, 3 of the best kiters, as you mentioned, Eli.
Yeah, for sure. You know, we talked about Sasori, Dolisu, and Kazuneku, just incredible kiting players overall. But Dolisu, of course, taking the MVP here. 84 seconds, quite impressive. Again, anything above 70, 75 is very good. But then when you get to the 80 range and higher, it's very strong. We're going to get into our interview as well.
So we're
with
gonna
the Japanese team.
we're gonna summon Chocho to help us out with this interview. Chocho, are you there?
What's up?
Let's go. All right, take it away, Chocho.
はい、勝利おめでとうございます。まずは今のお気持ちお一人。
想问一下，现在比赛胜利后的一个心情什么样的？第一个先问一下。
Asking for his feelings after the match.
第一场我们面对
In the first match, we went against Wolves. We lost very miserably. In this past 2 days, we actually communicated a lot within the team, and then did a lot of preparations for it. And then going against GR and winning, it feels really good. As for Elf, personally, I don't really produce a lot of results, but the team overall winning, yeah, it's still very good.
そしてモチ選手一投公開始の無傷救助。
In today's match, we did see a lot of spectacular plays. A lot of such as KZNK's OB harassing. Winning your first match at the back, we actually heard KZNK screams. In the last match, I think this is because did they play really more relaxed? Yeah, take more relaxed. During the pellet vault, it was actually a slow vault at Graveyard, I believe. Then KZNK was actually smiling really big. Prospector bar mid.
何のその見事打ち抜いていきましたアルフレッド選手。
Elf, your playstyle is usually quite relaxed as well. How was it going against GR survivors? Actually, having to control where the hunter is looking at. Oh, he's talking about the Naiad, I believe. The Naiad hitbox. Yeah, he actually practiced that a lot behind the scenes, all the training.
Nice.
At that point, how do you feel when you watched it? Actually, I felt that I actually played it pretty well, Elf said. And we see KZNK's forward, and then the psychologist, and then this hiding time was actually really long, and then 4 of you played the late game, all managed to escape the front gate. So yeah, and then now the response.
因为我们这个阵容搭配的话，像心理学者的话，应该是很难会被去追的，所以说我们把
Okay, so in this team, called psychology is usually very not a portable cheese. So overall, that's why we kind of like assigned psychology as the rescuer. That's why the tag turner was given to her. What kind of how did they study the opponent's team, I believe? A lot of details weren't done correctly according to the player. So overall, we still did win, so we're still happy about it. So against playing the Vex artist, I think at Elf in BO3. I believe you were quite nervous, but then during the back, the stunts that you did, it kind of like brought back the match a little bit lah, because it was almost a 4-man detention period. At that point in time, I was actually ready for a 4-man detention period. At the Chinatown dining area. I was just trying to get nearer to the cipher. Because if I just continue chasing, then there might not be any chance. And ultimately getting the tie and everything worked out. And we saw the exciting fort escape by the Survivor team. At the start we did see Antiquarian. Oh, and then Hunters changed targets to Dolisu, the acrobat, I believe. Oh, was it female dancer? Dolisu's female dancer.
Yes. Acrobat, I think.
Acrobat. Oh, the match was just slowly leaning more towards the Survivor side. Sasori's female dancer managed to attract the Hunter's attention and managed to reach to a 4-man detention period on the server side and managing to jump the dungeon. What was the team's reaction? Wow, very well done. At that point in time, I would usually play with them. So knowing their Elf knows their ability very well. At the point in time when we dungeon escape, we were all very very excited. And then ultimately congratulating them and finishing up very beautifully in this second match. And then we see a lot of fans. We see a lot of fans over here on site as well as people watching on live stream. So what are the words for them? Yeah, ultimately just do their best and hopefully win the competition. Asking Dolisu. At the start of the match, he felt that the team actually didn't really perform as well. Hopefully, hopefully during the possibly playoffs they will be able to play better. Thank you for having the two of you on stage and then ending up. Yep, and
thank you, Chocho, for the excellent translation. We're just going to throw it to a quick break. When we return, it's going to be match number 2, so don't go anywhere, folks. We'll be right back.
OK。
使わんでもいいし。
次だよ。これ、今回してんの一件。ごめん死ぬ。いい。
あげさん出ていいよ。
はい。
OK いける。
ナイス。
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 Hi everyone, we're Team Omega from the NAU region, and I am the main hunter for the Team Nico. Our club has been together for about a year now. We participated in the 2022 IVT, where we made it to the semifinals, and we are currently made up of 6 players, me being the hunter, and our 5 survivors are Honor, Agramont, Cloud, PB and Jam, and Clayhome. I would say that we have more of a safe play style. We only aim for what we need to be able to win. But yeah, we're a very safe team, just trying to be as secure and consistent as possible. We just really want to show to all the regions that NAU is strong, is powerful, and we're a much more skilled region than what is perceived, and we just want to make you all proud.
皆さんこんにちは。日本地区から参戦しているフェンネル戦隊のラオリーです。チーム内の役割はサバイバーです。所属戦隊での参戦経歴は、フェンネルは結成から約2年が経ちます。これまでに日本地区の IVC、IJL などへ参加してきました。フェンネルとして COA の出場は初めてになります。所属戦隊メンバーを全員紹介。フェンネル戦隊のメンバーは現在7名で、サバイバーは自分とマエケン、ヨージージー、マカ、ウンピー、ハンターはハシャ、ピピチャーの7人です。サバイバーは少し特殊な編成を使うのが好みで、ハンターは、ハシャも結構特殊なキャラ範囲なんですけど、ピピチャーは結構いろんなハンターを使えて結構幅広く戦えるのが特徴です。今回 COA に参加するにあたり、チームの意気込みは練習してきたことをフルで出して上がれるところまで上がっていきたいなと思います。
And we're back, folks, with more Identity 5 action here at day number 4 here at the group stage of Call of the Abyss. Elio and Potspice at your service, on duty, on the mic for this next match over at Group B, which, Eli, we said that is possibly the hardest group to predict because, again, it's so varied when it comes to the regions. So let's try to introduce the teams because we have about to be on the same stage. It's going to be OM versus FL.
Right, so this is one of those... because of this bracket, we talked about how we kind of you're kind of able to predict a good idea of where the top 3 will be, but we don't exactly know for sure. Obviously, some of these other teams, RD or Omega, I think most people probably predicted them around 4th and 5th, but who knows? Maybe they'll be able to have a nice games here and maybe sneak into that one of those spots there. So this will be a big matchup for OM. Obviously, we saw them have a very difficult match against ZT earlier in this tournament. So today, it's really crucial that they're able to try to get a win here and try to work their way back into this top 3.
Yeah, and we've mentioned before that OM, being the dark horse in this tournament, they're kind of embracing that fact. And again, it's a learning experience for them, being in the midst of high-level teams. Because when it comes to NAEU, it's really just B4U that have been representing. But since OM was able to stun everyone and be able to qualify, I think they're just here to take in the experience and try to level up in the process. And I'm super excited to be seeing how they'll be faring up against FL, because FL is also in need of a win since AXZ kind of won the 2-0. So I could feel the excitement in the air. I could feel the excitement in the chat. Eli, is there any shout-outs you want to give out? Because I do see some familiar faces. I see Blanche is here, Maney's here, William is here. Any names stick out to you?
Let's look through this. Yeah, definitely shout out to Maney. Shout out to Marvelous as well.
There we go.
Shout out to Kehana again. And yeah, shout out to May as well. So
let's
people I've seen
go
from my streams pulling up in the chat. I know for a lot of people, it's especially in America, it's very early in the morning right now. So anyone who's up right now, sticking with us, sticking with the stream, then shout out to you guys. Thank you for being here.
Also, thank you. It means a lot that you're with us. But also, if you guys got to go to bed, do anything, just leave us on in the background or just get some rest. It's totally fine. You can catch the VODs on the YouTube channel or wherever you can find it. It's still going to be up. We're still going to give you guys shout outs, so it's all good. So it just means a whole lot, especially those that aren't in the GMT +8 or +7 region that are staying up. So you guys are the real MVPs, staying with us and keeping the chat very interactive and positive. Giving us different suggestions for Fusion mascots. Dude, I think, you know what? Fusion mascots, it could be dragons. I saw some emote like a dragon. Right? I don't know.
Interesting.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
I don't know. Just a thought. We'll workshop it. But actually, you know what? I'm actually thinking now, the regions that are outside of China, what are their mascots? Like, what's Zeta Division? It's a logo. They don't have a mascot.
Yeah, I don't think a lot of them have mascots. Because I know Zeta Division is it's sort of like it's not just IDV. Zeta Division has...
even Fennel, they have.
Yeah, I was actually at a after commentating. I was at a Valorant.
I saw it.
Yeah. There was Zeta was playing. A Zeta Valorant team was playing. So yeah, there's a lot of
shout outs to Thea. I was like, oh my god, is Eli getting sponsored? Oh my goodness, we're gonna have a Talon Eli if ever. But yeah, that was interesting. But I'm also thinking when it comes to like the Southeast Asia region, like GH, it's a clover. So yes, you can have a clover as a mascot. ZT,
it's like good luck,
numbers.
Right? Four-leaf clover is good luck. Yeah, something like that. 0-2, I don't know. Isn't that like a Discord bot or something?
Really? It's a Discord bot? I didn't know that.
I think it is.
I think they're memeing about like going 0-2 in a tournament. That's why it's always just 0-2. So before they were actually named KFC. So
really,
yeah, they labeled it to that. I don't know if KFC is listening, but you could definitely sponsor 0-2 if you want to put that. So yeah, it's interesting. I don't know when it comes to Fusion. Everything's still up in the air. But wow, we just transitioned towards ourselves. So I thought we were gonna head on over to the matches. There we go.
Here we go. Jump scare. All right, now we're back. We have OM versus FL, as we talked about here. We do have the 5 players for Omega: Agramont, Honor, Agramont, Honor, Cloud, and Sham on the Survivor side, and then Nico, also known as Nickelodeon. Actually, that's what's in the original name.
Nice.
Before it got changed to Nico. And then we have Rari, Pibicha, Maka, Unpi, Maiken. I don't know. Never knew how.
Yeah.
Maiken, and then the other 2 that I unfortunately did not see. But yeah.
I'm super excited for Maka, dude. That dude was doing push-ups, man. 1-arm push-ups gains, man. Like I know you're a gym guy too. I'm pretty sure.
I should do that on stream next time.
Oh yeah, so let's make a prediction, and every time he gets it wrong, Eli has to do a push-up on stream. How's that sound?
Yeah. Anyways, also shout out to Paul in the chat as well. So
what's going on, Paul? Paul Blems is here. Hey, what's going on, Paul? What's going on, Apple? I see IU, Blanche. We see Ty. Yeah, Maney again. Yeah, dude, everyone's here. Everyone is here. What else we got in chat? The Angels here, Sui, Marvel, Luce. Again, also shoutouts also to the casters in the back. I know Veronica and Nell will be taking the stage after us to continue the second half. So do show the same love and support that you're showing us. So I'm super excited to get on with this match and also see the remaining of the matches. Because again, Eli, as you said, we're building these stories. We're building up the group stage and they're panning out to how we're kind of predicting it with these apples. Again, the apple thing is already good, but we're kind of seeing how playoffs is going to be shaping up to be, right?
Right. And yeah, we do have both sides taking the stage over here in Japan. And yeah, you see the OM survivors, of course. Unfortunately, Honor and Cloud still playing for the U.S. were unable to make it overseas. We do have Jam and Agramont over on the main stage there, getting ready to compete against the FL Hunter. FL, of course, does have 2 Hunters. We have PB Cha and I think Hasha, right, is the other one. So we'll see which one they opt to lead with. I'm not sure. Can't quite tell. They're looking down at there. That looks like Hasha, I believe. So I think we'll, if I'm not mistaken, that should be Hasha on the other side.
Someone's birthday in the chat, so happy birthday, Ace. Let's spam some cake emojis just for him to be celebrating his birthday here in the group stage with an intense match before our screen. Again, I would have to say, yeah, OM, the underdogs coming into this, because FL being a very known and game team. So we're going to introduce the survivors. First, we got Honor here. We do see that he does have a Gravekeeper. He does have an Antiquarian. He's relegated to actually just being like more just the rescuer role. Again, didn't have the best outing in the previous game, so hopefully they can try to bounce back from this since they've only seen NAEU competition. For sure, they have to level up on this one, because I'm pretty sure FL won't be pulling back any punches. Antiquarian, Barmaid, Magician, you name it, Honor has relegated in some of those roles. But now let's move on over to Cloud.
Yeah, Cloud, another survivor from Omega on the NAE region. We do have Psychologist and Entomologist. Cloud is actually used to be a rescuer player back when he played on some other teams in NAU, but after joining Omega, he has shifted over to a little bit more of a kiter type of role. And of course, we have Jam here as well. We saw Antiquarian in the early rounds from Omega. I think it was in day number 2. We haven't been rescuer, but he has been shifting over to more kiters, and Honor has been on the rescuer side.
Yeah, he had a pretty decent kite, a good kite with his Antiquarian. And then I think Honor came in for that rescue, and then the Bon Barrage was just a little too much for them over at, when they faced against Meow Pai of ZT. So hopefully Jam will see more of his kiting abilities, since, yeah, he's been relegated more to the kiter / support OB role. Can't wait to see how he's going to perform. And we're going to wrap things up here with the final survivor that will be going in with Agramont. Definitely one of the supporter roles he's being featured in here with the Entomologist, but he's also, yeah, actually, those are the 2 roles that I have him pegged down here, just Entomologist and Priestess when it came to the NAU qualifiers.
Right, so Agramont, yeah, the 4th and final survivor for Omega here, and we will see Agramont has been, always been, never really been a rescue character, always kind of stuck to these Entomologist and Priestess type of characters. So I think that we'll continue to see him kind of stick to that throughout the majority of this event. There's the overall Omega team. We have Honor, I guess, flexing the custom-built PC in the top left corner here.
The RGBs, man, the RGBs. Yeah, I think that's where the webcam's at. Also, he got an Attack on Titan poster, by the way. Sasageo is at the back. So any anime fans out there. But now let's move on over to Hasha of FL. Like you mentioned, there are going to be 2 hunters going to come in. PP Cha usually the late round hunter.
Yep.
Hasha coming in as just the main clerk, BQ, as the point hunter. And the best thing you can ask for the point hunter is like just get a tie, or at most, yeah, just get the 5-point game. But still, Hasha being very stable with at least an average of 2 survivor kill game.
Yeah, so Hasha, again, we talk about this with a lot of the Japanese teams where they lead with a, they have 1 hunter to lead in the first round, and then they have their late round hunter to play the second and third. Sort of like, for those of you who ever played baseball, it's sort of like you have your starting pitcher, and then you have your relievers come in and relief pitchers to finish out the game. So
so this is going to be a little off topic, but okay, so we're going to go to Moonlit River Park from, I'm picking Moonlit River Park. This is interesting. We barely see this map come out, so yeah, I'm actually quite interested to see how they're gonna play this one out. Since they picked it, they're definitely gonna try to give Nico an advantage there. Sorry, just quick baseball terms. What's a bulk in baseball?
A balk.
It's a balk. Okay, what's a balk?
A balk is when you have a runner on base, or runners on base, and you. It's hard to explain a balk, but it's when you kind of make like an illegal move as a pitcher,
you flinch,
where you
right, or something?
Yeah, you flinch, or you throw, or you quick pitch the or you don't like come set or give them time to get ready or something. And if you do that, it's an illegal move. And what happens is all the runners get to move up one base that are already on base. They get to move up an extra base.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I was watching a game and the umpire called it was a what's it called? A balk or a balk. It's a balk. And then like the crowd was going wild because that was the winning touch. I was gonna say touchdown. That was the winning run. And I was like, oh shoot. And then everyone is like, wait, he flinched. I was like, dang. So you're like,
so like if
steal.
So I imagine the runner was at like on third base, right? He gets to go home. Yeah.
So that's fine. Yeah. In baseball terms, again, Japan really loving baseball too. So hopefully, like next year, we'll be able to share that same kind of correlation with that. So you were saying like if they have those point hunters like in baseball to have the first round pitchers, if you would, in baseball, like is that the analogy you're trying to aim at here?
Yeah, like because you have a starting pitchers and then you have like the relief pitchers that come in and finish the game. So it's sort of like this: you have your starting hunter and then you have your relief hunter that comes in. And the relief pitchers, their job is when you have a lead, you come in and you kind of hold the lead up until the end, like the closing pitcher almost. There's like a closer. There's a name. Is what you call the pitcher that pitches the last inning, and the closer tries to hold the lead, basically.
What do you think has the more pressure, the starting pitcher or the closing pitcher, or like in an IDV standpoint, it really depends on how well if you have a lead in the early round or how well your team's doing. If you're winning by a lot going into the second round, then obviously the pressure is a lot less. Similar to baseball, if you have a huge lead, then there's not a lot of pressure to finish out the game. But if you're going into the last inning of a baseball game and you're only winning by one run, right? It's sort of like this: you're only winning by one survivor escape, and you have to get a certain amount of kills. Then the pressure's on, right? So it really just depends on that sort of situation. I feel like the starter has a little bit less pressure because you're not necessarily losing or winning, but you definitely want to be able to set the right tone for how the match will play out. True. And speaking of that, I think PP Cha has been in that position where he had to win games come game 2, game 3 for his team, and let's see if Hasha is going to be able to relieve that sort of pressure. And it's a tough responsibility to have, but I think PP Cha is more than game since he is one of the most traveled Identity 5 hunters. He's seen other circuits aside from just in Japan. He's participated in various tournaments around the world, and he definitely has a lot more hunters to bolster. I mean, Hasha is still good in his own right, but I think, they're definitely playing to his strengths, and who knows, maybe in the future they'll have him come in the clutch rounds, but as of now, he will be doing the hunting. In game number 1, in the previous game, he did do a Dream Witch, so I wonder if he's going to bring out Clerk now.
Now, something I want to bring up is the Moonlit River Park.
Yeah, let's talk about that.
Really makes no sense for Nico's hunters at all. So Nico plays Dream Witch Clerk as his first 2-round hunters, but Moonlit is terrible for Clerk, and it's very weak for Dream Witch. So the only sort of logical strategy that I could think of here is that Nico's going to play Wax Artist, and they're trying to make Hasha play Dream Witch on a bad Dream Witch map. That's really the only sort of strategy I can think of here, because we did see in the test server scrims, we saw Nico play Wax Artist against I can't remember which team it was. I believe it was one of the mainland China teams. I think it was Doga maybe, and we saw him test out Wax Artist there. So the only way that Moonlit makes sense for Nico under any circumstances is that he's playing it for Wax Artist. Because, again, Moonlit Dream Witch is not that strong, and then Moonlit Clerk is terrible. So I think that this has to be Nico trying to play Wax Artist, and you're trying to force Hasha onto a weak Dream Witch map.
Yeah, now that you mention it, his main hunters don't necessarily benefit from Moonlit, but he might surprise us, or the survivors might benefit from Moonlit. But if you think about it, in the flip side, let's see Hasha's hunters, right? You said you saw Clerk, you saw BQ, you saw Dream Witch. Right. Do they think that they're probably trying to counter Hasha coming in, or is it more for their benefit?
I think it has to be to counter Hasha because, you're not... This is something that OM keeps doing, which surprises me a little bit, and I'm still struggling to understand, but OM constantly does this sort of idea where they pick a map that's going to be better for survivors than Hunter. So they pick maps like Sacred, they pick maps like Leo's. In this case, they pick a map like Moonlit, which is going to be weak for Hasha and better for the survivors going against Hasha. And then they sort of put their hunter in a position where they have a lot of pressure because they're playing on maps that aren't necessarily good for their hunter, like Sacred, Leo's, or Moonlit, right? So it's sort of like... So I never really understood this because Nico has always been quite strong, but you put so much pressure on him, especially because he's newer to the big stage like this. Putting this much pressure on him has as you saw in the first round against CT, it didn't really work out, right?
Mhm.
So I think that OM's strategy should be that they pick a map that's better for Nico rather than for the survivors, and let Nico try to play to his best advantage, right? But yeah, they stick to the same strategy they did against CT. Unfortunately, it didn't work out the first time, but they're going to stick with it here and go for another map that's more ideal for survivors rather than their hunter.
Yeah, now that you bring that up, right, you want to be able to bring your hunter to a level of ease come their turn. And since they're hunting alone, the best you could do is probably support and just work with whatever you can with that map. That's why you see maps that can benefit both hunters more than survivors. Yes, there are those maps that can, like with toy merchant setups and whatnot, but yeah, just stressing out your hunter is not necessarily the best. However, we're going to see the picks and bans come along. Seer gets banned to start off, so Hasha getting rid of that very pesky owl, but this allows a Jam to pick up the Antiquarian, and they're going to obviously pick the Acrobat to come in with. No Rescuers on deck just yet. Mercenary gets banned as well as the Priestess, so limited options here for OM to pick up the Toy Merchant.
Yeah, so it looks like we're going to see them not go into Mercenary, so I think he's going to ban Grave Blast. I don't want him to go Officer. I would love to see OM go Wildling. Hasha is almost certainly going to be playing Dreamwitch here, based off of this sort of team code. He could also go Bloody Queen. So I think that Wildling would actually be a safer rescuer against a Dreamwitch than a Officer. And they do go Wildling, so that's a good call from OM here. I actually quite like this. Because again, Officer against Dreamwitch is not very strong. If you get Patrollered from a distance, you can still get Patrollered while you're in your watch, and you can still get double hit. And sometimes you're not able to make that rescue within the 5 seconds after getting hit because you're cut off from so far. So they're going anti-Dreamwitch here. They're going anti-Clerk. The only problem is they do run the risk of falling into the trap of Bloody Queen, so you have to be careful of that as well.
Yeah, Wildling on a big map like this, again, I do have friends that main Wildling, surprisingly. So they love big spaces here just so that they can get that push going on. And Moonlight River Park, the transitions are very good. So this allows Honor to be able to use Wildling. So the timing of it has to be on point. And Hasha is going to go straight into it with the Dreamwitch. Again, yeah, he does have a Bloody Queen to use, but this is one time to be a point hunter to bring out that Dreamwitch. Gonna play into it. I think OM might have this might be ready for this, or they have a strategy in mind coming into this match, since considering how the picks and bans went. They have mobility with the Acrobat and the Toy Merchant. They have some stuns on both the Wildling and the Antiquarian, so this is gonna be an intense one, Eli.
For sure. And they do have an anti-Dreamwitch comp, so this is exactly what OM was trying to build. They're trying to play anti-Dreamwitch. They were able to achieve that. Hasha has not really... first off, Wildling... Okay, so basically the idea here is that Acrobat spawns 4-stop because Acrobat has a very strong kite in the 4-stop area. You can loop that 4-stop platform quite easily. You have 2-story Antiquarian, which is very good. A very good kiting area in the 2-story. And then... Merchant can get on Catapult and sort of like fly over to either 2-story or fly over to the Wildling or something like that. I would have liked to see Merchant spawn 1st-stop and Wildling bridge, because if you go for the Merchant 1st-stop, you can take coaster to 2nd-stop, then you can fly up the platform, go to 2-story, loop back around, and then go back to the coaster. Or you can just get on a catapult on top of the 2nd-stop platform, and since you're so high off the ground, you fly so far away. So Merchant 1st-stop is very strong, or even 2-story would have been good. So I'm actually curious why they put Wildling there, but we'll have to see ultimately how this plays out. I would hope that we have triple flywheel and tide turnaround Wildling, and it looks like that is going to be the case here.
Ooh, let's go Wildling flywheel meta. I mean, that surprised us yesterday, but now we're going to see it by OM. Cloud being the first one to be chased here. Acrobat definitely has a lot of chase potential here, but he's actually, I thought he was going to run straight into his leech follower. It's going to be a little tough for him to set up a jump spot since he did get cut off here. So Cloud has to be very careful and try to bait out a leech hit just so that it'll buy enough time for his companions to go for some decoding.
Yeah, nice positioning from Cloud here. He is rotating away so he does not get trapped. You do want to try to utilize that 4-stop area, though. It looks like we do have a catapult now set up for Agramont. The big question is now, how where's the decoding? We see 50% on one side, but 2 survivors haven't even started decoding yet. So this has kind of been a constant issue with Omega, is their Cypher Rush has been so slow. Cloud needs to be careful not to get turret shocked here. Does Flywheel? Oh, but he does eat the hit there. He is able to get the jump off, but that missed Flywheel, unfortunately, actually a misstep from Cloud, because you want to save your Flywheel. And taking leech hit is perfectly fine.
Yeah, he could have baited out the leech hit and be able to use the flywheel, but we do see some support from Jam to be able to allow the Acrobat to head on over here to Story, but the blink is going to get popped. And again, like, we're reaching the 1 minute 30-second mark of the game. It's the Cypher Rush isn't as fast as we want it. Maybe we're just used to the GR and Zeta type of Cypher Rush, but now Hasha in a pretty decent spot here. He's able to disrupt the Cypher. Antiquarian is here to possibly give that support, and now no one is there's actually 2 people not pushing objectives as we speak.
Yeah, I get the idea of spawning Merchant at the the Cypher Rush is for OM is just so far behind. This, again, a constant issue with them is their Cypher Rush has been unfortunately a bit lackluster, and we see no one's decoding. I mean, I don't understand. They starting a 4 Cypher now, but it's so far behind here, and this rescue is going to be after half as well, Podge.
Ooh, so the timing is definitely not in their favor. Honor is going to have to eat these 2 hits. Eating another one, at least he has tied for him to be able to move on along, but this is going to be a double down situation. Eli Wildling gets another hit. Cloud still has a leech on him, and Cyphers, again, not looking too good on their side. They don't have a main decoder, and the pressure is definitely on, and Hasha is applying a lot more.
Yeah, unfortunately for OM, this is a really good position for Hasha. Double down in Wildling, which means they're going to get a free share onto the Wildling. Cloud does have some distance here. Now the question is, the coaster here? The coaster's not here? Okay. I think they maybe set up coaster at second stop, but Cloud didn't go second stop. He went first stop, so unfortunately a miscommunication from OM there. This is going to put Cloud in a bit of a weak position. Goes for that bomb there, goes for the blink there. Does Cloud predict it? No, he is going to go down to the leech. He does die to leech, which is nice, but the problem is now there's going to be double chair. Wildling on chair, Acrobat on chair, which forces both survivors to go for a rescue, which means both decoding is going to get slowed down and potential extra injuries for the survivors of OM.
I mean, Hasha is in an excellent position. As a point hunter, this is what you want from your team. Acrobat, since he was safe past the halfway mark, he is out of the game. And now he's got to focus on just trying to down this Wildling, or even just focus on the Antiquarian. Jam getting a hit in, but times the flywheel just a little too late. Antiquarian gets a hit. Wildling on the board can eat more hits here, while he does have a little bit, he does have that anti-curse to try and be able to get rid of his leech, but he's going to get off his board if ever he's going to do that. And now it seems like Hasha is focusing on to Jam to try and down him.
Yeah, the problem is, again, if you look at the decoding progress, they're just so far behind in ciphers. I mean, they have about 50% cipher on 3 of them, but then they still need a 4th one. We're going to see him go for the Antiquarian here. Jam has the stun. He's able to dodge this, gets the stun there. He has another stun available with the next... Oh, but he doesn't use it. He does not. He's not able to stun the next follower here, and he is going to go down. And now, yeah, this is looking like a 4 elimination position. And again, it's one of those situations where... the map, picking the map for this is also going to put a lot of pressure on Nico, because it's also a map that's not good for him as well. Still 4 Cypher machines remaining. Hasha with a very, very incredible position thus far.
I mean, I feel like Hasha was just playing to his strengths, right? He was just trying to go in the same frantic pace. I think it was really just catching the survivors off guard and not and really capitalizing on them trying to go for these supports. Agramon is going to go for this rescue. Again, there's no tide. Antiquarian still has some stuns. Toy Merchant has no leech. Goes for a blink, but just to close out the distance, and Jam able to get the disarm here. So this is actually kind of good. Sandwich situation is going to be inevitable. 4 ciphers still remaining. So now Jam does fall to a main body hit. So still continues on. The pressure is Hasha. And now this is going to be tough because IDV maths, guys. We have 4 ciphers remaining and 2 survivors that are injured. 1 Antiquarian that is on a rocket chair. So definitely a war of attrition here, and the Dream Witch is on top.
Yeah, we're going to see the Toy Merchant does go down. Doesn't even flywheel that swing. So Merchant's going to go down here as well, unfortunately. And now it's just a matter of time. Just needs to find out this Wildling, down the Wildling, and this will be a 5-0 game for Hasha. And what an impressive display of Dream Witch. Dungeon still has not even been revealed yet. That's how you know, controlling he's been in this match.
Yeah, and he's just able to capitalize on the overextensions that we are seeing. And now he's just going to focus on, well, I don't know if he's going to chair the Toy Merchant because Wildling doesn't have a leech on it. Maybe he's just, yeah, he's just going to pick him up and move him towards a better spot. Wildling, yeah, he's just going to chair right away and just go after the Wildling since the main body is already here in honor. Just kind of delaying the inevitable, but we just got to give our flowers to Hasha because what an amazing game he played. He went after the Acrobat. And the Acrobat, again, it's it can, oh wow, now it just uses the switches to Patroller. And note that, yeah, he went to Blink Dream Witch, so just the hashtag DM family, DMing family.
Yeah.
So
yeah, he can just share the merchant because Dungeon's not even open yet, so there's no risk of the Wildling actually.
Oh right, yeah.
So yeah, so that is going to be a 4 elimination at 4 ciphers remaining on a weak Dream Witch map. What an impressive display of gameplay from Hasha, just absolute dominance here, and that is going to be a 5-0 lead in favor of FL. So yeah, again, we talked about how Omega really needs to sort of come back and win this game if they want a chance in this group, but unfortunately that's not exactly the start they were looking for. And again, it kind of brings up the question of you know, we see Omega constantly picking a map that's favored for their survivors and not so good for their hunter, so their survivors could potentially have an advantage, but it's just every single time it's sort of just fallen out of favor for them, right? So
yeah,
I feel like it would be better for them to just pick a map that's going to be good for their hunter and like give their hunter the best chance to work with. But now, unfortunately, a 5-0 after an impressive performance from Hasha, and now Nico's forced to get a 5-0 back on a map that's weak for the type of hunter pool that he has.
Yeah, and let's try to set up the stage here because I see that chat is getting concerned and they see that. You have to realize that this is the dark horse, right? This is one team that is not part of any league that's going up against a team that has a league. And OM being the newest to the scene, yeah, they're basically learning on the job. So again, there is a skill difference, and I think the best that they could do is kind of learn from the situation, learn from this experience, and try to give it their best. And I agree when it comes to the map selection, it didn't work in their favor. And you can clearly see that Hasha was just comfortable with that pace because I'm sure Hasha was just so used to being cipher rushed. So this must have been kind of new for him to be able to defend and get a score like a 5-point game because Dream Witches are kind of relegated towards that tie. So again, it's going to be a tough ask for Nico here. For him to be able to get at least a tie, that's definitely a good thing, a good scenario here because FL survivors are more than game to go above and beyond that tie.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, unfortunately for OM here, just another uphill battle here, and who knows? Maybe Nico will be able to pull something out. Maybe he has some secret weapon hunter that we don't know about as well. That's definitely a possibility. So yeah, we're gonna have to find out. Because again, I still struggle to understand the Moonlit pick. It's just there has to be like some sort of strategy that they have available here.
It could play out now. If it happens, it needs to come out now, especially on Nico's hunter that he's going to be bringing out. But I mean, just considering the pressure that's on Nico's side, sitting across the stage is an IJL. I mean, top survivor team here on Fennel. Again, right. Fennel is a team that has been sponsoring other players outside of even the game Identity 5. So it's a powerhouse name, and so I think Nico definitely has a tall order for him. So if you guys in chat want to give your energy out now to Nico, please do, because he needs it now more than ever coming into this match as they get ready on stage.
Definitely. And yeah, I mean, you can see the FL survivors definitely having a lot of confidence going into this. When your hunter's able to start with a 5-0 victory, it gives the other faction a very big confidence boost, a lot less pressure to work with, because on a big stage, on a big COA stage like this, there's always a lot of stress, always a lot of pressure. So being able to have that sort of lead here, it relieves so much pressure from the other faction for sure.
I really think at this point Nico has nothing to lose, right? Because this is a league team you're going up against, and you coming into this one, if you're able to get a tie, I feel like that's already a victory in its own right. So like you said, I think he just needs to let the pressure kind of dissipate and just trying to focus in on just getting the job done and trying to focus on how the strategy is. And we're gonna find out why they picked Moonlit, and at this point we can only speculate what Nico can bring to the table to counter this, because Eli, in your humble opinion, what hunters thrive in this map?
Honestly, on a map like Blue River Park, you have a few options. Wax Artist, Geisha are both very good. Very big open maps allow both those hunters to have a lot of good chase potential. Those are probably the two best. So I would say probably something like that. As far as we know, Nico doesn't really have Geisha. And then Wax Artist, he's sort of picked up, but is a little bit newer too. Naiad is also not bad here. But Nico doesn't really play Naiad. So I think that most likely we'll probably just see Wax Artist or Dream Witch. I guess maybe he's going to try to play Dream Witch. Moonlit Dream Witch isn't too strong, but we saw Hashra play it very well in the first round, so I guess it's still a possibility.
So we're locked into UGG here, an MVP when it comes to Antiquarian coming into the qualifiers. But yeah, considering those hunters that you did mention, we could definitely note that FL has they had their fair share of being able to counter them. Now we're going to move on to Rauri. Rauri, Toy Merchant, rest assured that he might bring it out if he allows it. Also has a Dancer. Those are the main two he has brought out. And also a Priestess. So, again, very strong survivors in this meta and also at Moonlit River Park.
Yeah, for sure. And Merchant as well is just it's just any map that has two-story areas. It's just so strong. You have both platforms at second and third stop, and you have the two-story. So you actually have 3 spots where Merchant has that two-story sort of elevation to work with as well. So I think that we'll probably see that come out. We saw that in the first round with Omega. Again, the spawn with the catapult was sort of I'm struggling to understand a little bit why Merchant's spawning at the bridge. I would have liked to see Wildling there, because again, if Wildling spawns bridge, your only chase is Acrobat, which is fine, but it's like, Acrobat can kite 4-stop, which is a good kiting area. I'm actually surprised Acrobat left the 4-stop that early as well. And then also, if Merchant spawns first stop and gets chased, you can take Coaster to the second stop. Then you can get on set up a catapult and jump on and literally fly anywhere on the map because you're so high off the ground. And then Wildling at bridge as well is unchaseable, and bridge is not a great kiting area. So I would have liked to see that from the survivors, but unfortunately they weren't able to do that there. And it looks like we do have Maka as well, a mechanic and psychologist here.
Yeah, we saw Maiken first, and now Maka. Maka being one of the survivors that can come into the late game. Maiken being like first officer and Merc main, while here we see a mechanic and psychologist. So as you were saying, like that strategy, who knows? They can bring out the Acrobat, they can bring out as well the Toy Merchant coming into this. So FL might kind of use that strategy coming into this one if Nico doesn't ban accordingly and allows like that Toy Merchant, Acrobat, or even Wildling setup to possibly happen. Because looking at my stats for FL, they have brought out those characters in the past, and rest assured they might bring it out if Nico doesn't ban accordingly.
Yeah, absolutely. So here we go. We see Nico on the hunter side. Listed as, again, Clerk and Dream Witch. Not very strong on Moonlit, unfortunately, but I would expect he has some other hunter like a Wax Artist to bring out here. That's got to be the case, I think. And then maybe, but again, Wax Artist has less win potential than Dream Witch. So now that you're down so many points, you may actually be forced to play Dream Witch on this weak Dream Witch map. So that might also be the case here. But we'll have to see what Nico ultimately goes with. I think Moonlit is a good map for FL as well, for Survivor side at least, because again, they're playing against something like Dream Witch, which is nice for them on Moonlit, and then they also have options to play Toy Merchant, which has been very had a very big effect on the Japanese meta.
Yeah, I'm excited to see some Toy Merchant plays come out, if ever it's gonna be that way. But I just show some love in chat for I've been seeing like Best Boy Nico, a lot of yellow hearts for Nico. Yeah, he definitely needs it now more than ever, because he's being as stoic as ever. I'm pretty sure he's got nerves. Yeah, he's probably shaking in his boots as we speak, because the intimidation must be playing a factor, since he's playing on, I would say, home territory for FL. So can you imagine like the crowd just being there? He's gonna have to flush that out, and he's gonna have to really focus in as we head towards the picks and bans.
Absolutely. And here we go. It looks like we are gonna have Priestess as the first ban from him here. And from the Survivor side, we're gonna see Mercenary and Toy Merchant here as well. And yeah, we'll see what the merchant right away. I think is quite nice here. For those of you who don't know, Nico is actually from this. Actually, we're from the same. We actually live kind of close to each other.
In
So
Thailand?
we're both. No. Back in the U.S. So we're sort of. I've never actually met him in person, but maybe eventually we'll hang out sometime. But anyways, he's a Cali boy. So we'll see. It looks like we have psychologist as well here. And yeah, they're just gonna be prepared to play against Dreamwitch and Little Girl, huh? So we actually haven't seen this character used quite as much. Actually, for a while.
This
but
is the first Little Girl we're seeing in
we
this
haven't seen it in
tournament.
a while. So
wow. Okay.
Yeah. So we'll see exactly how this works.
Yeah, if you guys aren't familiar with Little Girl, again, she has those pages to just establish those distances. So hunters are gonna have a hard time like closing it out. They're gonna have to be able to bait out those pages. She can also teleport and kind of siphon or be connected towards other survivors, give them speed boost. The best Little Girls can actually tank hits if ever. So Little Girl Mercenary for a time was actually a crazy meta that they had because it's just hard to down the Mercenary if that's the case. So I'm excited to see what FL can bring to the table. They're definitely experimenting here with that Toy Merchant kicker. OM is definitely going to have to, kick it into his highest gear coming into this match, folks.
Absolutely. And yeah, we're going to see what Hunter opts to go with. I guess, like, again, it's got to be Waxers or Dreamwitch. I don't see... I mean, Dreamwitch here, again, not very strong, but you have to go for a 4-kill. So I think that maybe it's sort of just a do-or-die option for him right now. Waxers is actually pretty good against this comp. Psychologist is a pretty easy chase for a Wax. Little Girl is not bad as well. So we might see him go with that. Yeah, there we go. So I guess he is going to pull that out. This has to be the strategies. You go Moonlit, you get Moonlit Wax Starters try to put Hush on a bad map. Unfortunately, that part didn't work out. But now Nico is at least having a good map for Wax here.
Yeah, and in my notes, like you mentioned, he has not used this in tournament. So this could be the first outing of his Wax Artist in let alone a high level. So man, the pressure this guy must be facing right now. Bringing out a character he hasn't brought out in qualifiers and hasn't brought out in the previous outing, and he's going to use it up against FL. So it's definitely a big stakes for him at this point. Again, OM, nothing to lose here coming into this match, just all the experience to gain. So that's probably the mindset that Nico has to have. Hopefully you guys can support them and support FL as well, because they are the favorite to win this this matchup up against OM. I think OM at this point just needs to try and negate the victory for too long. So now we're gonna see the spawn points.
Yeah, it looks like we are gonna see, and we do see the rescuer over at the bridge area. This is what we talked about before, Potch, where you have that rescuer spawn at the bridge because it is a very weak kiting area, and you also spawn them towards the center of the map, and you're not going to chase the rescuer. So this is what we would have liked to see with the Wildling in the last game with OM, but we are going to see it here with FL, Mike, and of course spawning at the bridge as Mercenary. We see Merchant over at second stop. This is also okay for Merchant to spawn at second stop because you can, of course, set up a catapult there.
Yes.
And if a survivor does opt to kite there, you can take that catapult and make a lot of distance there too.
Yeah, and UGG spawning right next to the Hunter, so that might actually be the one to chase. But then again, UGG has in the past been MVP with kiting and harassing. And him on this Little Girl, I have to say, it's definitely a welcome pick because we do not see that much of this character, the survivor, in this tournament. So it seems like he's going to go straight for the tent and where Little Girl has spawned at.
All right, so we might see her actually just teleport away first. Yeah, she's going to immediately just teleport away. So there is no viable chase target. And then now Nico's sort of stuck because now this is why you spawn the rescuer at bridge, because now he's forced to rotate really far away. He does not have Little Girl as a chase target anymore, and he cannot chase Mercenary. So now the rotation begins for FL, and this is going to be quite strong for them. Let's see if he goes goes upstairs. Oh, he doesn't.
Ooh.
I would have liked him to go upstairs. There's no survivor there, but I would have liked him to go upstairs. They probably hit the stop sign, the merchant, and she probably set up a catapult. So if you go upstairs and hit and break the catapult, does he see the survivor hiding here? Oh, he does find the survivor hiding here. Immediately goes for that page there, yeah, but does pick up Wax in the process. He's already getting a lot of Wax onto the Little Girl hill. She's going to go for the goes for the swing and does get it down the slide there in time, and is going to be able to make some distance. Nico really needs to try to hit this Wax here. He's missing a lot of the Wax, unfortunately, and Yeah, not quite.
Another page getting dropped here, just establishing more distance. Note that the little girl does not have broken windows. She did bring Tide Turner, able to eat that hit, and Maiken is going to try to provide a little bit of support here since he was able to tether to the mercenary here. So now Nico seems to be on top here, but yeah, again, just getting baited to go up and just wasting a little more time for this mercenary to kind of be tethered to this little girl.
Yeah, and we are going to see he does take the coaster here. He's gonna actually teleport closer, but he's still attached to. She's still attached to mercenary. So,
but
gets the terror shock. He able to get to the coaster in time. So unfortunate misstep from the survivors here. And that's a that's a really big play. Now you can chase Little Girl for free, and mercenary will go down. Does swing at this pallet unfortunately, but yeah. So Nico is actually potentially worked out of this position.
Yeah, this is actually a good position to be at, but he's first got to down that little girl. Little girl has the catapult to use, and now this is going to pull a lot of distance since she did get through to the middle part here, just buying enough time. Gets the page also, a little bit of stun happening. Mercenary has fallen down, so they could choose to go for that heal, and UGG is doing an amazing job just containing this hunter. Again, that was a great terror shock that built up some presence. However, he still has yet to down someone, and now he's able to get the hit, but unfortunately the toy merchant was able to block that hit.
Yeah, and they do have psychologist as well, so psychologist can actually just heal. Did he get the wax on the window and the pallet? Let's see. It looks like he did, so that is a very nice play here from Nico. We're gonna see a page as well. And the catapult is pulled down. No, she's going to take coaster instead. So this also works here. But can Nico actually make it to the other side? This coaster takes a long time to get to fourth stop. She's going to make it there in time. But yeah, unfortunately, it looks like Little Girl not really long for this world right now. Nico is able to get the down here onto the Little Girl. But total cipher progress here. It looks like 3 ciphers. If you add up all that cipher progress, 3 ciphers will be completed here. A little bit more than 3. So survivors actually have a winning position now.
Yeah, and considering, wow, in that time, Mercenary was already healed up. Again, the Terror Shock was the pivotal moment in that exchange, in that scramble. But the survivors are able to kind of bounce back here. And now Maiken is ready for the save, feeding that Tinnitus. He still has some elbow pads to use. Nico knows that the Mercenary or someone is here, so he's trying to bait him to just expose himself. And now we see he's able to get the rescue on without just eating the hit, and now forcing attack recovery for this little girl to move on over.
Trying to get a double hit on the mercenary there, wasn't able to do so. And now he's just gonna continue after the little girl right now. He did miss the wax bomb on the window, unfortunately, so she will have this window to work with, and is going to go ahead and utilize that here. And the last cipher machine already 30% of the way done, so the survivors definitely on track to potentially win this. Can Mercenary pick up the little girl? We're going to see a page to get her some distance, and Mercenary does pick her up here.
Wow.
And an elbow pad away, and now Nico's going to be forced to teleport away to the last cipher machine. The key right now for Nico is, can he get an instant kill on the psychologist? He needs to get an instant freeze and an instant down if he wants a chance here. He also needs to bait out the flywheel first too.
Yeah, and considering that the psychologist does not have any more heals up, again, just a little deja vu here coming in. We did see that little girl pull off that same type of route. He's going to try to wax bomb him, but again, he's just going to go towards this pallet. He's not going to be dropping it down, and now he's going to do the hot wax trick. Unfortunately, there, the speed boost is able to move her away, and the kite continues, Eli, while the final cipher is being pushed at 40%.
Yeah, they've already started another one, so unfortunately, it might be a little bit too late here for Nico. And we do see him go to the pallet, goes to the flywheel, does get the flywheel. Beautiful flywheel from the psychologist here. Is going to stay alive even longer now. And yeah, just really a matter of time. Psychologist will go down to this wax in a second, does get that wax in the first, so we will be able to get the chair here. But teleport's still on cooldown, and the last cipher machine is now primed. So FL is looking like they're going to have at least a 3 survivor escape from this one.
Yeah, it seems like they're just going to wait for the end game pop to happen. I think Little Girl, since she does have Tide Turner, will be going for this rescue. We're at 98% in the final cipher, and Nico just broke a bit of pallets, but now we see that the Mercenary is actually here, eats the hit, and now they can actually go for that pop. Mercenary will be falling down. Again, delay damage is going to give him room to move on away to have this end game kite for Maka. While Maka is playing around the structures here, he's going to have to go for that hot wax trick again. He's going to try to go for it.
Oh, and
he does
able
put
to
the
time
time
it
in.
down. Yeah, beautiful instant down there. That's why Wax Stars can be so strong in that end game. You can instantly get that down there. And let's see, will he teleport right now? Psychologist, he needs to teleport. He has 70% on the game. He needs to teleport right now before that gate gets open. Is he going to go for it here? And no, he doesn't teleport here. And that means... Yeah, I know. I see the... Yeah, I don't think... Would they have made the rescue, though? No, that's the mercenary 2-star with no elbow pad. So even if he teleports, they would not have made that rescue in time.
Thing is, he's healing up with the syringe that he's just gotten. So I think they're just gonna wait for the psychologist to expire, and then there's dungeon here, or just bait out the teleport to happen. He knows that someone is feeding him tinnitus, so he's gonna try to block out the window here. So the best thing he could do, probably is just to wait this one out. But at this point, they can focus on getting themselves that 3-person escape. So even just a tie, that's still good in their book. But I think they definitely want to get more points. We saw that the little girl is out of here. Maiken is just gonna try and make a mad dash for the exit. He's
beautiful bait. Beautiful bait from the mercenary. He made it look like he had half health there, but he actually had a syringe. If Nico actually waited and got for the instant hot wax, he could have instant hot waxed him and then hit him down with the tension and actually prevented that dungeon play. But beautiful job from the mercenary, baiting him in to hit him, gets the, he's able to get the heal right before the hit registered, and they are able to get a 3-survivor escape. Nico at least gets 1 kill, so it's not, it's not going to be a 10-0 for this round, but a beautiful start here for FL, going up 8-1 in this match.
I mean, it just shows that their IQ and the way they played that, they really were, I would say, they knew how to go about the situation. They played that to a T. The mercenary little girl strategy was just so good. Even though Nico was able to down the little girl and get a good terror shock out of the mercenary, the way that they were able to kind of counter that and still be able to finish this game in under 7 minutes was still very impressive. So again, it's more of just how the experience is definitely showing that FL is one of the top teams in Japan in the Japan League, while OM I would say is still kind of learning on the job and still finding their footing and learning from this big experience that they're facing these huge juggernaut of teams.
Yeah, so unfortunately this is another uphill battle for them. 8-1 again is not really, I mean, you can still come back for it, but it's not, definitely not the ideal first round situation. So definitely a lot of pressure for them to work out of this one at a 7-point deficit. But at least Nico was able to get 1 kill. Again, it goes back to the same sort of situation where picking Moonlit River Park is so risky because it's so, I mean, while you may try to force your opponent's hunter onto a weaker map, Nico has been so far throughout qualifiers and throughout this this event so far, Nico has been more consistent than the OM survivors. So the hunter side for OM has been more consistent. So I feel like it's better to sort of capitalize on that and try to boost that side to the best of your ability and just rely on that more than anything. We've seen teams like teams like B4U do that. Dou will often do that with Dongshuan, and it works out for them, right? We've seen them be B4U's been very successful in NAU, and they almost were able to win against a China team earlier in this event. And then Dou, being one of the best teams in the world, are able to do that too. So I feel like that is try to boost that hunter side as much as possible would be OM's ideal strategy. But they keep taking this, they keep trying to take this different route where they go with a map that's better for survivors and actually weak for their hunter. And unfortunately, it hasn't quite worked out for them. So we'll see if they opt to switch it up in the later rounds.
Yeah, so with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, let's check out the highlights as we move on over to round number 2.
あー、飛べる飛べる。大丈夫。始発飛んだ。乗っていいよ。乗ってない乗ってない。最悪瞬間最悪瞬間。これおもちゃ乗る。オッケー。いいよこれ。笛吹いてほしい。オッケー。ナイス。いたかにしてほしい。いいから最悪見せよ。危ね。どうする？出る？出ていい？熱い熱い熱い。出る出る出る出る。いけるいけるいけるいける。おーよかった。
And there you have it, folks. More of the fan art coming in. One for Fennel. Congratulations for achieving the top of the group stage. ban chant pick is coming. The congrats pick is cartoon portrait of team members in the team. So again, use the hashtags accordingly. Again, also follow at Rokusora46 Sekai. That has made this. Again, if you guys want your arts featured here on the stage, on the big stage here in Call of the Abyss, you know where to go, on Twitter, on Facebook, wherever. Just use those hashtags. We'll be able to feature these amazing artworks. And Fennel, I say living up to that standard. And yeah, I would say that the pressure might be on them because they're the ones that cannot afford to lose to a team that is not part of that league that they're in. So again, they're living up to that standard. And now when it comes to map picks, it's going to be on their side. Hopefully it's going to be one that's going to benefit OM's Hunter.
We do have OM. I hope you get far in this tournament. Let's go from Jose, my wet sponge, and then we have I believe in OM. I have hope from Nikolai, and of course, Nikolai, and then we also have of course hashtag IDV, hashtag COAVI global support. So don't forget to tag that in your posts.
Now that we can talk about OM a little bit, what would their mascot be? They're Omega, right? That's a symbol, right?
Yeah,
do they have one?
I don't think so. I think it's just an OM. Just an OM.
I'm trying to think of one, but
that's their logo. Is just like a O and an M letter O and letter M.
Yeah.
So I'm not really sure.
A cat. I'm just thinking cats for everyone, really. Like for Fusion, it's a cat, and obviously FPXU a cat. So who knows?
Yeah, I mean we saw with Alpha and Omega was that team, the NAU team from COAVI 2. It was like 4 years ago, right? So they didn't have a mascot or anything. They just had AO as their logo, I think, right? AO, yeah, AO. Yeah, I don't know. It's hard to say.
But no, I think OM has other things to think about because now if they're going to head to round number 2, map advantage is with FL and they're down in terms of points. I think the bigger picture here is definitely shaping up to be in FL's favor. However, as you mentioned, and I agree with your strategy, like I think at this point they should empower their Hunter, which has been very consistent as of late, getting 1 or 1K at the least. Maybe if they're able to push that to a tie, that's definitely good on Nico's side. So hopefully they'll be able to try and do that, but at this point, yeah, FL's picking map, so I don't know if that's going to be possible.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, they no longer have that as an option. I think that needs to be their strategy moving into their. They still have 2 more matches in this group stage, so I think that needs to be their strategy moving into the rest of the group stages. They need to be picking maps that's strong for their Hunter. That's really should be their game plan. Yeah, so that's how it really needs to work out for them. So we'll see though. Ultimately, how that impacts this matchup. I think for FL, they need to choose. Now that they have map selection and a very big lead, they have all the advantage in the world now, right?
Yes.
They're able to win 8-1, a huge lead on opponent's map selection. So they can really just pick a map that's bad for Nico at this point. We're going to see PPCHA come in most likely, and PPCHA has enough of a Hunter pool that he can play on pretty much any map. So I think the idea here should be just pick a map that's sort of bad for Clerk and then just ban Nico's Dream Witch. And he's not really going to have much else that he can really work with from there.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate because, yeah, if you're going to go like Hunter pool versus Hunter pool, PPCHA definitely can play around that ban strategy if they're going to pick up a map that's bad for Clerk and then they just counter the Dream Witch. He's got, again, he's as you said, he's like the one that just takes it home. Or the Hunter that is round 2 or round 3, the one that really just solidifies the lead. And this could be a big boost in points for Team FL since, again, this was a battle of, I think in Group B, if we're going to think about it, it's the battle for the 3rd place spot because AXZ and FL are the known Japan teams, while ZT, OM, and RD are representing various regions. So it's still kind of tough for those teams to kind of pull one over these Japan teams. I mean, ZT was able to do it, but they were able to get a win over OM. And now it seems like FL might be kind of on that same path.
Yeah, definitely. It's looking quite good for them thus far. It looks like we're going to see Ever Sleeping Town. So they're just going to pick a map that's kind of consistent for their type of Hunter here for FL. I mean, FL has such a big advantage right now, being able to pick map and having a 7-point lead, that they can just kind of pick a map that's going to be very That's just a very consistent map. I think, did OM ban Church?
They banned Church, yes.
Which is very curious, considering that Nico wants to play round 2 Clerk, and Clerk is very strong on Church, so I'm not exactly sure behind that idea there. I guess maybe they're worried that they'll ban Clerk, but even Dream, which is not too bad for Church, so interesting choice there. I guess maybe they thought that Church would be a better map for FL's Hunter rather than anything, so that must be the idea there.
Is this yeah, usually PP Cha is gonna come in, so we're just waiting on the sign if the sub is gonna come in, because this
I think it's Hasha
kind of
still,
looks
right?
like, yeah, it's still Hasha. So I guess this is also a time for, I guess, Hasha to kind of test things out, since he did so well previously. It's like, okay, if it's not broke, why fix it? If the strategy's working, don't change it up. And Hasha seems to be having it seems like Hasha has the OM survivor's number, so why not? So I just realized that if it's not broke, why fix it strategy. You got to change that with Wax Artist, because he's pretty broke.
Yeah, it's pretty broke for sure. Yeah, so it looks like no Nino. Wasn't that a
No Nino? Yeah, he was is it Hasha?
No.
No, Nino is a previous hunter in
FL
Co-op
player, right?
Yeah.
He was on FL, but is he? Did he still play? I'm not sure. I should be. I can pay attention to these things. All right.
But sometimes also they change their names a lot, so who knows? But if you guys know, let us know what you think. I mean, if you know anything about No Nino and where he's at, let us know too. Yeah. And Ghost, the finals of COA is actually going to be, the playoffs is going to start April 30 to May 3. So right now we're at the group stage. The top 3 placements of each group will be heading over to the knockout stage, which is the playoffs, and it's a single elimination. Man, that's going to be crazy. But for now, we're just going to figure out the top 3 for each team. We're over here at Group B, where OM is at 4th place, while FL is at 3rd place. So it's kind of a close standing. But at this point, it seems like FL has really a foothold in this competition. So it's FL survivors to act first, while Hasha is still going to be hunting for FL.
Yeah, it looks like OM actually chose Survivor first as well, which is very interesting. I would have also thought that in this situation, because again, the Hunter side for OM has been more consistent, they would want to start, you'd want to have a momentum advantage, right? Go Hunter first, have maybe your Hunter is able to put up some good numbers, right? And then you're able to gain momentum that way. You know, typically going Survivor first is fine, because then your Hunter knows what type of Hunter they need to play to actually win. Do you have to play a 4-kill Hunter or a tie Hunter, something like that, right? But I think here, considering that OM's down points right now, they should just be trying to get the momentum back. So I feel like leading with Nico would be good. But again, yeah, they're really going, they continue to go all in with this, you know, Survivor on top strategy, which, you know, obviously I understand it is being a Survivor-sided meta, but, you know, hopefully the Survivor's able to turn things around this round.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. I think again, I'm not really sure who the relegated captain is or who's calling the shots. Maybe Nico needs a break for now, just to kind of reset, because that was a lot of pressure he was faced under in Moonlit River Park. So let's see how the survivors will try and alleviate some of that pressure being applied by FL here as we head on to the picks and bans. Yeah, we're still using Hasha. Again, he's usually the point hunter, but now I think since he did so well, they bring him back out just so for him to solidify another victory over OM survivors.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to see Dancer and Priestess first, so not wanting to have to deal with any of those options. He might be going into something like Clerk here. It looks like we're going to see Dream Witch Band. Of course, you don't want to have to deal with that again after that first round. Let's see what the Stars up to go for. I'd imagine it's probably Seer Antiquarian or Mercenary Antiquarian. Something like that would be quite good here for the survivors. That's definitely the most logical in this sort of situation. You have to also consider what hunter are you preparing to go against. So it looks like it's going to be Merc Ento. So they give Antiquarian ban. Now Hasha can just play Clerk for free.
Yeah, he could if he bans accordingly, because he knows that. I mean, Jams. Oh no, he leaves. Yeah, he bans Patient and Antiquarian. So now this kind of forces Jam to use another survivor that can possibly harass. But yeah, this is playing to Clerk, and you gotta admit, in the previous match, Cypher Progress weren't moving so fast. So imagine if you have the pressure of a Clerk monitoring the ciphers and also just prolong the game for the survivors to resources to kind of dwindle. So it's kind of scary. We're going to see the final pick on the side of the survivors, and it's going to be a seer.
Yeah, I would have liked to see OM maybe try to play Embalmer as well, just because like they've been in a situation where the survivors have struggled to get survivors out the gate. Embalmer's well, get survivors out the gate just in general, and Embalmer's a very good character for getting that, you know, getting an extra escape here and there. So I think I would like to see Embalmer there, and then also rescues as well. We saw some, you know, the rescues have been a little bit difficult for OM, so I think that maybe a self-rescue character, you know, as you mentioned, like Embalmer, would be very good. So I don't know, but they're going to go Seer here. We'll see what Hasha opts to go with. Is he going to go with Clerk, or does he have something else in mind?
He can go for Clerk. He can go for maybe not a single. Well, I mean, you do have the Seer there just to tank that single hit. If I look at correctly, he brought out the Clerk twice, BQ once. I don't know if you want to go BQ on the map like this with a comp like this. Yeah, all signs point to Clerk, but we're just gonna have to wait and see since his Dream Witch was banned. I think this actually shows levels to Hasha's game and kind of will make this one an exciting one, because usually Hasha is going with the Sculptor now. I was gonna say Hasha is usually just relegated to round number 1. So Sculptor coming in this, we haven't seen a dominant Sculptor play just yet, but Hasha could add his name to the hat there.
So that's why he didn't ban Seer. So I was trying to figure out like why he didn't ban Seer for so long. Because if you're gonna play Clerk, you should want to ban Seer, but it looks like Sculptor obviously Seer can be good against Sculptor. It allows you can give it to a rescuer to help them get a rescue off if they're going for those chips. If you run in the open and force a basic hit, then the Seer Owl can be strong there as well. But I think the idea is that, you know, Sculptor being a chip hunter, Seer isn't necessarily quite as strong as it would be against a single hit hunter like Clerk. So I think the idea is that he's just going to give up Seer and ban other characters he's more worried about, such as, you know, something like Toy Merchant.
Right.
And as well, I would have loved to see the survivors take Antiquarian, but yeah, unfortunately they do give it up and they go for the Entomologist strategy instead here.
Which is still kind of okay, but yeah, Hasha does have his work cut out for him. I mean, he just go for Seer, just bait out the Owl. Thing is, in Ever Sleeping Town, like there are a lot of open areas, and Hasha, depending on his build, he really wants to unlock that tier 2 statues, and hopefully the survivors of OM, I mean, in NAEU, you guys have faced like Sculptors left and right, so I'm pretty sure they have an understanding of the Sculptor map. However, this is Hasha though, so this is definitely a step up in competition to what they're used to when it comes to Sculptor plays. So hopefully they'll have their wits about them and try to gain at least a tie just to alleviate the pressure coming in from Nico.
Absolutely. And let's see what the survivors opted to bring. Did they go for Broken Windows build? I'd imagine they did. No, they go all flywheel. But Hasha, I mean, he's gonna play Sculptor or Clerk, so you know, it's. I feel like it was pretty.
Transition, yeah.
Yeah, Broken Windows. Considering that he's gonna be playing. I mean, the only other thing I could think of is maybe they were preparing for like maybe a Geisha or Bloody Queen, something like that. But it doesn't really make sense with this sort of team comp. This is a hard counter comp to something like Geisha, so. Especially with Seer here, because he didn't ban Seer, he's not going to play BQ or Geisha, so I would have expected Broken. But anyways, we're going to get into the first chase on the Seer here. Just kind of going in the open, he's going to force a basic hit here. Does not have the Owl back just yet, but he can take the trim. No, he's not going to take the trim, he's just going to run away from it here. And unfortunately, this positions himself in a lot weaker of a kiting area now. I guess the idea, okay, I guess it's fair not to take trim. We're going to see the Owl here. Because he can't use that statue to push him off the trim, so he didn't want to play around that.
Right, so I think, yeah, Hasha being able to just keep this kite going over here at the graveyard area. Cloud is still trying to siphon another Owl, but the blink is going to get popped, and Hasha has his first survivor down in the first minute. And we do note that, yeah, Cypher progress, 2 are at 50, 1 is at 20%. So now this is going to take 1 survivor off of Cypher to try and go for this rescue. Mercenary is going to be going into the line of sight of Hasha, trying to go for this rescue, since they do want to get more survivors out of this game and not play it too passively.
Yeah, so we are going to see the Entomologist Bee should come in for the support here on the rescue. We see Merc coming in for the save. You got to make sure you get this before half. He is going to take that first hit there. And then the Bee should be right behind here. Oh, actually pushes them towards the Seer. Pushes towards the Seer instead here. Seer still has flywheel, is able to flywheel, and now the Bees. Oh, but they just push it. He's pushing him towards the Seer again, unfortunately. And this is just going to cause the Seer to go down right away.
Oh, this is big for Hasha, getting that speed boost from the bees and riding that bees. Hasha would gladly take that free speed boost, and now the Seer falls back down in the graveyard side. Second time on this rocket chair. Mercenary is injured, so it's going to be harder for him to be going for this rescue. And note that the Chisel is more dangerous because we're at tier 2 statues at this point. So Eli, it's looking like Hasha is still dominant in the mid to late game portion of this match.
Yeah, the good news for Omega here is that Hasha does not have Trump Card. I believe it was an Insolence Detention build, which means that he only has Blink, so he's not going to have a lot of Cypher control. But the biggest issue for Omega now is the Cypher Rush again. It's just very lackluster. I mean, we have 2 Cyphers with only 20% progress, 2 Cyphers done, but they haven't even started the last one.
Whoa.
And beautiful snipe onto the Acrobat as well. So things are looking quite good. Acrobat's rotating into the Sculptor here.
Oh, look at that.
Podge.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, he was trying to backlight trick him, and he was in dire jeopardy there. But now it seems like he's going to focus on to Honor here, forcing him out of pad. But that was a close call for that Acrobat. Honor being out in the open here. Oh, eating another statue hit. Is going to be forced to use another elbow pad, but he's going to fall to the statue hits out here in the open.
Wow.
Honor will be the next survivor to fall down.
Beautiful statue placement. And he's going to go down as well. Beautiful statue placement from the Sculptor here. He's going to be able to chair him on the Entomologist Cypher Machine as well to slow down the decoding even more. Hasha with just in complete control over this game yet again. And we're going to see the only person that can really rescue here is that Entomologist. Does have Flywheel, so we'll see Entomologist coming at some point. Mercenary still have one elbow pad available. So there's a chance he could potentially rebound. But again, Nell, sorry, not Nell, Podge.
It's okay. I get confused a lot by now.
Again, Podge, we don't have Cypher progress here, and that's going to be the big downside for OM.
Yeah, because the thing is, Hasha could take his time. He knows that Cyphers aren't moving along. We're stuck at 3 Cyphers, and if you're not being able to pressure the Hunter into making mistakes or being forced into situations he's not into, he can just keep sitting on this lead and kind of going for chases like this. And Agramont now forcing the bees, but the blink is going to counter the bees and just stuffs the rescue. Entomologist now falls down. Acrobat is the sole survivor here, but I think the Chisel is just going to try and go for a CCTV lookout for where this Acrobat is. And eventually it's the IDV maths go in favor of Hasha at this point. 3 Cyphers remaining. About to be 2 survivors left. 1 is knocked down. It's not looking good for OM, and it's looking great for FL.
Yeah, and we're going to see him. They do have... It's a little bit different than the last game, so they do now have... The dungeon is revealed because they have managed to get down to 3 Cyphers. But that just means he's just going to slug him. So he's just going to leave him on the ground here. He's just going to look for the Acrobat. And Hasha will be securing this 4 survivor elimination. And, you know, as long as he's able to locate this Acrobat, he's going to use these statues. Keep in mind, you have to be within a short distance of the Acrobat. But he actually sees the Acrobat in the distance as well.
Entomologist stands up before the Acrobat could even kite, so now this allows him to just go on back. Note that the Entomologist has no more resources to work with. We do see that the snipe is going to come in. Nice flywheel to avoid the statues, and Agramont is going to try and buy enough time for this Acrobat to push some objectives, consider a game plan coming in this, but I mean, this is too far of a lead for Hasha to let go of, and I think it's only a matter of time till he's able to down these 2 survivors. But you got to give it up to OM for trying to fight till the very end.
Yeah, and we're going to see at this point, because Entomologists... I feel like Entomologists needed to save their self-heal a little bit longer, wait for them to go for the Acrobat before getting up to the promised. Oh, beautiful statues here. Can he get the down? Snipes the Acrobat. Triple statue snipe. Acrobat unable to even use the flywheel. And Hasha with another incredible complete control game. 4 Cyphers remaining and 3 Cyphers remaining. Not even giving the survivors a single chance in this one. Beautiful gameplay.
Yeah, FL is definitely not holding back their punches, and Hasha realizing, all right, you know what, bring out the Sculptor. We're going to end this here and now. Yeah, if the Entomologist kind of saved up the self-heal just a little bit, it could have been a different game, or it could have lasted a little longer, but the same result would have happened in the end. I think it's just safe to say that FL is definitely just showing why they're why they're the favorites, why they're the favored ones. And yeah, OM, hopefully they'll be able to learn something from this experience, because it's definitely a humbling experience going up against a prestigious team like FL.
Yeah, it's definitely a difficult situation. So now, yeah, their only chance now is Nico has to 4-kill, and then they have to win the last round 8-1. So in terms of points, it's 13-1 in favor of FL so far. So Yeah, I think that it's just really tough. I mean, how do you come back from this? You know, I think the goal for Omega is now is just looking forward into the future matches. Keep in mind, FL is one of the harder teams in their division, so it's not the end of the world here. But you still are going to have another Japanese team ahead of you to work on as well. So looking into the stats here, I was just saying, looking at the stats here, we see the first kite was able to get it down within 60 seconds or 64 seconds with a rebound kite. So just an excellent job from Hasha with that chase.
Yeah, again, the tail of the tape here does paint a picture for Hunter mains out there with Sculptor. Again, Hasha played incredibly, played with a blink, didn't really switch to trump card because he was so confident. I mean, he didn't bring trump card, right? Just insolence, bring up the presence right away. And you mentioned like how should they come back from this? I really think at this point, this is their first COA. They should just learn from this experience and try to just take in everything and not let the setbacks kind of define them, right? Because this is a huge jump in competition for OM, and I think coming into this, Nico should just consider that, I gotta just try to perform at my best. A tie would be great for me. Let's just try to keep the consistent 1K if possible, and hope for the best when it comes to the different games, because FL just seems to be in a league of their own going up against OM. Again, OM being the dark horse of this tournament, they're not backing down from that challenge, and that's something we got to admire for them, because they're putting it out, or they're putting everything on the line for everyone to see. So you can't help but also feel for that and also kind of support that, because this is a team that also is outside of the League of Japan and China. So they're just leaving it all on the line for everyone to see.
Yeah. Sorry, I was trying to pull up my chat, and then I got a 5% battery notification, so we're just not even going to attempt that. That's me forgetting to charge my... I left my charger... I forgot my charger last time, and then I just got it back now, and now I'm charging my phone, and it's just like... Anyways,
charge your phones. That's a PSA, everyone. Just charge your phones.
Yeah,
before
charge your devices. There's so many times where it's like, oh, hey, you ask your friend. It's like, oh, you want to rank? It's like, oh, yeah, but I forgot to charge my phone, so I can't.
Oh, no.
Yeah, it's like, and it's like you ever have that one charger potch where it's like you charge it, but then it doesn't work unless you hold it like a certain angle.
Yeah, you have to or you have to balance your phone on it or something.
Yeah.
I got 2 chargers for my phone. I have one that's great, but I have another like a beater charger that I just bring wherever, but it doesn't charge as fast, and you have to like kind of skew it. But I don't mind if I lose it, because I have my fast charger just stuck at home. So charge your devices, ladies and gentlemen. That's PSA for everyone. Don't overcharge it too. So
always charge your device before a rank. That's I always leave mine overnight. That's
no,
that's probably a bad idea.
But yeah, charge your devices before ranked, so you won't miss it.
Yeah, it turns out, like, I guess, I don't know if this is true, but someone told me in Thailand, like, the electrical output of the outlets is higher than the US or something.
Really?
I'm not really
I think it's like 220, and then in the States is 110, I think.
So, yeah, so it charges like I guess stuff charges faster. I don't know.
So then don't leave it overnight then.
Yeah, well, I gotta stop doing that then. That's because I literally charge my phone, and then I'll get a notification like
overcharge, heating,
like it's
right?
it's like your device is already charged, and I've like literally just fell asleep, and I'm like, oh wait, it's already done. That was quick.
Yeah, it's pretty fast. And all you gotta do if you don't want to overcharge it, just change the polarity, man. That's all you gotta do. Just switch to blue, switch to red. A hermit joke, folks. Yuck, yuck, yuck. So now we're gonna head on over to Nico's side here. I know Eli's laughing. Eli, please laugh.
Yeah. No, that was good. Yeah. I'm really bad at picking up on jokes. It takes me like 2 seconds to process, and then I realize, oh wait, no,
that's a joke. Yeah, that's all good. Yeah. Again, I always tell this to like Chocho or Nell. It's like my goal is to try to make Eli laugh on stream or try to break on stream. It's kind of tough because these matches are getting kind of intense. So the only thing I can do is just ask you engaging questions and also engaging with the chat. So again, big shout outs to everyone that's still joining us. We're still like 10,000 strong in chat, I believe. So please do send your love to the teams that you are supporting. And I think if you are an OM supporter, they need it now more than ever.
Chocho said, Eli the boomer reaction. Well, the good news is, at least I placed my catapults. I placed my catapults the proper way.
Oh, whoa! Shots fired! Shots fired! Oh my goodness! Are you challenging your A badge right now? How dare you? How dare you, sir?
Anyways, all right, we're gonna get into our ban pick here, and it looks like yeah, back on Nico. A lot of pressure here. I'd imagine we're gonna see Dreamwitch probably get banned. You know, Nico has to 4-kill, right? So we might as well just eliminate that win potential hunter. He does still have Clerk. He's kind of forced to play Clerk because he has to 4-kill. His Waxar's 4-kill potential is not as high as Clerk or Dreamwitch. So I think they're just gonna ban Dreamwitch and just play anti-Clerk here.
Yeah, that looks like a viable strategy here since FL, you know, they still have the variety to kind of play around whatever. They're holding all the cards at this point because of how much of a lead they have. But yeah, just gonna eliminate the hunter of Nico's really known for that Dream Witch, and just force him to play Clerk, which they're gonna try to counter here and try to shadow ban it in its own right.
Yeah, for sure. And let's see, looks like, so Merc into Corian again, obviously very standard. So I think that's, we're going to see, I would imagine Nico's going to ban Clerk counters, probably something, you know, you have Barman, oh, we're going to go Psych Ento. Huh. This is interesting. I guess the idea with Ento, I think the idea with Ento is that it's good against it's good against Clerk and Wax, so you're trying to cover both sort of, I don't know. It's hard to say. Psychologist here. We're going to see Dancer as well. I think their last pick will probably be a Clerk kind of like Prospector or Barmaid or Acrobat, something like that. Maybe a Patient as well would also not be too bad here.
Yeah. So now we're going to go Little Girl. So they're going to go with that same strategy of Merc Little Girl, tethering and connecting to the Mercenary just to give her that extra boost after she gets injured. They're also going to have the mobility of the Toy Merchant. And just the harassing of the... Oh my god, this is actually kind of a scary comp to go up against. So Nico, again, just trying to calm his nerves and trying to just get in the zone here because he knows he's got to perform. Again, the win condition there is he needs to get a 5-point game, but at this point, he just has to do his best.
Right. So let's see what he opts to go with here. I feel like you kind of just have to take your chance with Clerk. I mean, Wax Artist here is probably okay against this comp, but Merchant's pretty good against Wax. Yeah, I guess maybe just go Clerk, try to 4-kill. Either way, because Wax Artist's win potential here is just quite limited. Or maybe we'll just have a fun game. We'll see him go something like Sculpture. That would also be interesting.
A fun game, like Evil Reptilian, man.
Oh, Lizard, yeah.
I think a fun game, a Wax Artist.
Wax Artist? What?
Someone say Wax Artist? Let me tell you something about Wax Artist's skills here.
Yep.
But yeah, I think we're over there at the back. Jam just they're just trying to take in the moment here. So yeah, going with Clerk here. So he's gonna force FL for a long match here. Again, it's kind of good, but also you're going up against a team comp that they kind of forced you into. So hopefully, Nico's gonna pull something off here. Blink Clerk. What traits do you think? I mean, what trait and persona do you think he's gonna be bringing to this matchup?
Well, typically you want to go Excitement for dealing with Antiquarian. It can also be good against Little Girl. But the problem is you have to bring Blink because if you go against Little Girl Merc combo, Little Girl's going to combine with the Merc, and the only way you ever hit a Mercenary is if you blink him. So you have to blink him to release the Little Girl from the Merc. Because Merc can always just elbow pad away. And he'll always be able to kite Clerk. Clerk has no way to get a free hit on a Merc besides Blink. So as much as you love to bring Excitement, for Antiquarian you cannot. You have to go Blink here. Or else Little Girl will just attach to Merc, and there's no way you can ever get the down. And Merc spawning next to Clerk here as well is a great spawn for FL.
Yeah, so this is what's actually kind of scary. I'm gonna talk about, like, because a lot of people in chat saying like, oh, Nico, like, let's try to cheer him up, they're motivated because he looks nervous. And what's scary is if you're playing Clerk, she's one of the most, I don't know, mentally demanding hunters on the roster. So you're gonna have to play cool, calm, and collected because you're gonna have to record, you're gonna have to watch ciphers, and let alone you're gonna have to use that blink wisely because if that blink doesn't land, it's a lot more seconds that's gonna be bought by survivors to just decode. So Nico really has to shake it off, like the nerves, and try and perform at his best because this is the hunter that can get him that 4K potential. But looking at how FL kind of drafted this comp, I'm sure they're more than ready to face this Clerk.
Yeah, and we do see the blink, of course. You have to bring that in preparation of the Merc LG combo, Merc Little Girl combo. It looks like he's going to go straight towards middle here. trying to find. I mean, the problem is you have a whole lot of hard targets. Like Antiquarian and Toy Merchant are not good chase targets for a Clerk. Little Girl's your best option here, but the problem is Little Girl can just combine with Merc at any point. So this is such an anti-Clerk comp, and it looks like he has caught sight of the Toy Merchant. This will be his first chase.
Yeah, it seems.
Oh, sorry,
like,
the Antiquarian actually. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's UGG that will take this first chase. Yeah, it's gonna be a tough ask here for him to try and commit to this. And in this process, yeah, I was able to record one of the ciphers being done, so that's gonna halt it just a little bit. Nice recording onto the pallet to close out the distance, but UGG using the spin onto the stick for him to be able to get that 5% boost to be able to kite here at Corner House. Nico, wow, just dropping over. Nice route that UGG's taken.
Yeah, the problem here as well is that Nico, he only has one recording. He's used two. He's going to instantly record there, and he's going to use the swing just to cancel the animation. But the problem is that Antiquarian did not drop the pallet, so he's not going to get anything out of this recording. He's going to try for the blink. No, he misses. Oh, that range is just too far away. Merc's going to drop the pallet as well. They know Nico has no recordings, and now he's out of a blink. He's got no recordings at all. His recordings are on cooldown, and now he's left chasing the Mercenary. Watch, this is really not ideal. Oh, he swings. Ooh. Oh, he actually hits the Mercenary here.
That's huge. And right before he was able to elbow pad. So again, the blink didn't quite work out, but him being able to hit the Mercenary
gets hit by the tram.
IDV gods giving Nico a break here. So the tram is helping out Nico, folks. So now this is going to be huge because he's going to have his first survivor that's down, and it's the rescuer.
Yeah, so this is actually, if there's any hope here in this difficult Clerk matchup, it's going to be getting a fast out of this Mercenary. The biggest issue still is that Mercenary has 2 elbow pads, so it's still very easy for him to rebound kite. And then he also has a delayed effect as well. So Nico has to farm the Mercenary off the chair. So when the rescuer comes in, he cannot hit the person that's rescuing. He has to instantly try to hit the Mercenary off the chair. If he hits the person that's rescuing, Mercenary will just elbow pad away. And he's going to be able to rebound kite, and he also has a delayed effect. So once he does catch up after both those elbow pads are expended, he's just going to be able to constantly, he's going to be able to delay that for an extra 15 seconds even after that. So he has the chip here. I guess the idea is maybe he's going to try to swing hit the rescuer and then throw the chip down so they have to wait, but he's just got to farm the Mercenary. So he's going to go for that. Hit. Goes for the chip, but Mercenary, it's still attack recovery. Mercenary can just elbow pad.
Yeah.
He really needed... Pachi really needed to just run the Mercenary, in my opinion, here, but
he did. But no,
blocked him.
Able to
wow,
get it. Nico,
never mind. I spoke to you. It's beautiful. Yep. Yeah, incredible pallet drop there, blocking the Mercenary and gets the down. What an impressive Clerk gameplay here. Now I don't understand why doesn't OM just leave with a good Clerk map and let Nico play Clerk round 1? This seems to be his strongest hunter.
Again, like this is Nico just getting powered up here with how well he was able to stuff this rescue, because now Mercenary halfway through this this chair time, they're kind of forced into this this situation where they have to go for the rescue, and Nico 2 ciphers remaining, but he can get an elimination here. Little Girl is going to be in this map. He's going to have to farm this Merc because he wants to be able to focus onto it. Able to get the chip. Oh my gosh, and now the Merc is rescued, and now he's dropped a pocket watch, but Little Girl getting the last effort, and now Merc is able to move on away, and now the constant harassments are coming on in.
Yeah, he has blink, so, and we're gonna see a catapult to close this. Does he blink through this wall? He is gonna blink through this wall. I'm not sure if I agree with this, just because it depends if he can catch this Merc time. No, see now Antiquarian comes in for
here we go.
Yeah, and he has no trait, so you gotta hold that trait a little bit longer here. The goal here for Nico is just kind of block this last cipher as much as possible with the recordings, and then just continue after this this Mercenary, I guess. But Merc still has a delayed effect to work with as well.
So the chip there. All right, tries to land a hit, but this Mercenary could just keep on going while the Antiquarian is going to provide that support. Note that it's a back and forth. Oh, going for the catapult just to close distance here. Now him destroying this catapult can push that cipher, but we are going to see Rowdy just move on a little bit. Little Girl gets picked up. I mean, yeah, Nico having an impressive scramble towards the mid game, but FL knowing how to roll with the punches and face that adversity. It's crazy how Mercenary is the one that is being targeted now. Now we're at an end game cipher. We do see it's at 98%, and Nico completely changing his trajectory. They're just gonna rush it, and now detention Clerk is in the air.
Yeah, we are gonna see both survivors over in this area. Merchant's gonna set up a catapult. Can he get the hit? Oh no, looks like not gonna be the case here. And he is gonna go. He's gonna record the Antiquarian just so she can't get that gate open, and is now going to continue after the little girl. Keep in mind, he has to eliminate all 4 survivors. So it looks like here he's just going to try to down. He's going to get that recording onto the Antiquarian here, and is going to... Oh, it gets the block on the gate, yeah. So nice job from Nico there, but little girl does have a lot of pages to work with.
Oof, yeah, and speaking of those pages, yeah, able to stop Nico in his trajectory, but he's still able to block the other gate. The other one's moving on quite nicely, while Maka is running the routes here. He's running close to the dungeon area, but now I think he's got the go signal that this gate is already open, and we do see that he can't record anymore, and Mercenary is here to provide that support. He's gonna latch onto the Mercenary while UGG is gonna make a mad dash for the dungeon again. It was a great mid game, but now we're gonna see a stun happen, and FL is going to get a 5-point game here at the end to claim victory over OM.
Yeah, you really saw how difficult that was. That team comp is so hard, even with killing the Mercenary quickly. I mean, he's got a fast hit on Merc, and then Merc runs into the tram there, is able to get another quick down. It was still actually quite impressive. The problem was he didn't go for farms, you know, Posh. I understand, like, after the first one, he was still able to get the down. That was quite nice. But the second time, he should have tried to farm the Mercenary, in my opinion, at least. But he went for the basic hit. That allowed the rebound kite, and from there, it really just falls out of... his favor.
Yeah, I think we're seeing the constant level up of Nico, because that was an amazing clerk. Hopefully he'll be able to bring it out in the first game or something, because we were very impressed with his first game and first to mid farm of that Mercenary. Again, yeah, if he was able to just tunnel in that Mercenary and just down him right away, it could have been a different story. And you see how Antiquarian just is such a good counter to clerk. But yeah, I would say moral victory goes to how hype he was able to make the chat, because I'm seeing that now, like, they were able to... Nico was kind of cooking in the first, the early to mid game. And who knows, maybe he's going to level up, but you have to give our kudos to FL. They performed spectacularly. Nothing short of amazing on FL's side. And OM, they still have time to kind of recuperate, rebound, since this is their first COA. A lot of pressure on their side, but... for them to be able to do this, for Nico to be able to do this, to make FL sweat a little bit, I think was a moral victory. Show that gods can bleed.
Yeah, definitely. And I think that, you know, it really goes to show, I think, you know, Nico's clerk, it looked very strong. I think one of the reasons he loses this game is one that it's a very difficult team comp. This is a very anti-clerk comp. Merchant is not a good chase target. Antiquarian's not good. Little Girl's not even good because she can just combine with the Merc. So overall, this comp is not very good at all. And then also a large map like Eversleeping isn't necessarily ideal for Clerk. At best, he's going to be able to maybe draw it. So an anti-Clerk comp on a big map, it's really not ideal. So I think that, but I think you saw in that game his Clerk was actually quite effective. So I think that the goal for OM needs to be, and I'm gonna stress this again, it's super important. They need to, if they want a chance in these up and coming matches for them, they have to pick a map that's going to be good for Nico's Hunter round 1, and I think he should be leading with Clerk, because teams aren't necessarily going to expect that. They're going to expect Dream Witch or Wax Artist. So if you're Nico here, you need to lead with Clerk in round 1. You need to pick a map that's good for Clerk. Instead of going more towards the survivors and trying to throw the other team's Hunter off, you have to give Nico a good chance to work as Hunter, because in this, he's been playing, I actually think he's been playing quite well. I think it's just that he's just been having to play on these terrible maps, because it's just, you know, he's constantly being put on difficult maps to play Hunter on.
Yeah, and that could be the difference changer, right? If you're able to support your most consistent part of your team, which is Nico and the Hunter, because he has been going for at least 1K. Again, it was just so hard for the Clerk, but you know, if it was another comp and he played the same way, it could have been different. And considering the pressure he had to play in, and he's still able to pull off an amazing early game. Yeah, there's definitely glimpses of brilliance there in Nico's play. But looking at the score here, FL once again with an outstanding victory over OM. Again, just them being a league of their own, and we got to give it to Hasha. Again, Hasha being the point hunter, he showed up again in round number 2. For him to be able to perform like that and just showcase a variety of hunters and a variety of skills, definitely well-deserved best deduction.
And look at the average ciphers remaining. 3.5 ciphers, a 4 kill with 4 ciphers left in the first round, and a 4 kill with 3 ciphers left in the second round. Incredible job from Hasha. Yeah, just very good. I think that might be the first time in COA we've seen a 4 kill at 4 ciphers. I mean, that's just how dominant that Dream Witch is. It's so good from Hasha. So an excellent job from him there. and he will definitely well-deserved MVP.
Yeah, he's definitely making his own legacy here in the group stage of Call of the Abyss. And OM, once again, OM supporters out there, please keep sending them your love and support because they're not out of the woods. Well, they still have more group stages, and FL also has more matches to come. And now we are going to summon our favorite translator Chocho here to come in for the interview portion. There we go, she unmuted.
Right. So they have Rory and another one.
That's no Hasha.
That's Hasha. Asking about how they're feeling. Rory is saying, winning this competition, winning this match. He felt that they played pretty well. Yeah, Hasha also agreed that they played pretty well. Right. In the first and second match, we did see this 4 elimination. In the previous competition, the matches actually aren't very long in the previous ones as well. So, was there any like special preparations for today's match? Just let me think. Hasha said. There isn't much changes or additional preparations for this match. And congratulations to Hasha for getting this 4 elimination. Alright. So, in the first match, she's repeating her question. In your first match actually against AXZ, and during the rest of this group stage, what's Rory's additional plans for the team, I guess? In this groupings, in our first match, actually one of the hardest already. In the rest of the goals of this rest of the group stages is to just analyze the opponent's playstyle. And then for Hasha, Hasha is saying, let me think one more time. As long as we win, aiming towards a victory, then we're just gonna prepare for it. Prepare well for it. In the first match in Moonlit River Park, Mercenary, Little Gold Toy Merchant as well as Psychologist, picking this team comp is that regardless any of the hunter, this team comp will have countered it. Oh, because they did analyze Nico's hunters, Wix Artist, Nayad, Dream Witch, and then that team comp was selected based off all those hunters, and that team comp was ready to counter whatever Nico was gonna pick. Also, River Park also has this roller coaster to be used, so they also included that in their strategy. Oh, yeah, and then the terror shock by the Mercenary, I've already mentioned that. That was something they didn't expect. And yeah, they managed to recover from the mistake and still got a 3 escape in that match. For FL survivors, there were some risky gameplays, but still managed to successfully get a 3 escape. Good results. And also in BO2, they got this 4 escape. At first, the survivors kiting is really pretty good as well. When Mercenary got hit by the tram, it still didn't really change that match outcome. And then he's mentioning the Toy Merchant.
主要这次也是我们的玩家玩具商也是抽到了一个怀表嘛，运气也是非常好吧，所以说。
Oh yeah, at the start of the match, Tamajan also had this first officer watch. He was quite lucky, and it allowed first mercenary to use it after that rescue.
因为我们这次也是
quite lucky.
不像排位，我们都是所有选手一起是可以去沟通的。
Okay, so this isn't really like rank according to Ravi, because this is like a 4-man. We're actually in voice call, so we can communicate.
使用一些过窗的一些记录，然后也是让
And make her record a lot of the window recordings. I think that's what he said. And yeah, all of this attributed to them getting that 4 escape in that match.
好，那我们在第2局有名阵的时候，其实哈夏选手也是。
Alright, in the second match, there's this ever slipping town match. You did get this 4 elimination. Talking to Harsha right now. Harsha's response is, if I were to think back about this match, how can I say? What can I say?
其实，在我里边，也不是，其实并不是很满意的一场比赛，因为很多细节。
Harsha felt that this match itself is not a very satisfying match for him. He's quite unsatisfied with his performance.
对，尤其是我的存在感到2阶之前，我的石像基本上
Especially
也没有怎么中到求生。
Especially before my sculptor reached 2nd skill, my statues were all like missing.
不太能赢吧。然后后期只存在到了2阶之后。
And only when I reached 2nd skill, then that was when like he started to get more eliminations because of accurate 2nd skill statues. But before that, he felt that first statues is actually quite weak lah. Thus explaining why he was unsatisfied with his performance.
好的，那也就。
Alright.
那最后想问一下，对于粉丝2位
lastly,
分别留一下言吗？
asking the 2 members to say some words. In the first match, we actually went up against AXZ and unfortunately lost. In the future matches, we will make better preparations. Hopefully get the 2nd place and also maybe in the playoffs perform much better than this. For Harsha's response, we will work hard to achieve success. Great, thanking the 2 members for coming on stage for the interview. And
thank you, Chocho, for the translations. Anyway, guys, we'll be taking a short break. When we return, we're going to have more of the group stage when we come back.
Nice. いいよこれいいよいいよ。1回ついた。ナイスナイス。おもちゃ壊れてないよ。おもちゃ壊れてないよ。つけるつけるつけるつけるつける。ゴーゴーゴーゴーゴー。出ていい？出ていい出ていい出ていい出ていい出ていい。あっち行け。アップで。いいえ。ナイス。危ない。もうマイケンさんや。
大家好，我是大陆赛区 GW 战队的队长石逍遥。GW 战队成立了1年，目前这个战队还是没有参加过深渊的，但是我们队内有很多深渊经验的选手，然后队内成员有操作非常猛的那个伊斯，还有一个6轨非常厉害的星辰，还有一个吃鸡非常快的银铃，然后就是一个非常混的我。然后监管方面有一个大陆赛区天花板的帮帮选手安逸，还有一个就是新引进的鱼腩选手。但是他还没有上过场，所以他的那个角色池我先藏一下，先不跟大家说了。在这一次深渊，我们会拿出我们最好的状态来面对这一场比赛，拿下我们心目中想要的名次。
大家好，我是中国大陆赛区成都积极求生者选手皮皮参。我们队伍已经成立3年了，并且参加过深渊4、深渊5，还有 IVL 等赛事。我们队伍有着求生者选手酷草草，酷草草是我们队伍的一个牵制位兼救人位，是一个很强力的牵制选手。还有着18班，他的一个 OB 位，因为他是我们队伍的花火位嘛，所以他的一个 OB 位玩的是特别好的，并且他也是可以补足我们队的救人位的。然后就是我们队的一个很稳定的前锋位皮皮张。 他的发挥也是比较稳定的，然后也是我们队的一个 OB 位兼救人位。另外一个求生者就是我们，因为我们队已经有3个救人位了，就是都可以兼救人位嘛，所以说我这边的话就一般就是不兼救人位，就是打的是一个6个位兼 OB 位的一个位置。接下来就是我们队的监管者西安乌梦，他的打法比较凶悍，并且他有着一个较多的选择在角色池中，是我们队的一个顶梁柱吧。然后就是我们另外一个监管者猫饼，他其实在队内的一个训练中是有着一个较为优异的表现的，就是希望以后能够期待他的发挥吧。我们队的一个口号就是积极积极，永远积极，亚军开心，冠军嗨皮。
Hello everybody and welcome back to Call of the Abyss 6. I'm Veronica, this is my first day here, well, for the main stage, and Nello of course is right back with us. Hope you're excited to see us, and very exciting matches we've had so far. Now, how are you feeling today? We have a big, I think we're seeing a lot of China teams now to close out our day here.
Yeah, for sure. Thank you, I'm doing great, first of all. And yeah, just great to be casting here with you. And of course, welcome to everyone who's watching, still watching. Definitely very intense matchups. And you're right, Veronica, because we are going to be seeing GG versus GW in this upcoming match. And you know what? Both of them have a track record. GW barely surviving against B4U. At one point, they were put at gunpoint. B4U was doing so good. Sprinzo was giving them a run for their money. And GW's Anyi sort of panicked. He revealed it in an interview. So yeah, but fortunately, GW came back and versus GG, who's had such a wonderful streak. Like PP Xia, he's just amazing. He was MVP throughout the 3 games. If you've watched it, he was like super kiter, super support, God Loop, Prospector. You name it, he's done it. He's just amazing. So I'm really looking forward to seeing these 2 teams match up later on.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what we'll be seeing today. And I'm also very excited. I still remember that really good postman kite that they closed out with for GW. Really very exciting to see, I think. And we're ready and raring to go. My words are escaping me because I'm
Yeah, I know. Yeah,
it's
there's
not
just so
late,
many.
but, you know. Hello again to chat. I do have some little shoutouts that I did need to do, so we could get those out of the way while we're waiting for our match to start, of course. I have some from yesterday. Just a quick shout out to Just a Girl, to Maney, Norton's Compass Caliper, Bunny Teeth, and Postwife. Nell, do you have anyone you'd like to shout out already, just to get the positivity going?
Yeah, for sure. Like, there's so many people who's always been here. Definitely Maney, Princess Pasta, Kino. You know, those few people who's always been there throughout the entire stream. Yeah, but you know what? Let's get on to the team's introduction before we give more shoutouts, because you know what? More to give later on, guys. But right now, let's focus on the handsome faces in front of us. Veronica.
Yeah, absolutely. If I remember correctly, on day one, that's when you were having a little bit of audio issues, so now you can do a proper little overview for GG, I think, that you missed out on the first time, which should be exciting to go over.
Yeah, I mean, it's your first time here in the group stages. Yeah, where's my manners? How do you feel? Like, I mean, this is such an amazing experience, right? Like once in a year annual event. How do you feel?
I feel so nervous but so excited. I'm so glad to be here and to be sharing the mic with you in all of your glory and your silliness.
Yeah, thank you so much. And of course, I just want to say thank you for the cats meme that you did. Yeah. Thank you for remembering my burger craving.
Oh, how could I forget?
Yeah, I mean, maybe you can get one of those later on. But you know what? It's Ramadan as well, so we can't really be eating yet. So happy Ramadan to everyone who's celebrating. And of course, Veronica, such a beautiful stage as well being set up in here. The teams are gathering out, so why don't you bring us through it? Who's going to be the hunter first, Veronica?
I believe we will be seeing. I believe that's.
Yeah, that's Xiaoma from GG.
And Xiaoma to start from GG for us here. So we could be seeing maybe a Bonbon, a Wax Artist, a Breaking Wheel, and Aya, just from my little notes here, just to get you guys ready to go. But we're looking at GW Survivors first now. So we have Yin L here, who I believe is mostly an assist survivor, loves to come in with that support, as we can see from the Barmaid and the Toy Merchant here.
Yeah, I mean, who doesn't love support characters, right? Like, especially if your friends supporting you. But you know what? There's been a lot of jokes made about Toy Merchant, and you know, with Chocho being the mix of it. Yeah, just be careful, guys, when you play support. Make sure you don't support them flying towards the wall, because you're gonna get a lot of anger from that. But you know what? Let's just move on to the next survivor. This from Team GW, as pointed out by SXY, the team captain himself, really reliable, has COA experience before as well, plays the Prospector, plays the Acrobat, of course he also plays the Patient, the Seer, and let's not forget the Thief, Veronica.
Yeah, we're gonna possibly be seeing a lot of Thief to start off today, because if I remember correctly, GG has got a dedicated Thief player as well. We are going to see Sing-Chan here as well, who did that wonderful Postman kite against Sprinter yesterday. I remember it. I will not forget it. So very excited to see if we, get one of those again with those beautiful pallet stuns and that strong follow and taking the hunter away from the ciphers and making sure to score those wins. Very reliable in that regard, I'd say.
Yeah, I mean, his Postman definitely MVP. Like, not once, not twice. Was it 4 times? I can't remember. Going up against the Bonbon of Sprinter in Mounts Factory, that's just crazy. He bought so much time. Yeah, but moving on, we also have another survivor from Team GWX SXY, none other than the captain himself. Plays the rescuer main, so you know what? Usually captains, they play the backbone of the game of the team. They play rescuers, they play Merc. SXY plays Merc, he plays the first officer. Of course, he plays the forward when needed, and also Gravekeeper. So just to name a few of the things he plays.
Yeah, practically the entire rescue class there, now I'd say.
Oh my god, the panda. No, stop panda abuse. Why is the panda getting touched? Yeah, but next up we have Xiaoma from Team GG. Veronica, you want to bring us through it?
Yeah, Xiaoma, of course, really prefers that Bonbon, loves that wax artist as well, as far as I remember. Also capable of bringing out that breaking wheel. Can't bring out the Naiad, but if I remember correctly, is not as confident with the Naiad. So maybe might shy away from that one, but we could be seeing that today. She's been very popular with the hunters. Pretty, easy to use and easy to bring in, and you can get that humidity to block off areas and help out with your camp if you're willing to play really strong-armed on it. But see what's in store for us.
Yeah, I mean, Shelva has been really consistent throughout his entire play, ranging from the IVL Autumn Finals, right? He's been the point hunter, nominated as MVP a few times, now coming into the grand stage itself. He's also, I mean, at this point, GG Survivors have been playing really, really good. They're just playing, he's just playing point guard at this point, being the defense for the team, where the survivors are raking in points. But when needed, he does bring in the W's when needed. So yeah, just saying, the very all-rounded team, I would say, Team GG.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, they pulled a COA once many years ago. So maybe they'll take one again, take home that silly little crown. We're gonna see some memes in chat. Of course, your favorite. Nell is a good meme appreciator.
Yeah, exactly. But I don't know why. That's just something about me. My face being on top of a monk or a poop, like a pope. Sorry, a pope.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, it's just depressing because I have a lot of hair on my head, and the pope is just semi-bald. It's triggering, man. I still enjoy a few laughs. Yeah. I still enjoy the laughs, though, for sure.
Absolutely.
Yeah, but right now we're seeing that. Well, basically, if you're playing in COA, you can't run away from memes. Look at everyone's face. No one's face is safe, ladies and gentlemen. So, oh my god, what was that again? Was that the breaking wheel or? There was triple faces, and yeah, I just love how the fans are just casually trolling their favorite teams while supporting at the same time. Yeah, but you know what? Enough about the memes at the moment. GG's gonna be banning. Oh wait, what's this? Is that the Chinatown? Yeah, it's banning Chinatown and GW. Did you manage to catch it? Because it's kind of blurred from my side.
Yeah, I believe that was Chinatown, and I think the maps. Yeah, maps like it was Arms Factory. I got my confirmation, so I'm cheating a little, and you're flying on the dance.
All good. Yeah.
Getting a
but Arms
dancer
Factory.
now.
I mean, Arms Factory is really. It's a really good map, especially if you're playing characters like Dream Witch, you're playing a Bonbon, or you're playing a Bloody Queen, for instance. So it's a really good map, especially if you're playing Hunter. But I'm pretty sure something's on their minds. Dancer has been banned, Seer has been banned, Antiquarian has been banned. I think it's just very normal nowadays, right, Veronica, that the harassers, Antiquarian plus Dancer is being banned first. So it's just, oh my god, it's just a norm now to ban those. I mean, Force not even touched, Veronica.
Yeah, not even gonna touch the forward, and I think the coordinator was banned as well. So really trying to get rid of any semblance of stunning with that Antiquarian and that coordinator coming out. But we are still gonna see a prospector, so you're not safe from the stuns entirely if he throws those magnets at you and changes his polarity, right? And then you gotta deal with that pesky miner coming at you as you're trying to chase other survivors, which is beautiful teamwork, but so awful as a hunter.
Yeah, I mean, if they're preparing for Shelma's Bonbon in this map, it's definitely working really well. I mean, there's a patient to give the distance, so that's already countering Bonbon in itself. That's a bar meat. I mean, although if you're the first chase, your heals might get negated by the chip damage, but still, it's a very good supporter to have in the team itself. Of course, Prospector, the rise of the Prospector as well. Just love having Norton players trying to decode. Like, I really love Norton as a player because he's just so versatile. He decodes fast because of his he has more calibrations than other survivors. Secondly, he has those magnets where it can be recharged, can use to kite, can be used to help harass the hunters as well. So he's just very versatile. Just love having this, seeing more and more of it. Yeah, And of course, First Officer. I mean, are you a fan of First Officer?
I am. I'm a big fan of First Officer, actually, both as a... Oh, Bonbon, there he is. Wow, can't even talk about... actually, it reminds me, Jose My Wet Sponge was very entertaining to Posh and Eli, I believe, and that would be the First Officer's name, so that might have been... We're going full circle there. I'm sort of doing Inception and referencing the past of the stream, but... As for now, we are going to see that Bonbon come out, just as you mentioned, and they did prepare, you know, they did their research, they knew what was coming to them. GW, of course, they want to deal with this Bonbon in a way that is going to be beneficial for them. He's wearing this cute little Tin Man outfit, and he is ready to go out and throw those bombs. Will he hit them? Only time will tell.
Only time will tell, but one thing's for sure, something we can tell now. Thank you so much, Sherry Wine. I also got a YouTube channel, it's really good. I mean, I'm only good at making jokes on my channel. My contents are mostly jokes, and I haven't been streaming for a long time, but thank you so much. Cherry One as well, guys. Cherry One has a YouTube channel as well. Do follow Cherry One's YouTube channel. Definitely a lot of quality contents. And thank you so much for the shout outs. I can't believe we're doing like a reverse shout out here at the same time. And hello NTT, hello Giselle, hello Fukiame. Just to continue, a few shout outs to people in the chat. Salty B, PIDW, Maney. Please don't say I don't say hi to you, because I do. Princess Pasta as well, Devorian and Chu. I don't see Hanako, but Fukiame, hello as well. So yeah, just so many people in the chat. You know, we still have a little bit of time. Do you see any familiar faces in the chat you want to say before we get into the match itself, Monica?
I am seeing some familiar faces who, of course, are calling out my name, and I'll call back to them. Hi, hello, this is a catch-all, because now we're getting into our spawn locations. So Null's shoutouts are here, and mine will come at a later date. So we are going to see all of this go on. I believe that, of course, we got First Officer in the middle, we've got Patient over to the side of him, Barmaid down there, closer to our ruins area, and if I'm not mistaken, Bonbon is in the factory. Maybe
Yeah, I mean, just look at the traits they brought. Like, they already did such an amazing job with the band picks. Again, the success of a game, half of it comes from the success of band pick drafts. And all of them brought broken windows instead of flywheels. So they are definitely prepared for Xiaoma's Bonbon. They're expecting it. So Barmaid will be the optimal chase here, for sure. Because Bonbon, you know, with the chip damage, he cancels off the heals. You can see that he's actually probably trying to make his way to the middle first. Probably doesn't want to be so obvious. Trying to get and see. Oh my God! Force out. Look at him. Veronica just like the First Officer activated the clock, and he's just like, "Yo, bro. Yeah, bye. Okay. I'm not interested. I'm not that into you, you know."
Yeah, don't want to deal with that pesky watch. Instead, going to change target over here in this ruins area. We're going to find the prospector first, of course, so going to have to be dealing with those pesky magnets, which is not optimal, never ideal, but continuing the chase here and trying to, getting the 2 hits with that bomb there, so able to potentially get that down.
Yeah, I mean, it's also good going against a Prospector, because at the beginning of the game, Prospector only has 1 magnet, right? It slowly recharges to 2, but he's already used up all of his magnets, so now basically he's just 1 chip damage away. Xiaoma, will he be able to get it? He's gonna land it with that hit. The final blow from Xiaoma, getting Xingchen down, no magnets, and you know what? It's to be expected. Xiaoma is he's a very dedicated Bonbon player as well, but Veronica, 3 ciphers almost done, so I would say that's a pretty standard kite.
Yeah, absolutely. Pretty good. Did, manage to force out that watch on the First Officer, but we are going to see the Patient come in for the rescue instead, who also has Tide, of course. They came in, double Tide, double broken windows. They were really preparing to deal with this Bonbon. So going to have to be careful with these bombs. Already having, 1 hit, chip damage, and another hit. Out! So the Patient is going to go down. The rescue has been stuffed. Now the First Officer, it is up to you, First Officer. You have to make this rescue happen, or else things are not looking great.
Exactly. This is like a nightmare. Like it was already a nightmare in the beginning, facing Xiaoma's Bonbon. I'm pretty sure they're really prepared, but oh my God, SXY, the rescuer is gonna get hit. But is he gonna be able to rescue? He is gonna be rescued. He's just one chip damage away. It's gonna be a double down situation. Patient is already still on the floor. Sing Chen running for his life. Only one magnet left. Fortunately, the broken window trait is helping him to gain distance. He's trying to make his way further and further away from his teammates so that his teammates will be able to recuperate. He has that stun on two. Xiaoma, my goodness, prolonging the kite. Veronica still doing very great, but the time bomb is gonna end Sing Chen's route there.
Yeah, we're gonna see Sing Chen go down. Fortunately, basement's not in the area, but you just need that chair and you need to get it done with. Barmaid has actually healed up, I believe, both the patient and the first officer with the Dovlin drinks there. So she's managed to get her team back to half health so long as the first officer is able to get the drink off, and it looks like he will. And potentially looking like Barmaid could be our next chase here, Nell, as transitioning over into the shack area, which is where she's hiding, waiting out, and she no longer has any items to utilize except for her speed train.
Yeah, I mean, has definitely... They can definitely still come back from this, but it's gonna take an amazing second kiter to pull this off. But as we were talking about this, Yin L is only down to one last chip damage. Xiaoma, one more bomb's gonna make it. Is he gonna be able to land this bomb? Oh my god, Yin L doing such an amazing job so far, but the time bomb again gonna claim victim for the second time. Yin L is already down. First officer and patient, however, though, they are being healed to maximum, so at least that's the saving grace of having a barmaid. Unfortunately, the nightmare is not over for GW because the basement is around the vicinity and two full ciphers remaining, Veronica.
Oh goodness.
I know, right? Like,
put down
that's my
here.
response when I'm here too.
Yeah, it really does feel like that. We're gonna have to see if they pull this rescue off or if they're just going to, try and take a different approach of strategy here to see what they can do. But sending Dis back in to try and accomplish this rescue here on the Bonbon, but having already not been able to pull one off before, and now the difficulties increase. We are now looking at a basement rescue, so it will be a little bit tougher.
He has a bling. He has to be really careful. Oh my god, the terror shock! How can they not remember that he might have a bling up? Because it's already past, it's already 4 minutes and 40 seconds. There's definitely a bling up. It's definitely off cooldown. I mean, I don't know, man. He's just gonna place patient down. First officer still at full health, has no more clock to work with though. I mean, Spider-Man still has one more hook as a patient, but the moment he gets up, bomb is gonna be flown back to the manor. My goodness, Xiaoma, Veronica, you do not just you, I do not want to play against him. No one wants to play against Xiaoma when he's on Bonbon, man.
Yeah, you really don't want to deal with the nightmare of Xiaoma's Bonbon. Boy, if it is not impressive. So we're going to see SXY come in for the kite here. No more blink to utilize, but still have those bombs. The patient has just gotten up now. A beautiful time bomb again. Really, really good with these. Of course, what else would you expect from a mainland China Bonbon main? But going to transition back over into the shack area to kite DIS again, just to see, maybe if that can be accomplished. Just that one hook remaining and looking and seemingly going back to the first officer now, not wanting to waste the time looking for that hiding patient.
Yeah, I mean, he just wants to drain their resources as much as possible because he knows he's gonna waste too much time if he goes back for the patient. And of course, there's no guarantee that the cipher will be done before SXY goes down. So he's actually baiting on it, but now he's gonna change target. Saw the shaking cipher, decides that, oh yeah, it's pretty close. I'm gonna make a chase for it, but Xiaoma has to be really careful because he doesn't want to be juked by the patient. Patient's not going towards the shack, so Xiaoma probably has a sense of what's going on. Tinnitus is gonna be gone pretty soon. It's gone. He knows that, yeah, he's probably left the area, but he doesn't know which area, so good job though on the patient. Evading the line of sight of Bonbon, but SXY, what's he doing? Trying to pick up an item in the middle. He's gonna get tension.
Yeah, transitioning over into the factory here now to try and continue on with this kite. Patient, of course, has already used exit path and no self-heal, so you don't want the patient on the kite. First officer can heal, but it does cause... Oh, changing to teleport and coming right back over into this area, knowing full well there's been enough time and those bombs don't go off. They're on too long a timer, and he got there too quick for him to go. But Dis on the kite now in the shack here, going to get another beautiful time bomb and one more chip, and he's down for the count.
Exactly, and he doesn't have any more hooks to play with, so Spider spider patient is kind of. It's just kind of waiting for the count, waiting to go down for the count. Oh my god, the hit! I especially hate it when this happens, when you drop down the pallet and that's when the hit connects. And this is what you have to fear when you're playing against a Tin Man Bonbon. The hitbox is just made, it's just built for situations like this as well. Xiaoma gonna rotate his vision. He's like, yo bro, I've gotten down patient. Where are you, first officer? Oh my god, getting bombed! He got the chip damage. She found out where the first officer is. Oh my god, SXY, are you able to sidestep? No, Veronica. My goodness, what a scary game. 4K by Xiaoma in first.
Beautiful way for us to start off this matchup here with that
right?
clean, immediate, 4 kill with ciphers remaining and teleport swaps and bomb uses, and he's right off. He knows what he accomplished. He's gonna go sit down and have a drink and relax.
I know, right? I mean, this situation didn't just happen once, right? Yesterday it also happened when we were just talking so much about it, like Veronica, like yesterday, while Posh and I we were talking about it, like the bonbon, okay, the chase might take a little bit of time, but the moment it comes to camping, that's when you foil the game plan of the teams. And this is exactly what happened at the same time. The patient got caught off in a bad place, between a rock and a bad place, and after that the first officer managed to rescue. But again, there's only so much a rescuer can do, especially when Bonbon's at full presence, spamming that bomb like a terrorist, and just like bomb, and then the chip damage ended up on the first officer for the last time after the rescue. Everyone was down at that point, so I guess it's really I would say the situation was kind of like pretty hard, like a point of no return when survivors failed that rescue.
Definitely the turning point there. And so early for a turning point too, just unable to get that rescue off, and then down, and then the first officer is down too, and the barmaid expending all of her drinks to help out, but unable to be worth it in the end because she didn't even have time to grab herself anything else. You're so kind of up, and there's nothing left for you now.
I know. I mean, you're a survivor, Mean. I mean, like, what's your game plan? Like, if you're gonna face against Bonbon, because, like, just look at Bonbon's stats. He hits like 24 hits in that last game itself. Like, SXY kind of pretty long, but everyone else pretty much died like less than 100 seconds, and apparently no one was able to touch that last cipher. So, I mean, I don't know. Xiaoma's being a monster here. Like, what's your strategy when you face a Bonbon? Do you want to share with us? Like,
if it was Xiaoma's Bonbon in particular, I think I'd kneel in front of him with the crouch and just let him take me outside and steal the
too.
I know, but usually I main Ento and Psych mostly, so I can hold my own against a Bonbon pretty okay with the bees and the delayed damage, but still gotta be careful, gotta avoid those lock-ins on the vaults and the pallets, and otherwise you're not gonna go too well.
We can just start dancing, right? Just start dancing and hope that, yo, I'm your fan. Like, pre-chat, you're like, oh, yo, I'm your fan. Please sign my autograph. And Hunter, I love you. Hopefully, you'll be nice, be gentle, and then you just start dancing around. And who knows, the Hunter's heart might be softened, but not Xiaoma though, because I don't think he's a friendly Hunter at all, at any point at all. I feel like most of the top tier Hunters, they don't really go friendly at all, and it shows because he got a 5-0 in this first half itself, Veronica.
Yeah,
5-0. Oh my god.
For love on the battlefield with the enemy. We're not gonna have a Romeo and Juliet situation in Koa, unfortunately, but we'd love to see it. If you guys would like to hold hands instead, Nell and I would cheer you on, and so would the chat, I'm sure. But we're going to be seeing now GG playing on the Survivor side, so very excited to get that going. Of course, they played on the first day, I believe it was, coming out immediately with Chinatown to start them out, and the panda is back and no longer in a tumultuous war with the other mascot, which is really beautiful to see.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a beautiful thing to watch, especially when you're a Bonbon main and things like this like happens. Like, that's the best feeling ever, right? If you're a Hunter main and you get a terror shock onto the survivors. I mean, I know the idiom. I'm pretty sure everyone knows an apple a day keeps the doctor away. But here, I believe the fandom has made an idiom of their own. A terror shock a day keeps Hunter depressions away. And then And Shama's definitely gonna be very happy. But moving on from that though, Veronica, now we are gonna see Ani, the hunter from Team GW Golden Wings, facing off against GG Survivor. And mind you, GG Survivor, they haven't lost a game yet. It's mostly just wins and draws, and they've been exceptionally amazing so far in these group stages. And it's going to be coming up to the first player itself. PPZ plays a first officer, plays a forward. I mean, just a very versatile rescuer. He also plays psychologist. He also plays the gravekeeper. He also plays the forward. So very deep survivor pool. You can't ban his survivor pools. You can't ban all of them at least, right?
Yeah, you'd have to use all your bans right on that one player, and then everybody else is ready to go. QCal, I believe, also plays forward and acrobat alongside the psychologist and mercenary here. Very excited to see the way that GG worked together on this survivor side now. Of course, they've been giving impressive performances ever since they began even playing at all, let alone just during the main stage qualifiers and the ones that we had beforehand too. But always exciting to see. We're going to see, what they're capable of going up against a different team.
Yeah, I mean, I just love Gu Chao, man. Seen him since forever. Like he's like the OG of OGs, right? We've seen him since forever. But speaking of another OG that I absolutely love, GG18, ladies and gentlemen, if you still remember that game, he freaking played Thief, and in Ever Sleeping Town he stunned. Who was it again? Let me see. He played the Thief, and with the flashlight, he stunned the Hunter over and over again, the Hunter of RC. And that was just amazing, man. And he harasses, and I just have to say, the rise of the Thief, even if you can't stun the Hunter, at least you cancel out the Hunter skill. So I think the Thief is actually very, very viable in the tournaments now. Yeah, and I absolutely love it when someone picks it. But of course, now for the man of the hour, PP Xia, Veronica.
PP Xia, of course, being a very impressive former Hunter player who has been really doing a wonderful job with the kites going into this. I remember the first match they played actually really played in my mind against Akko's Hermit, because there were a lot of very entertaining moments there, and I believe it was PP Xia who carried the whole time with this beautiful seer kite that just went on and on and on and on, and then
on, yeah. Three owls, right? Like that's crazy. Yeah, I mean,
they kind of all stood behind the Thief on full health as he protected them from the big scary creature. And
we love it when that happens. We definitely love it when that happens. But now, Ani, the hunter for Golden Wings, well, he does play a few hunters as well. He plays the Guard 26, he plays the Wax Artist, he plays the Soul Weaver. Just fun fact for all of you who missed the first game of GW, they went up against B4U. B4U gave them a run for the money. Neck and neck actually from game number 1, game number 2, and finally in game number 3 when Ani's like, you know what, I had enough. Even GW survivors were like, yeah, we had enough. They got that decisive win in game number 3. So it just shows that you know what, you can never underestimate any teams at all, regardless of which region they come from, because when the tide rises, all boats come ahead. Doesn't matter where it's made from, whether it's made from China, it's made from Japan, it's made from NAU, it's made from Southeast Asia. All boats rise, and you have to see who's the one taking the charge. So let's see if Ani will be able to take the charge. But first, a little bit of memes from Ani. Is that a Terminator meme?
A few more memes for us to enjoy. Actually, while we're waiting for the match, now that it's my first day, you all have 5 casters. You know what else there is 5 of? Survivors in the COA 6 set. So maybe if you're looking for something to do to wake your brain back up, if it's late for you like it is for me, maybe you'll take the time to assign us each a COA 5 survivors who you'd like to see as what, maybe for a verbal meme here. That's all I got.
Oh, I'm definitely looking forward to it. But you know what? They are also looking forward to this match. You can see that all the survivors are prepared. PP Xia is actually the one spotting the smile, right? I mean, hashtag Colgate. Definitely not looking to get sponsored by Colgate, but well, it does help. It does help. So yeah, please do pay attention. So right, without further ado, we are setting up the stage. We are getting ready for the band pick stages. And while we're waiting for that, more fan signs. I just love the fan signs going on. Again, ladies and gentlemen, if you If you have any memes or any fan arts you would like to submit, please do remember to submit it. There's an event from Identity 5, My Moments with Koa. So do check out their page in the official site. And of course, you can always send it to any one of the casters, Chocho, me, Eli, Posh, Veronica. We all have our own IGs as well. We will definitely try and share the story, definitely, especially if it's funny memes. So do so. Yeah. Veronica, do you want to share your IG tag? Because I believe it's not direct, right?
That one is Fueling Agents, but I'm more active on Twitter at Fueling Agent without the S. Because unfortunately, everyone and their mother wanted the username on Instagram, it seems. So but I got it everywhere else, so.
Exactly. Okay, so there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Fueling Agents in IG and Fueling Agent without the S in Twitter. So yeah, right now the music has set. We are in for an epic band pick choice. Again, ladies and gentlemen, the success of a game, 50% of it is predetermined by the band pick drafts itself. Whether or not you are able to ban the hunter's best character pool, whether you're able to counter it with the map selections, all down to this moment. Dancer, no surprise, Arms Factory Dancer is a menace. I mean, I don't know, like a music box pirouetting. I'd be frustrated chasing a dancer, especially if all the music boxes are down with the pallets down. So yeah, that's the first band. Coming up with the first two picks as well, Veronica.
Yeah, we will be seeing our first two picks, of course, seeing that Prospector again and the Mercenary, a classical rescue, always good to have on your side. You know, if you don't want to pull out that first officer with his watch, if you want those elbow pads instead, and of course the delayed damage and all, you're going to take out that Mercenary. So Ani, of course, in this meta, we might see an Antiquarian ban as well. Of course, any team that knows their stuff at all has a dedicated Antiquarian player, so always a good ban to take out. You do not want to deal with that pesky flute and those stuns now. So I am very curious as to see what will be next in terms of our bans.
I mean, GG's not picking it up, so maybe they're gonna pick it up now. I mean, Ani's not even considering banning the Antiquarian. Let's hope it doesn't come back to haunt him if GG decides to pick it, because right now I think they're pretty much settled. They have the Norton, they have Mercenary, they have a Kiter, they have an OB, they have an OBer, they have a Rescuer. So if they pick out Antiquarian, it might be good, but no, they're actually deciding to go with a Coordinator. So what do you... Interesting, right? Veronica, a Coordinator over a Ford, a Badger, and even an Antiquarian.
Yeah, not even for the last choice here. She is very useful. I can see why, you know, people tend to take her in as a really good kiter. She has that gun to utilize, and then after that she has a few nice little buffs that she can use to vault over pallets and whatnot. So still very curious, over the other two options that are certainly there and could have been used.
Yeah, I mean, if there's one thing we love about Martha, is guessing whether or not she will shoot the wall. I mean, I don't want to play Martha anymore. I get a lot of shit for shooting the wall, but I'm like, yo, I don't want to shoot the hunter. Oh my god. I mean, I don't know about you, but like E2, hunters are pretty nice.
When I used to play Martha myself, I haven't played her in so long, but one of my good friends always plays Little Girl, and we'd play quick matches. And sometimes we'd both think, oh, we need to stun now. So I'd use my gun, and then she'd cancel it out with her page, and it was devastating and brutal. So Martha's on a little bit of a break for me.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely fun to have. I feel like everyone just wants the Martha's gun without playing Martha. But yeah, the last pick will be the Psychologist. Apparently, Pipicia will be on the Psychologist. I definitely love this choice. He is an amazing kiter after all, but let's not forget, Psychologist, yes, she's tanky, but she has no skill to prolong the kite. She has a stress, which gradually reduces after the first hit. So that's why she's able to take 3 hits. But other than that, yeah, she doesn't really have anything to bounce back like a bounce back kite after being rescued from the chair, or late game. Like late game, she's definitely weak late game because she has no escape potential. She has no escape mechanism. But you know what? We'll just see how it goes, because I'm pretty sure they're planning to put Pipicia in the front lines, making the kite works first, and then 18, after finishing one cipher, coming for the coming for the harass, coming for the support. So we'll just kind of have to see. But yeah, we're just waiting for Anyi right now. And Veronica, another bonbon.
Wow, we're seeing Bonbon too. So Bonbon, if you will, all four of them. So that'll be very exciting to see. Of course, on the arms, we'll have a grand old time comparing it to Gigi's little play on the Bonbon there. And against this team comp, I think very interesting. Nell, what are your thoughts on optimal chase here for that Bonbon?
I mean, Bonbon can definitely go for anyone he wants. Can go for Martha first, make Kucha waste the gun. But usually when they pick a coordinator, they have an idea how to play. They don't usually waste their gun unnecessarily, or they will wait for the perfect opportunity to use it. But usually they will just try and hold on to it until late game. But I would say chasing after Martha is not too bad. Get rid of the gun first, or chase Prospector first, like what happened in the last game. Xiaoma chasing the Prospector first, right? Because he only has one magnet in the beginning of the game. So I think that could definitely work as well. But we just have to look at the spawn locators first, Veronica.
Yeah, that we will, which will be very exciting. Oh, we're going to see them all lined up here, of course, in a nice little row, like little ducklings following their mother. And their mother is here. There is the Bonbon. He has chosen his spawn. We'll get a little bit of a better view on them when we get them from the top down in-game. Here I love this little graphic. A little confusing, though. Oh, changing actually to, this mimics last game's spawns a little bit better now, if I remember correctly, choosing to put the Bonbon back in that factory once more.
Yeah, I mean, it looks exactly like the same spawns as well. Prospector being at the sandbags. Yeah, so let's see if the Bonbon will actually be chasing Prospector first. But let's not forget, 18 is also one of the most stable kiters, an amazing harasser at that as well. So if he decides to go for 18, oh sorry, not at the sandbags actually. It's actually the mercenary at the sandbags. So maybe Anyi will move towards the middle, try and catch hold of PP Shia. Again, remember last game, it was actually first officer in the middle, and he activated the watch. So here, PP Shia doesn't have anything to activate, so he really needs to rotate far away from the middle in order to gain distance against the Bonbon, because the Bonbon definitely gonna try and chase.
Yeah, really don't want to deal with that Bonbon, but don't want to deal with any of these pesky survivors either. Yeah, I do agree that, of course, Prospector and Coordinator would be really good choices. That gun is pesky to deal with when it is stunning, but once it's out of the way, then you're not worried about it late game. Carrying excitement, though, to deal with that Prospector's magnet and that gun. And we are going to hop into the match here, of course, spawning back at the factory area. I'm Veronica, this is Mello. We are your hosts for the latter half of today. I'm going to continue on with this little chase here, moving forward, transitioning over into this little ruins area here. So going to follow along, 18 is in this area as the Prospector, just as you thought, Nell, and a perfect mirror to last match, chasing the Prospector in the same area to start off. But will it go better for 18 than it did last time?
Yeah, I mean, one thing's for sure, Anyi doesn't have a blink this time. He has excitement, but oh, the moonwalk hiding the red light might be a mistake from 18. Now he can't go through because he's afraid of the terror shock. So it gives a free hit for Anyi. So pretty good start for Anyi against GG so far, Veronica.
Very strong start getting that magnet off, getting it ready to go, but of course going to have to be really careful of these bombs. 2 bombs and you're down, or 1 main body hit from this Bonbon here. Oh, the excitement coming off before anything even goes off. No more magnets utilized right at this moment due to the cooldown. Able to avoid that hit, but going to have to be really careful. 1 chip damage to down, and there it is. It does happen. The Prospector is going to go down to start us off, and that was real quick now. We're only about a minute into the match.
Yeah, I mean, he used his flywheel to avoid the first, trying to avoid that first swing, but unfortunately, the second chip damage managed to down 18. And if you notice, that's not only does the Bonbon brings excitement instead of blink, everyone actually got flywheel, so that's a difference in playstyle of the survivors. So let's see whether it will work or not, because so far, oh my god, the gun's gonna work! Yeah, there's no excitement. It's the perfect time to use it. Now 18, just trying to go to the factory, trying to gain more distance. I mean, he's just getting bombed left and right, Veronica.
Yeah, just coming at him with these bombs and going to utilize a beautiful time bomb there, just, reminiscence of what we saw last time. Getting that one last magnet off as a sort of, I'm my own man. I can show myself to you, but still going to go down anyway right here in the corner and going to be placed back on the chair. The gun has been utilized and now no more magnets to use after using that last time. Mercenary still on full health. Psychologist, of course, still able to heal up anyone who does come in for the rescue, but Tide has been utilized now, so they are going to have to be really careful about this and might choose to just sell this prospector on the chair.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. PPZ is just probably there to give Tinnitus. He has no idea who's there, but he probably has an idea it's the mercenary. Well, PPZ is gonna get started on the 4th cipher. Martha's probably gonna start on the 5th. Honestly, it's a very good start for Anyi because by the time Prospector's gone, only 3 ciphers have been done. So it's actually a really good start. Actually, an upgrade of what happened. It's actually a very good start. So let's see if GW is able to solidify the lead at this moment, because right now you kind of need a 5-0 on the side of Anyi.
Yeah, Anyi going to have to push for this 5-0 and chasing PPZ on the mercenary here. Getting the first bomb off, going to have to get some more off. Of course, this is a mercenary. He takes those natural hits to go down, and the delayed damage is going to make it a little bit rougher. Chasing into this shack area here and continuing on in the chase while ciphers are being pushed accordingly.
Yeah, I mean, fortunately, the coordinator has an elbow pad, able to dodge, but for how much longer? Because you know what, she's already she's being the target now with no items. Yes, can run to the factory, but again, how far actually can you run with that? But make no mistake though, GW actually is still kind of in the pinch, because even though 2 ciphers are fairly new, let's not forget, GG only needs 1 survivor out to win this round 1. So I think like as long as they pace themselves, things should be fine. They should play the long game. Whereas Anyi, I think he's more stressed to make things happen, bro.
Yeah, you got 1 cipher remaining and 3 survivors on the field when you are trying to match up to a 4 elimination from the last round. A lot of pressure as the hunter, of course, and the survivors are spread out pushing different cipher machines to make sure that they make this happen. They are going to have 2 prime ciphers if everything goes well, but Kukao will be the next person to be chased here, which is the coordinator. Nothing to utilize items-wise, but got those cute little vaulting buffs, so we'll be able to pull something off that way. Going to have to loop around here, but that cipher is almost primed now. It's at about 80%, so they should be. Oh, where is Anyi going?
Yeah, that's the problem that's the problem, right? I think Anyi's not the only one with this problem. Even Xiaoma, he kind of has. He's kind of weak at spotting the survivors who are hiding, right? So I guess, guys, tip is, if you can kite, well, hide first, because Master Hiding plays a long role, a very good role as well. So Kucha has been found out. He's gonna be chased, but Cypher has been popped. Gates have been done. Oh my god, he's gonna mercenary. Oh, wow. I thought he was gonna force it. You can't force against a bonbon detention. Oh yeah.
Okay, getting that chip off, so now that we have things to work with here, could get that mercenary down, but the dungeon is in the area now, and the gate has been opened by the psychologist. Going to have to be careful, but actually using the elbow pad to go over to the gate, going to follow the psych out. She offers a little bit of protection for this mercenary here, and they are out. It is now just the coordinator that needs to worry, but worry no more. The gate is almost open. It has been open, and the coordinator will leave as well, so that is a 3 escape for GG's survivors. As you mentioned, they haven't lost yet, and I am not surprised. Very well played on their side there against Anyi's Bonbon.
Yeah, I mean, they're just really confident in their game plan so far. You can see, like, PPC is like, yo, calculated. That's if you're thinking what he's saying, that's exactly the word he said. We got this. Like, they know, they have a game plan. They ban accordingly, and they know exactly what they want to do against a Bonbon in that situation. So I would say being put in that situation by Xiaoma definitely plays a very pivotal role as well, because our hunters got 4K. I mean, we're kind of just chillaxing, right? Like, well, a draw's still good, a 3-man escape's good, a draw's still good, a 1-man escape is still good. So it just encourages them to play to their best possible situation. And wow, they ended up with 8-1 in game number 1, Veronica.
Yeah, a very, very impressive start, of course, already starting off with that 5-0 to begin, and then going, no, you know what, we haven't had enough, we do want more than that. So they're choosing to take the 3 escape as well after they, they worked hard for it and they made it happen. Getting both of those gates open and the teamwork, absolutely wonderful. Prospector eliminated first both times, which is just a funny thing that I'm noticing now. I think maybe that Penguin has it out for him.
Yeah, I mean, I mean, it's definitely looking in the way of GG now. You can see for yourself as well. Like, yes, 3 ciphers have been done before 18 has been sent back to the mana. And if you notice well, it's only 60 seconds. Like, look, he only kited 60 seconds, but during that time, 3 ciphers have been popped. So Bonbon again, very, very susceptible to cipher rushes. So the only way GW could have won that in the previous game just now was if he actually foiled the rescue of Martha, foiled the rescue of the mercenary. But you know what? Maybe that's why they picked Martha. You know, one gun settles it all. He used excitement, and the one gun settled it, and the rescue was successful. So all it takes is just prolong the kite with the Nitus, and ultimately GG managed to push for the last cipher, and it could have been a draw, but they went with but the mercenary utilizes the pad really well. It's like a zigzag. Goes out, wait for the coordinator to finish it, zips back in again. So nothing a Bonbon can do, especially when he's just walking on his short little feet. Yeah.
Waddling around trying to get those downs on survivors, but doing it well, using those bombs. Anya, of course, really good time bombs, but you can't really live up to Xiaoma's Bonbon at this point, just so practiced and great at it. But beautiful start. Of course, we could see them tie that next round and turn things around, so it's still anyone's game, but GG, of course, in the lead at this current moment, which is very exciting. We're getting ready, getting raring to go. In our first matchup, of course, we have another one later, but this is what we are focused on for now, and it is a Bonbon party. I assume we'll be seeing some Bonbon bands going into the next time. Otherwise, we might be dealing with another one of those sort of classical Bonbon days, is what I call them, where it's just only Bonbon for 5 matches in a row.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, for GW, they would probably / definitely ban Xiaoma's Bonbon. But it also depends though, like the map that they choose. Because if you go with a map like Chinatown, you go with a map like Chinatown, you go with a lake like Lakeside, it might change the whole thing. But you know what? More speculations later, because Veronica and I are going for a short break. See you guys very soon. Yo, and there's a fan sign right here. Hashtag COA6 global support. Good game. Well played. I wish GG can achieve good records in the COA6. See you in Hangzhou. Well, I would. All of us would love to see you in Hangzhou, by the way, because we definitely want to be on the grand stage itself. But yeah, wonderful support, wonderful message for GG. Of course, ladies and gentlemen, in the chat. GW is not out of this yet. Yes, GG got an 8-1 in round number 1 against Golden Wings, but again, anything can happen in the game. So you know what? Hashtag GG if you're all for GG, or hashtag GW if you're all for GW. And speaking of Golden Wings, GW fighting. We are all here shouting out for you guys at Shella Dreamer. So wonderful message, heartwarming. We're all here. We're definitely all here watching, giving our supports. And Veronica's back with her Neko headphones. How are you, Veronica? And very cute.
I'm good. we're having a little change here. Things are getting a little bit silly on my end, so we might see me back to the regular mic when it comes to next round, but we'll see what happens now. We'll see what happens. As for now, of course, those beautiful fan supports. And oh my goodness, it's so much more echoey to have myself in my ears, but we are hopping into our second matchup here now.
Yeah, hopping the next matchup, but don't forget the panda, because GG's mascot is not going anywhere. Yes, it's Ramadan month, but this panda needs some bamboos. At least that's what it's thinking. At least that's what I think it's saying. Yo, bamboo, bamboo. Let's dance, bamboo. I mean, you know, this just looks so cute. Veronica, as cute as here.
Posh and Eli were having a field day about the idea of giving everybody a mascot, which was very interesting. You know, they've been coming up with so many, and some of them I felt strongly about, and others they were a little weaker. But hopefully he gets that fusion mascot going as requested. For the people.
I would love to get a SpongeBob mascot. A SpongeBob SquarePants. Yeah, but you know what? We are back into the main stage where, if you've missed what happened in the first game, well, technically GG scored an 8-1 against Golden Wings with a beautiful play by Xiaoma, 4K in the first half. Second half, it was a 3-man run by Team GG as well. So right now in game number 2, GW is looking for the comeback that they really need if they want to continue on and try to win one game against GG. Veronica, any idea? Any idea what Xiaoma? Okay, because Xiaoma's on the stage now. Any idea what Xiaoma can play if his bonbon gets banned?
Yeah, according to what I have noted down here, potentially could take out that Wax Artist, that Breaking Wheel, maybe that Naiad. But as far as I recall, having a really deep hunter pool, so under pressure, you know, with things banned, if the map is right for it, could maybe pull out anybody and be just as good. But we will see what ends up getting actually played here. Now, do you have anything that you're personally hoping for to see? Anything that you'd be excited about?
I mean, I don't think I could get any more excited than the mad eyes, the chat eyes that we saw yesterday. I mean, that was just insane. But, well, Xiaoma, I feel like he's not gonna play anything out of the ordinary. It is Chinatown after all. If he wants to, he can definitely go for the Soul Weaver, considering, well, his bonbon is just too dangerous. Even if it's Chinatown, it's too dangerous to let out. So Xiaoma has the option of going for Soul Weaver, he has the option of going for Wax Artist, but this time, GW has the Antiquarian as well as the Prospector, so harass us right off the bat, Veronica.
Coming out strong with these harassers here. You know, they want to get those in and get those ready to go. Now that they know what they're up against, they've gone right up against Xiaoma. They know that they need to put on that aggression. They really need to get things ready to go. They really need to pull this match, considering the way the last one went. So the Prospector, of course, coming out once more. Hopefully not going to be first chase this time again. As you've mentioned, those one magnets have been really rough for them. But Entomologist and Dancer coming in as our next bands here now. And gonna see the Toy Merchant for our good friend Chocho.
Yo, Toy Merchant main, assemble! Let's not play like Chocho. I mean, Chocho, technically, she's an amazing Toy Merchant, to be fair. I think the only time when she places that catapult, you know, like to sabotage own teammate, is when Eli's playing with her. So so I would say she's still really amazing. And Yin L is also amazing with the Toy Merchant. And the character itself in this map though, Veronica, like, it's just so good. You place the catapult, it allows you to jump all the way to the other side to gain distance, especially if you want to elevate towards the stairs. And then if you're chasing a Toy Merchant, going up the stairs, coming down from the second floor, you'll be able to glide. And when you make a rotation enough, the cooldown of the catapult's done. When you time it right and with proper placement, you're able to look really, really far. But oh my god, I guess mobility doesn't really matter because Xiaoma, a very risky breaking wheel, Veronica.
Coming out with that
second time, right?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely insane. It is on my list here. I did not expect to see it, but I guess that's what we will be doing. Chinatown, of course, is a pretty decent map for Wheel. Always very exciting to see Wheel. Haven't been out as much since the flywheel meta has come into play, but we've seen some crazy Wheel plays now during both this time and qualifiers and even other little smaller tourneys scattered around. So the Wheel, of course, still able to hold its own. I mean, there are 3 of them in the Wheel, so I would expect them to be able to withstand those 4 survivors a little bit better than some other hunters. But we're getting ready to go on Chinatown here with the Wheel, and we're going to be seeing our spawn locations soon. Now, Nell, real quick before we see them, Optimal Chase, what are your thoughts?
Optimal chase, anyone can be the first chase because, because that's one thing guaranteed, because the breaking Wheel, the moment he gets into wheel form, it doesn't matter where you are, he knows where you spawn, he will just go and you don't have time to rotate. So I guess the only he should probably go and chase the toy merchant first and before she's able to set up the catapult and hit her with the spike. I think that would be really, really optimal. But if she manages to pull it off, it's fine. The next target, Patient, is also okay. You want to go for the Prospector first? It's also okay. Of course, Prospector not having that mobility is definitely gonna help Breaking Wheel have a little bit more leeway. But again, we'll just have to see who's the one falling to the spikes first, because, ladies and gentlemen, this is do or die. If GG gets another win here, it's going to be 2-0, Veronica. It's going to be really, really hard for GW to come back in the second half. So no matter what, GW, they need to fight against Breaking Wheel of Xiaoma in Chinatown.
We are going to see their builds here, and it does seem like they were kind of trying to prepare for anything. So we only have 1 flywheel, which is very vital, as you know, against the Breaking Wheel here. Breaking Wheel, of course, carrying Excitement, Detention, and I believe that is Insolence.
For sure. Yeah.
I mix it up with Confined Space sometimes. I promise I know what I'm talking about, but that one, I know that one gets me. I'm like, it's a circle in an object. Which one is it?
Yeah. It looks like a bag of chips, so that's how I know it's Insolence. So yeah, I mean, Insolence is really important because you land 1 spike, you get off wheel form, you hit, the survivor's basically 1 chip damage away, you get into wheel form again, you hit the second time, then you already have your skill for a burst spike. So basically that's how Xiaoma wants to play it. But Yin L as the toy merchant, as predicted, gonna go for the toy merchant first. Has to be really careful. I think he just wants to get the 2 spikes first because he cannot risk the toy merchant going for the catapult jump. So yeah, maybe 1 more spike to secure. Oh my god, open area kiting is the best counter against Breaking Wheel. Let's see Yin L. Oh my god, even with the burst speed, oh, he has to go out. He has to get out of wheel form. Oh my god.
Yeah, we're gonna see. Oh, first hit, but no spikes now, as you mentioned. A really beautiful job of looping that wheel there, but now out of the area that was so strong against the wheel before and forced to sort of kite on foot, but don't want to deal with that toy merchant anymore. Too acquainted with how well the toy merchant has been dodging everything. Yin L clearly very experienced with dealing with this wheel. Dealing with Xing Shen now on the antiquarian, and the excitement of immediate down now.
Wow, the excitement paying off instead of the bling. So looks like GW Xing Chen's Antiquarian might not be much of an impact in the first kind after all. What a beautiful play by Xiaoma. Very, 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 very flexible, changing straight away from the toy merchant even though getting 1 hit. Now Yin L gonna jump, making that leap. SXY is gonna come for a very, very early rescue. Is he gonna make it? He's gonna make it, but oh my god, Breaking Wheel is just 1 hit away from full presence. Who's he gonna try and hit? Maybe he's gonna try and hit the toy merchant again. He just needs 1 more. The spike's gonna bring him down. Boom! There you have it, Veronica. 2nd person down. What a beautiful start for Xiaoma in this first
Yeah. Really coming in with this aggressive play. You know, you're in the lead by so much and still coming out with this wheel and playing it with the respect and aggression that a wheel deserves. But gonna follow along here. Continuing on this patient who is trying to come potentially for a rescue or to build tinnitus, but getting those spikes on, so unable to do anything despite the full health, because that would be a real quick down. Ooh, okay.
My god.
Interesting. Toy merchant goes down.
Yeah, I mean, there wasn't anything that they could do here, honestly. Like, yeah, oh my god, he's getting pulled back. Toy merchant's gonna escape, but it doesn't matter. Oh my god! The second Magnet's gonna make it. Oh my goodness, this is such an amazing support. This is what GW needs. They need the support in order to help the Toy Merchant to kite even further. The moment he gets out of will form, Yinel is gonna jump and glide through the sky, but that's not gonna happen. Oh my goodness. This is so nerve-wracking. Only one person on the Cypher so far, Veronica.
Oh, not able to get that stun off quite yet, and using excitement to continue on and not be pulled back by the Prospector to get a snap down on the Toy Merchant. Another little stun there, but that's not going to be too much. Using, magnets and now none able to utilize at the moment, so no harassment will be done on the Toy Merchant being picked up here unless the Antiquarian comes in now, but on half health, so maybe not worth it. So we're going to see Yin El sit on the chair once more.
Yeah, I mean, it's just amazing. The awareness of Xiaoma, like if you see, instead of just quickly picking up and cheering, he went and tried and bait something out of GW. Every time he does something, there's a motive, there's a purpose, and he baited out one more hook. So that's already looking very, very good for Xiaoma. Now, Prospector! My god, he played around too much, a little too much, and he got down. They're definitely gonna sacrifice Toy Merchant, so it wasn't really worth it to have the Prospector come to show face as we speak. But now the rescue's not gonna happen. SXY gonna be focusing on another Cypher. Mind you though, Veronica, second person on the chair, one person half health, patient with 3 spikes, and only 2 Cyphers done.
It is not looking too good for GW, now you would be right to point it out. We are going to see an attempt to be in the area still, but 3 spikes here, going to utilize the snap, and we are going to see the Antiquarian coming in, but gonna have to be careful, having that excitement, it's gonna be off cooldown at some point, but getting the down on the Antiquarian, the Prospector is able to continue on. Will he perish or will he prosper? He will go up the stairs and we'll see what happens to him later. As for now, the Antiquarian will be sat on the chair, Prospector coming in potentially to do some magnet harassing, but 2 Cyphers remaining, 1 is almost done. They could make it to a prime now, but it's not looking likely.
Yeah, I mean, this is the situation where bringing an excitement has so much value. Like you can see Antiquarian couldn't do anything. Prospector, he's at half health. This is the situation where you can't really do anything. Even with half health, you can't push the Hunter away because he will have excitement. Antiquarian, oh my god, he forced it! Why? Why force it? He has excitement. He should know that Xiaoma has excitement. That's the thing.
Yeah, had that excitement used on him earlier, so would be very well acquainted with it, but now going to sit on the chair, SXY being the only survivor continuing in the game. Almost have this Cypher primed, but is it really worth it now? Is it really worth it? Is there anything you can do with it? Using a hook here, like the Spider-Man, as you said, but going to go down with the snap, and the excitement to show, beauty at winning the game, and we are going to see another win for Xiaoma. What a force to reckon with Nell on the grand stage here.
Yeah, I mean, most of us kind of place our golden apples on GG against GW, but I don't think a lot of us expected a continuous 4K. That's like the second 4K against, it's not any team, it's GW, it's also one of an IVL team. So definitely very, very impressive showing by Xiaoma, showing why he is a hunter to be reckoned with. But of course, Veronica, unfortunately, the worst nightmare has occurred. GW does kind of have to they definitely need to get a 4-man escape in order to go to round 3, and that's only just to prolong the game to a round 3. So I don't know, man. Getting a 4K as Ani has to get a 4K. Sorry, let me just rephrase. Ani needs to get a 4K. It's looking really, really tough because GG, I mean, 3 survivors escape in game 1. Game 2, I mean, it is just such a tall order, Veronica.
Yeah, not going to be easy to do. Going to be a lot of pressure on Ani to be able to pull this off. And of course, as you mentioned, already not being able to achieve it in round 1 is going to make it even more stressful. And even so, Nell, of course, if they even make the tie, they still have to go into the next round with all their wits about them and try and pull that one even further too, to potentially force an overtime or get things back on track, but they are in a difficult situation. The point advantage is really on GG's side, and even if, Anyu's able to pull that off, Xiaoma is a force to be reckoned with, so the survivors might be unable to do much about that.
Yeah, I mean, Breaking Wheel, we kind of forgotten how Breaking Wheel used to be the best of one God Hunter with the mobility, with the chase. And for a moment, it was kind of forgotten, right? Because of the flywheel, like everyone's just flywheeling left and right. But apparently, Breaking Wheel, this is the second time being used in the COA group stages, and it's doing really great so far. If I have the stats here, Breaking Wheel, 2 out of 2. Niao Pai from ZT used it, got a 4K. GG Xiaoma used it, 4K. So far, it's a 4K Breaking Wheel in this tournament. So maybe the future teams need to consider banning Breaking Wheel, especially if they go into Chinatown in this kind of situation. But you know what? Why don't you bring us through the win condition, Veronica?
So if we have a 4 escape, GG wins, 3 escape, GG wins, 2 escape, GG wins, 1 escape, GG wins. They need that 4 kill in order to get into the next round and go into round 3. But still, pressure's on. Things are going to be really difficult. Nell coming in with the numbers from his brain and giving us the stats like a wizard. And I am reading you off the screen, which is just as important.
It's definitely very vital, because you know what, sometimes we come in, a lot of the viewers come in, sometimes they don't necessarily stay from the beginning, they need the input. So yeah, we're doing really good. We're working as a team. And speaking of team, Team GW definitely needs to work as a team more than ever, because right now the survivors have done their best. Anyi needs to channel his inner Super Saiyan Ultra instinct. I don't know, man. The zone Ayomini Daiki sort of thing, in order to get a 4K against GG, because you know what, GG just needs one survivor escape to win 2-0, Veronica.
They might just, all they need to do is push for that. And in that situation, you really are at a point of relaxation, especially because they got the 3 escape beforehand when they really didn't technically need it, but they still took it. So I can only imagine how they're going to perform when they are in the winning position and everything's going well for them, and they just need to get that one survivor out the gate or out the dungeon. I'm sure they'll do it at any means necessary, and it won't be... Well, I mean, never say never. They could end up pulling that 4 kill on Anyu's side, but things are not looking like they are in GW's favor. So I'm very intrigued to see how this goes. They might... Nell, what are your thoughts on the kind of strategy they might use Survivor team comp-wise before we get into the ban picks here?
Yeah. Talking about the Survivors composition, right? I mean, they can practically play anything, man. I mean... Well, they just need one man escape. I mean, the typical choice in Chinatown, the Embalmer, the Toy Merchant, the Patient, and then just probably ban out Anyi's. They're not afraid of his Bonbon, that's for sure. Ban out his Wax Artist, or maybe ban out his Soul Weaver, or maybe just ban out Geisha. That's also a very scary. It sort of counters mobility, right? So maybe ban that out and then work with their team composition of just maintaining distance. Just keep getting distance away from the hunter. So that could work. Yeah, honestly, they can just play anything. I mean, heck, they can even play Postman for all you know. They can play Postman, they can play Prisoner, they can play anything they want. As long as one person escapes, that's it. GG wins. So, but of course, every team here is taking every games really, really seriously. So I would say the very standard Toy Merchant if it's not banned, Priestess if it's not banned, Embalmer if it's not banned, Patient if it's not banned. Again, if it's not banned, because that's just so strong in Chinatown. I would say those are the very typical choices that you can have, Veronica.
We'll see what is actually banned if Nell's dream comp is taken off of the table right here in just a moment, which would be, brutal and devastating. But you're right, they could play literally anything. We might see that Thief come out again, a favorite of both of these teams, and I'm sure you'd enjoy seeing some little flashlight stuns. But we're going to see the Priestess and the Mercenary, I believe, get taken out first, so they are off the table. Don't want to deal with those, especially on Chinatown. You never want to deal with the Priestess. Too many big buildings for her to put those long portals on would be an absolute nightmare. So they are actually going to ban out the Breaking Wheel as well. Now, a really aggressive hunter that could achieve what needs to be gotten, which is that 4 elimination. So possibly preparing to expect Ani to maybe bring the Bonbon back, expecting and hoping for that. Gonna see Seer and First Officer come in first.
Yeah, I mean, Breaking Wheel is an all or nothing, and the last thing they need is a possibility that Ani is gonna be able to pull off that all, like go big sort of moment and get that 4K. Because the moment you're at full presence and 2 survivors are down, 3 ciphers remaining, it's sort of a downhill game from there. But you know what? Getting rid of the Breaking Wheel, definitely love it. So Ani's like, yo, what's gonna happen to my revenge mirror match Breaking Wheel? Obviously, they're not afraid of his Bonbon, but he kind of has to play it, right? Or he could just go for the Soul Weaver. It's still pretty good. Can be a 4K hunter. But again, yeah, GG's just way prepared. They're just way too relaxed going into this game. Whereas Ani, he's put in a position where every hunter means hate. You gotta get a 4K, and it's still not gonna make much of a difference in terms of wins. It's just gonna prolong the inevitable. So Ani still kind of has to make it work. So Veronica, PP just looking at you. Do you have any idea what he wants?
I've learned what seems to be wanted is the Antiquarian. Again, convenient timing as you asked me to predict, and then it comes right up. It's I feel like I'm cheating, and I'm not even meaning to, but
No,
you got your world of wisdom in your head.
We'll take it at that. But hey, Veronica, you mentioned about PP Shia's Seer before, right? So, well, another 3 owl. You want to go and predict a little bit of have a little bit of fun, predict some owls. How many owls do you think is going to be used?
I'm gonna go for 2. I'm gonna predict 2 owls. One that you get and one more, and then Ani's gonna realize maybe I don't want to kite this Seer anymore. I've already gotten a second owl out, and then gonna change target. So that's my prediction. But I won't make bets like Eli will. I'm not gonna do a 3-hour wax stream. No one can beat me.
Okay, just for the fun of it, I'm gonna go with 3. I'm gonna go for 3 owls, but I'm pretty sure you're most likely gonna get it correct. But hey, Nisha, he practically, like, if the game's going well, he can definitely just go back and farm up some owl for the 3rd one, especially if he's going for the late game. Can definitely happen. So right now, a little bit of shift in place. 18, who used to play those kind of harasser kind of characters. He's gonna be playing patient instead. So taking the kite and PPZ. I mean, PPZ does play forward as well. So having him on anti-current is definitely gonna be very beneficial as well. Kuchao, very standard first officer. So a lot of the support, rescue, assist going on, but they are gonna be facing the cracked artist. Oh my god.
Wearing the fancy Fury skin too. I actually own this myself. I quite like the way it looks, but I can't play wax to save my life, so it kind of like sits in a display cabinet on my account.
Yeah, I mean, man, wax artist can definitely make something happen as well. But to get a 4K, like, here's what's gonna happen: the survivors know you're aiming for a 4K just to live on a little bit longer into game number 3. But knowing that you have to make something happen, they're gonna be playing extra defensive and extra safe. Like, just go for the extra, just go for the standard decode cipher support. If you go down pretty fast, we'll probably rescue you at full blood or not, and come with the anti-corin support. So anything can happen. They're just in that good position so far. So Ani needs to break that comfort level, needs to make them sweat, needs to get the survivor down really fast with the wax artist, and then proceeds to foil the rescue. If that happens, he's gonna have a chance for a 4K.
And that is exactly what he needs. So, GW lovers in chat, if you are spamming your hearts and your love and support, then maybe we will actually see this Wax Artist come out with the win and they will continue on into their next match. But Anyi, of course, we have spawning in. Everyone is prepared and ready to go. So we are going to see everyone lined up. And here are their little builds. They are prepared. They are ready to make things last. We have got 3 flywheels and 1 tide turner, of course, on the first officer. Everyone, of course, with borrowed time and, exit path, very classical things. You never want to get rid of those. They're your lifesavers. Teleport to start off, detention and insolence. So Anya, of course, really going in and ready to go. Teleport, of course, seen commonly on Wax Artists nowadays to make it across the map. He is not exactly very fast, but I'm Veronica. Nell will be with us in a second, but for now, I will be taking you through the match. So Ani is going to start on this chase and continue into this area here. Going to find PPZ first, who unfortunately is on the antiquarian, but luckily is in PP Shaw's Seer, which is a force to be reckoned with. And changing target to Kukao, actually. Now, Kukao on the first officer, which means that you have to be really careful. Seemingly falling for that watch trick a little bit there, which, as Wax Artist, you can kind of counteract, as if you hit the wax, it'll still hit the actual first officer's body. Utilizing some here to desperately try and get it on, and we will see the first officer's watch timing out here. So we are, seeing that done. 1 item used, but used well, as the first officer has not yet taken a hit. But the wax is quite high. Ooh, throwing the pallet down and getting the hit through the pallet. No, we have had a strong start to this match. Decoding is going well. First officer is on our kite at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, that's the problem. First officer can definitely, with the mind games, right? That's why it's such a difficult character to chase in the beginning of the game. I'm not really sure why Ani wants to commit towards the first officer. Yes, eventually you're gonna get him down, but the thing is, you kind of need a 4K. You need a 4K, and wasting your time on the first officer in the first chase is not exactly what you want. Like what you mentioned, Veronica, 3 ciphers almost done, and that's without support from any of the teammates. So this is looking really good for GG, and for Ani. Yeah, 1.5 minutes in, and he's getting Cypher Rush at this point. The Cyphers are moving so fast.
Ooh, trying to get a hit through the pallet, missing it, able to block off both this wall and pallet here with a beautiful wax bomb, but unfortunately we are going to see Kukao go down after that beautiful beginning kite. However, 3 ciphers have been popped and 3 more seemingly have been started. So we are going to see them, of course, get ready for their prime cipher, and things are not looking good for Anya unless we have a miracle come down to us from the skies and rainbows. It is looking like Anya might be able to not pull this match, and GG will be working beautifully, of course, with their kiting skills and their teamwork to come in for this rescue soon, as the ciphers are being primed by the other 2 characters now.
Yeah, I mean, PPZ is gonna get hit, but it's fine. He'll definitely be able to rescue. The more he rescues, oh my god, maybe don't play too much. Yeah, I think that's the thing, right? 1 hit, and that's 25%, 25 wax onto you. So 2 hits, that's just basically GG for PPZ. He gets hit down, but it's fine because first officer, now he's free. He's probably gonna go and look for an item or probably get healed by a teammate. No, he's actually just gonna go and finish the cipher as soon as possible. And he's gonna block off PP Shia's cipher. Yeah, so that's one thing going on for Ani so far. At least he's camping the last cipher. But again, he's not out of hot soup. Veronica, 1 cipher remaining.
Yeah, 1 cipher remaining. It is being blocked off. The antiquarian has been efficiently farmed off of chair, so able to sit back down, possibly being sent back to manor. This is really good for Ani. You still have to wait for that antiquarian to sit out the second chair here, as it was under half for the rescue, despite, the quick down afterwards. But this cipher has been blocked off. However, they have started another one, and if I'm not mistaken, accelerated decoding just activated. So things are looking really good for GG. They are going to come in, I think, with a double rescue here now, just to really save this antiquarian's life force.
Yeah, I mean, Kuchao. Oh, my god, the owl even missed. It was actually a hit onto the chair. My goodness. Now PP Shia gonna take that 1 hit too. Beautiful rotation between getting the hits. Now he has to be really careful. Hot wax. He's gonna get picked up. Yeah. The last cipher is still not done already at 92%, 93. By the time he chairs PP Shia, Survivor cipher's gonna be done. PPZ, he just flywheel away. Okay, Okay.
Things are looking good. You know, we're getting that Cypher ready. There was a little bit of a mind
Oh my
game there.
God.
They did manage to get the plays out, but the Cypher's going to be popped, and there's going to be a pallet stun. This is very rough now. That hurt my soul a little bit to watch, but Anmi's still trucking on, not dealing with the pain of it all, and just continuing. You know, you want to get this 4 kill, and there's still a chance, but that flywheel, as you mentioned, it's coming right in. We are going to see PB Shark continue on the kite here, transitioning over into this area. Survivor's kind of scrambling to get to their respective gates at this time, and ooh.
Second, Veronica, your predictions on point so far. Yeah. But he's not gonna be safe because the last 4% of the wax is gonna hit Pipicia. He's gonna go down. Not gonna chariot. He's just gonna go very aggressive. But honestly, this is a fight to the very end. He even teleported to the wrong gate. So no one's at this gate. He's gonna share Pipicia, and that's it. That's gonna be a 3-man escape. 8-1 again, making a total of 16-2 in 2 games, Veronica. Wow, GG well played.
Definitely GG well played. And it adds a layer of humor as GG has taken this round for themselves with that quick 2-0. But as we've stated, you know, you might be in for a long one next one. Nell seems to have an overtime curse. But not for this match, Dave.
You broke the OT curse. Yeah. Yeah, Blanchi, shout outs to you. Nello calling Wax hot soup. I'm just saying he's not out of hot soup, but yeah, he kind of does make soup. So yeah, congratulations to GG. But of course, GW has played extremely well, pulling no stops. But unfortunately, Shalma's just on fire today. I don't know what he drank today, but he's probably got like Red Bull or something, energy drink, Monster energy drink, and he's just playing like a monster. 4K continuously, that's 10 points that he helped gotten for Team GG, and ultimately, yeah, Ani was just put in a spot, wasn't able to get that clearance that he needed. No breathing leeway at all, because you know you're expected to get a 4K, and that mental strain definitely has to put a toll. But very well played, especially going to Golden Wings as well.
Especially as we are in Group A for this, which some has stated is a hard group to rank around. I think Pasha and Eli were discussing when they were casting. Lots of powerful teams in there, hard to place where they are. You know, you want your golden apples to be safe. And for those of us who copied Eli's homework, I think that they are. So this is good for us as the viewers. But GW, of course, still have their chances in other matches. This is only their second matchup, if I remember correctly, out of all the ones that they are meant to play. So things could turn around for them if they go up against, you know, other teams that are going to be a little bit easier to defeat there. I believe they, you know, now they're at a 1-1 as they won over B4U the last time that they played.
Yeah, I mean, GW has definitely saved themselves from a possible drop to the 4th or 5th place. I mean, technically, they're still 1 up. So 1 win, 1 loss might not be too bad. 2 more teams to play against, like what you've mentioned. So yeah, definitely not out of the game. So ladies and gentlemen, let's not forget to send our support to both teams. They've done extremely well. I mean, they're totally deserving of being on the grand stage. They've been through a lot, from the qualifiers to the grueling qualifiers to the grueling IVLs, IGLs, and you know, just making it here already in itself is already an achievement. But unfortunately, we are looking for the world's top 12 after all. So every match counts, and well, GG's the one taking this through.
They certainly are, and you know, it's what you expect from someone who's taken a COA before, back in COA 4, which seems to be a big fan favorite. We discuss it a lot caster-wise, but here are the stats. If you'd like to read them for yourself, I'm sure you can. Very impressive. Kukau, of course, on the first officer, having a beautiful first kite that is definitely reflected in this containment time, I would say. Anya getting that 1 elimination, so still not too down on the points, but not high enough in order to prolong into a round 3. But as you said, still really well played to them, and they have their 2 other teams to go up against, so sky's the limit. They're capable of anything. They could still land on the podium and end up going back to the the next playoffs that we'll be seeing. So
Sure.
my words are escaping me because it's 6 in the morning, but Nell's having a nice evening time, so we're balancing each other out a little bit.
Exactly. Yeah, balancing out the cute and the pretty. Yeah. So the cute bonbon and the Neko. But yeah, I'm just saying this is ultimately GG has pretty much already solidified their stand at this point. They've already won 2 games with in amazing fashion. So I would say they pretty much put themselves in a very solid spot to get the top 3, if not the first. GW has something to work with, but you know what? In that game, Ani has done his best. Like just looking at the chat here, saying yes, it is kind of impossible to ask for a 4K at this point, but you know what? Never say never. Never say die. That's the attitude that Ani gave. He gave it all with his crack artist, but unfortunately, they cracked his artist. So maybe better luck, better proceedings next time. But ultimately, Veronica, the score. Oh my god.
16-2 on GG's side, really able to pull and show off to us, of course, why they are such a renowned team. You might have them in the back of your brain. You might see GG and go, this feels familiar as a casual watcher. And I assure you, it is for a good reason, as you have just seen. Hope you're all feeling well tonight, or this evening, or maybe in the morning chat. If it's a little too late for you, I would advise that you go to bed and catch up on the VOD later if you do that for me. But Nell and I are here to entertain you until the end of the stream, and we do have another matchup coming up soon. That will be RB versus Duo 5, in case you've forgotten. I'm very excited for that. Nell, I'm sure, is excited as well, but we might leave the chit-chat about that to the time that they're actually playing.
Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely looking forward. I mean, it's no surprise that next up we're going to have Reborn versus G versus Dou, and Dou, I'm really excited to see Dongxuan especially playing, because he's one of the Stairs Hunter. We all know him as the fierce god. Like, yes, he's gentle, he smiles, he laughs, and obviously uses Colgate. I'm not sure. Don't quote me on that. But yeah, he smiles and he looks friendly. But when it comes to games, man, he's like the butcher of mainland China. He's on a whole different persona, especially when he's on the Hunter. But enough about him at the moment, because the butcher for GG at this moment, Xiao Ma. Oh my goodness. A 4K continuously in game 1 and 2. Very, very well deserving of MVP, Veronica.
Definitely fought for this, really showed us why, most valuable player really goes to Shama for those beautiful plays on Hunter there. Of course, bringing up the breaking wheel even, definitely an all or nothing character, as you mentioned. Could have relaxed, didn't even need to push that hard, but really wanted to show off on that main stage, which is, what you're here for. We can't stress enough, of course, that it's really hard to make it to this point, so and I see we're loading into the interview time, like the cute little panda is back.
I'll just try and listen to what they say. Hello. They're trying to introduce themselves as different people, right? No. Xiao Ma and BBC.
A 组比赛的时候，就发现 A 组才是那个最水深火热的那个组，所以今天不管怎么说，2场胜利拿下，打了这么2场，感受怎么样呢？然后觉得目前的2连胜是比较惊喜，还是也是会有一点惊险在的呢
How do you feel about the 2 games you played today?
因为2连胜差一点就没有了。
I feel like it's very feels like there's no stress playing at all.
意料之中吧。那马皇状态调整好了就是这样的呀。
马皇本来就应该是这样的。那评价一下今天马皇的表现呢？
哇，太帅了！下面
I think they're just a bunch of really friendly people. They're just teasing each other. It's like, yo, this is what's supposed to happen. This is how it's supposed to be.
整个过程就是行云流水，开局非常快速的击倒了看台，而且后面
Just saying everything is just like 4K continuously, very smooth.
你觉得这几波节奏点是怎么抓住的？包括最关键的那几波操作会是在哪里呢？
Like, what's the highlight of this game? The important turning points.
然后他们大幅救人又一个双盘，然后他们3个人要调整状态嘛，然后我看到他们都是喝了调酒师的酒，就说明他们都在同一个方向，然后我就往那边追，然后他们
Excuse me, ladies and gentlemen, he's rapping. He's rapping so far. Yeah, but he's explaining the mechanics of like wasting the resources and making sure that they don't have anything to work with in the later games, and yeah, working in the end.
今天确实是给我们看到了完全 那老张第一局下半场的时候，我们求生者表现也特别棒，基本上没有给任何机会。我看到18应该是非常果断的，是想要把自己卖掉的，对吗？当时他第二波节奏的时候，把最后一个
I think they're just having fun. He's just saying like maybe 18 really wants they all really want to sell off 18. Yeah, because 18 was the one getting chased first, right? So like, yeah, I really wanted to just sell him off. Yeah, he's like, yeah, since Xiaoma has already gotten a 4K, it's like I think it's perfectly fine. He feels.
3跑的话就一边帮忙开门战，留人能力比较弱，没有一刀斩的话，3跑意料之中。
那你今天表现也很棒，基本上没有吃雷，然后最后一个护腕反身弹到大门里面，当时队内语音是什么样子的？
当时队内语音就是，我觉得主要是最后那一个箱子的道具摸得好，他可能以为我手上拿了一个魔术棒，然后我就没有护腕了，实际上我是留了2个道具在手上。
还有2个护腕在手上。打的整个看下来，就是前面的伏笔做得非常好。那第2局的时候，马皇再次猖狂，想问一下你跟不惑在那边是怎么商量的那个战术？就是说，来吧，马皇，玩一把破轮，猖狂一下。
战术就是冲破轮，相信自己，我觉得自己一定行，
一定行。
对，然后队友。
But what was he thinking of when he was playing Breaking Rule? I think at that moment he was just like saying, "Yo, I'm having faith in myself, and I feel really confident of getting the 4K."
那整局就是开局虽然前期有点劣势，然后但是我发现古董上在那边休息，然后我携带就是一个机身嘛，然后就快速的滚他2次给他秒了，然后就后边看他有一波小失误，一个飞轮被我把握住了，然后就拿下4让。
被我把握住了，那评价一下今天的破轮呢？
还需要改进一下，前期还是被小操作了一下，
还不满意，已经很棒了。那今天求生者第2局上来也是稳住了一个优势。其实对面还是
yeah, they're just playing around. He's just saying, yeah, it's the 4K, but I still feel like yeah, there's still more things to work on. Still need things to improve.
对内安排吧，然后大副活了之后，直接在中场起一台新机，这样的话就算压到最后一台遗产机也没有关系。
思路非常的明确。那今天
talking about that last cipher, even if he blocks that, they started a new cipher, so even if he blocks that last cipher, it's fine because they already started a new cipher. So against the white parties, it's pretty much calculated.
那肯定是小组第1出现了，
争取拿个小组第1。但是昨天日本那边有一场采访是
The goal is to get the group number 1.
队长，你有什么想说的吗？
想说的就是，那你们加油，争取在赛场上再见到我们，
再见到我们，对不对？我们
yeah, everyone good luck until you meet us, until you meet Team GG. Good luck, have fun, everyone. Until you meet Team GG, then things are gonna be different.
没有进 ICU 来到了我们的舞台上来，我们有请他，欢迎欢迎。
Yo.
So excited for this. Chocho and I have been so excited with this little lawyer plushie with the panda.
No, I want a plushie too.
I have so many. I'll send you one of mine.
这个成都自己不要晋升的老传统，今天反而让粉丝觉得特别开心。那今天看下来，觉得有什么感受，或者有没有什么话想送给在台上，包括在备战间在看采访的队员们呢？
就是我们人队
Send this lawyer to a nice new home with a nice, lovely fan from the audience.
嘎嘎乱杀，2把抓了8个，所以今天没有进 ICU， 很开心。
很开心，也是希望大家继续努力，对不对？好的，也是感谢今天我们
Wishing the very best for the teams.
有请我们的2位队员把吉祥物手
The
中的
usual wishes for the team, and then getting a loyal, getting a plushie from the team for the fans.
我们看向前方，合影留念。好的，谢谢粉丝，也谢谢2位队员们，也是再次恭喜成都 GG 拿下了今天比赛的胜利。那么接下来即将进行的是我们今天的最后一场比赛，让我们稍事休息，马上回来。
Okay, so it looks like we're going for a break very soon. And after that, we're going to be seeing the next game.
大家好，我是中国大陆赛区垒棒战队的监管者齐岩。我们战队成立了3年了，参与过深渊还有 IVL 各种大型比赛。我们队求生者有嘉欣、陶行、青青、画画、东风，监管者有叶宇，还有我齐岩。我们战队的打法和风格就是积极交流，然后多打配合。我们这次深渊会努力加油，突破自我的。
大家好，我是中国大陆赛区斗舞竞技俱乐部的监管者东璇。我们队伍已经成立3年了，有打过 IVL， 还有 IBS 和深渊。我们队伍有我、D 叉，然后还有一坚、陈某人、白子、一花、南。然后我们队伍的打法是阵容越怪，赢得越快。深渊赛我们会竭尽全力直奔冠军，加油！
Welcome back. We are back with you again. So excited to see you once more, chat. I'm Veronica. This is Nello Mello, and we are your beloved casters for today. I hope you like us better than the other ones, but don't tell them that you do.
Aha! I like your humor, Veronica. But of course, that's the one thing that I'll definitely tell you. I like dogs more than cats, so Yeah, but of course, Neko Neko looks amazing. The one whole set of pink. Maybe I should go for wardrobe shopping as well. You know what? Speaking of shopping, we are we are kind of geared up towards this last game for the day, RB versus Dou. I mean, it sort of like sets up the stage where Dou's gonna be having. I mean, Dou's gonna be the team that a lot of the players place their golden apples on. I mean, they've been dominant. It's a household name in China. They've known. Whereas Reborn, they're sort of like coming up facing against like a. It feels like a David versus Goliath kind of thing. But yeah, I'm just really excited to see what's gonna happen. I'm sure there's a lot of fans as well, and so sorry we forgot to welcome you back. Welcome back, guys. I see you guys in the chat. Postwife, Will, Hanako, hello again, and of course Salty B, Mr. Mobile Gamer, the last artist, and Maney. I see you, Tamamo as well, Fukia May, and Veronica. Anyone you see in the chat?
Let me scroll up a little. You got all the recent ones. Sansia, Salty V, Ronnie, of course, we have about the same name, so I think that we have a special connection, so that's my emphasized shout out. Super excited to be back, excited to see chat. You guys are still going strong. Hope you're not too tired. Hope you have had some snacks and drinks. Nell, of course, has had maybe a burger.
No, I'll probably have a burger at night when we're done, but
Very
yeah.
good.
Anyone who wants to join us to eat some dinner or meal, well, don't forget to add us on our IG. We constantly post weird stuff. Again, it's Veronica at Fueling Agents, and me, Nalo the World. So do drop us follow and submit us your memes. We're definitely gonna show it in front of the screen. Yeah, you know what? I'm just gonna hold up my phone and I'm gonna show it. Oh, that's my dog. Yeah, so do send us your entries as well. Especially if you want everyone to have a laugh, we'll definitely be glad, more than happy to showcase it to for everyone to enjoy. So, yeah, coming back to the game itself, Veronica. Anything you're looking forward to?
I am so excited to see Dongxuan play. You know, just as you mentioned, you know, the butcher of mainland China. I'm sure you're excited to see him as well. And of course, naturally, you have some beautiful insight on the team, so I'm sure you'll share with us when our matches get going. So I'm excited to hear that as well. You know, some Nell wisdom in my ears to strengthen my my own smarts and wisdoms.
You make me sound like a boomer, Veronica. But yeah, I'm just kidding. I mean, all of us here, we're Gen Zs at heart. So yeah, Reborn versus Dou, Veronica. Tell me, anyone in particular besides Dongxuan that you would like to see coming up in this match?
You know what? Not a player, but I would love to see a gravekeeper. Just any gravekeeper ever. You got any little survivor hunter picks you'd like to see, especially if they're maybe not gonna pop up now? Maybe see how they're utilized.
Yeah.
Oh, lineup.
Gravekeeper is pretty good. I mean, we are having. I think we'll be switching to the stream here. We're gonna be seeing Reborn team. Just put a pin on the character choice for a moment because right now, my God, look at him. He's not smiling in this picture. Usually he does, but yo, that's Dongxuan in the middle, Big Boss DX, and then the team of those survivors: Bobo, Silverzi, Nan, CYJ, Yihua, and Chen. So all of them very, very well-known players. They've been around for the longest time, right? And when you think about it, they've been exposed to these things for like years. And when new teams come in, like OM and MS and ZT, like technically they're new teams in the recent years. Well, putting up a fight, I would say, is mighty impressive, especially since they've been there for the longest time. Veronica.
Yeah, very impressive. You know, lots of insight on what they're capable of as we've seen them play again and again and again. And here they are loading all in. They're getting a special little cheer on from their little tiger here, I believe. It's got a crown too. Very impressive. Yeah. I'm quite a big fan of that.
I'm loving this team mascot again because I have tiger blood. Just kidding. I don't have tiger blood. I have bunny blood, by the way, because I'm born as a rabbit. apparently. So yeah, Chinese zodiac, So I'm a rabbit. I'm a rabbit. Yeah, a rabbit who has tiger blood. Mhm. But well, look who it is, Veronica. The
Speaking
big
of
boss has come to the area.
speaking
Yo.
of tigers and blood, we might see some blood spilled from the tigers on Reborn's side from Dongshuan here, but we're coming right in now. You got any fun insight or facts you'd like to share to us about Reborn, starting with TX here?
Well, I mean, TX, fun fact, TX also belongs to Prado TX, a Toyota car. But hey, besides playing the priestess and entomologist, he also plays the acrobat, he also plays the barmaid, he also plays the seer and the doctor. So any doctor mains out there, TX plays them.
Coming in on our designated rescue here, of course, with Jushin, who plays the mercenary, of course, the first officer classical. This might be where I get my gravekeeper, fingers crossed. So we're probably going to see, some beautiful rescues come in on Jushin's side, and that's going to be a little bit the doozy going up against Dong Shuen, trying to get those off now, I think.
Yeah, I mean, when he doesn't play rescuer, he also plays patient. He also plays, well, he plays the Wildling. So surprise, any Wildling mains out there, he plays Wildling too. Definitely, definitely something to behold. And of course, now next up we have Ching Q, the survivor, the antiquarian dedicated player. Also plays the psychologist, also plays the prospector, acrobat, entomologist, psychologist, a patient, barmaid. You know what? He's very, very all-rounded, and he plays everything, man. He almost plays everything here. So one player to watch out for, Chinkyu from Team Reborn.
Yeah, gonna have to be worried about that. Possibly the strongest player here, the one that's really gonna strike fear in your heart. We're moving in now to Hua, who plays the antiquarian and the prospector. A very hardline harasser, as far as I remember. Taking up those characters that are able to, hit the hunter back a little bit. Sometimes you need to stand up for yourself and your teammates. And by throwing some magnets, you're able to do that now. So we might see some of that today. Some very good harassment. We haven't seen a lot of prospectors, dangerous enough to be a force to be reckoned with, but not dangerous enough to ban until given a reason to do so. But Dongshuan, of course, not really scared of anything.
Yeah.
We'll be getting into Speak of the Devil soon, and by soon I mean now, as soon as this transition is over. So there he is, the face of terror. Dongshuan, of course, having a very, very deep hunter pool, capable of playing practically anyone, doing it well. Now, thoughts? How do you think things are going to play out?
He's gonna come. He's gonna sit down. He's gonna eat and devour those in front of him. They have to be really careful. So far, he's been playing on defense a little bit, getting a draw, mostly draw so far. But against all these mainland Chinese teams, against all these top tier teams, I think it's, sometimes you kind of have to go on the defense on certain days, and that's exactly what he's doing. But make no mistake. You put your hand out a little bit further in, he's gonna bite it off you. And that's where the terror comes in. Look at the 67% for elimination rate. Just shows how scary he is. I mean, don't let the looks fool you, man. He looks like a cute friendly guy, but man, when he plays, that's not Dongshin, that's Mr. Hyde. That's Mr. Hyde playing behind the camera. So yeah, definitely looking forward to looking his characters. He plays so many characters: Geisha, the Dream Wish, the Bloody Queen, the Naiad, the Anne. He technically plays everything. He's just has such a deep hunter pool. So Reborn coming into this versus Dou, Veronica, I would say my golden apples are kinda with Dou at this point.
Mine are as well. I believe we are going to see a ban on Church here, and we'll be starting on Factory, which, very good starting map. It's pretty even. There are plenty of things for you to do. You want your hunter to be in a good position, and you want some places to kite as well now. So I'm very excited to see what happens. They have to prepare for kind of anything at this point, considering how deep that hunter pool is. So we'll see what they pull out. They might go with the sort of classical lineup that we've been seeing from them so far. Very excited to see how RB plays out. They did, in fact, lose their last matchup, if I remember correctly, so they're going to have to be looking for a comeback, which will be really hard to achieve against Do5.
Yeah, I mean, this is just so scary. Like in our factory, it's very obvious that Doshin can play anything, especially the Dream Witch. You can see that the picks, the bands now, right? It's like the Seer, the Barmaid, the Psychologist. Very, very important two bands. The Psychologist and the Barmaid, because those are really, really hard counters to Dream Witch. So he's sort of doing the Dream Witch bands, but who knows what he can pull off, because he can pull off so many other things. So RB losing those two supporters right off the bat, I'm not really sure why they went with the Patient first. I feel like getting a Psychologist or a Barmaid would have been a little bit more beneficial, but hey, they made their pick. Mercenary, Patient first, and at least they got the Antiquarian, kind of counters the Dream Witch to a certain degree. And the Acrobats, so 2 mobilities, 1 harasser, 1 rescuer. You can see that there's no decoder on the team, but Dongxuan has already got his bands done perfectly. He's gotten rid of the 2 healers. So if he goes Dream Witch here, totally fine.
Yeah, Dream Witch, of course, could fare up right against this team comp pretty okay. Things would be looking well, but could see Dongxuan pull out anything else. But I trust your wisdom and your judgment. I do think we're going to see a Dream Witch to start out, and that will be very exciting. Ooh, raring up for it. I'll highlight it, Nell. It's a drum roll now. And Clerk. Ooh, no more trusting Nell's wisdom, I guess, despite how wonderful it is. So we're going to see Clerk start us off instead. What are your thoughts on Clerk against this team comp? Are things looking better or worse?
I mean, Dongxuan is still practically good. I mean, he really doesn't want to go up against like a healer, so it kind of still works. Like banning the Seer, it still works. Banning the Barmaid, it still works for the Clark as well. So the game plan again is he has such a deep hunter pool. He bans what seems like a Dream Witch focus ban, but getting RB onto these compositions, hey, we'll just have to see. Clark is still very, very good to use in all situations, and well, I'd say the moment the Patient runs out of hooks, or the hook is on cooldown, or the Acrobat runs out of the bombs, that's when he capitalizes. And yeah, we just have to see who he's going to pursue first continuously, who is going to tunnel, and we just have to look at the spawn locators first. But if I would think so, if I don't know any better, I would say he would just probably go and waste the Patient's hook first. Yeah, so he's probably gonna spawn right in the middle, very close. He can walk towards the Merc, make him waste a pad, probably shift towards the Patient. So yeah, it kind of works that way as well.
To get those items out of the way, you want to expend them as quick as possible, especially as Clerk. It's very difficult to raw kite against a Clerk because of her abilities as a hunter. So we're going to see a cute little bow between the two coaches here, well wishes to each team. They're going to work together and work against each other. And here is a more top-down view of our spawn selections. As Nell mentioned, of course, you can go right for that Patient, you can go right for that Mercenary. Maybe we'll walk all the way over the Antiquarian and the Acrobat, but they're definitely not as viable as the other two. Patient can spider ban away only 3 times, so we might see that be our first chase here. If looking at our little builds here now, what are your thoughts on what everyone is carrying? Kind of a classical here, I'd say. The 2 flywheel and the tide and the broken window.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty much a very standard build, like what you mentioned. Has to be really careful though. They put Chinkyu on the Patient for a reason, and with flywheel. So if Dongxuan goes for Chinkyu, let's not forget Chinkyu has gotten multiple MVPs as well during the IVLs when he's playing on Reborn. Of course, anything can happen. Dongxuan is Dongxuan we're talking about after all. First half, game number 1. It's me, Nello, and Veronica bringing the commentaries. Dongxuan moving through the middle. Mercenary has already rotated away. Everyone, in fact, has transitioned, but TX and Chinkyu seems like they're going to be bumping into each other very soon. Chinkyu taking the kite in this area actually is very, very strong. A lot of pallets here, and they can do the 8 loop as well. So, he's going to get the first window loop. My goodness, Dongxuan! What a monster! He just paused. So tactical.
continuing on the chase here, we're going to do a nice little loop, throwing down the first pallet and going to swing in the air, potentially recording it to, put some pressure on the patient. The ciphers have been started, so they are able to begin their work here. They're pushing the numbers, and as you mentioned, this is going to be a hard chase against this patient who is clearly so powerful with those hooks. Getting the first recording on a cipher machine to slow down that progress as we continue on with a steady chase. Transitioning over into the shack area here, the one window, the one pallet to work with. And is the basement in here now? No, it isn't. So that's missing the flywheel. So that's not too great to start.
Yeah, that's such an important event as well. Like using the flywheel, that was supposed to negate, but yeah, now he's just gonna have blink. As soon as he catches up in distance, he's gonna blink and hit. But Antiquarian is around. Hua is around to give the support he needs. The blink, no, he's not gonna blink in. The Antiquarian might just swap him. He doesn't want them to know what traits he has yet, so that they might consider an excitement. But oh yeah, it's gonna buy a bit more distance. Chinkyu again, it's pretty good so far. Like 3 ciphers almost done. Chinkyu, however, has used up the last hook. Is gonna be kiting in the factory itself, but has to be really careful because Dongxuan very, very close behind. Patient has nothing left, and Dongxuan still has some blink to work with. So so far, Reborn's doing pretty good with the kiting, Veronica.
Yeah, really strong start now, of course. Oh, gonna go down right as we say it. I think we jinxed it by accident. So gonna go down in this pallet. Of course, we still do have our wonderful mercenary able to come in for the rescue when time calls for it. But the basement is here now. We are going to see a basement chair from Dongxuan. So patient's going to be cheered right down in the basement, and the mercenary is going to fight for this rescue here. Very strong start. However, the ciphers are being pushed. Gonna put another recording down to prevent things from being pushed even further. Just waiting, biding your time, gonna see if anybody comes in, and it seems that Haha is on the way.
Yeah, I mean, good job getting the patient down without using the blink. That's the thing. Oh my god, barely missing Jiaxin. What a close call. Clutch rescue is gonna be... Oh my god. Managing that rescue before half as well. Beautiful play. But the double down! No, he should have just used the pad straight away. That was so risky. Shouldn't have allowed that hit. Now it's gonna be a double down situation. 3 ciphers have been done, but because he allowed that double down, things might not be going RB's what RB intends to now. Mercenaries on the ground, Chinkyu still running, Antiquarian supporting, so 2 new ciphers. Yeah, Dongxuan slowly shifting the favor in his pace, Veronica.
Oh, Acrobat working on a lot of ciphers here, of course, as we see the Antiquarian come along to help out with the kite. The patient continuing on with the beautiful kite here. We do see no more hooks left to utilize, so have to rely... Oh, the blink coming in! Able to sidestep the Antiquarian, not land a hit on her at all, and go straight for the patient. Now going to be careful of this harassment. Beautiful jump over, but an even more wonderful hit on the side of Dongxuan. And that is why we call him the Butcher, ladies and gentlemen. Really, really good with those hits, slicing so... efficiently and so on theme. Careful! Ooh, going to get the knockdown, but dropping before Nell, so that the patient is still down, and now stick is on cooldown, and it's mostly used up, so going to be able to get this chair off.
Yeah, and it's the thing about rescuing in the basement. Beautiful placement in the middle of the game, but unfortunately Jiaxin went in really, really well, but when pulling out, sort of just flunks it at that place. That double down was so crucial for Dongxuan to capitalize on this situation, because now RB ciphers are not moving. Dongxuan's pressuring the survivors. Chinkyu's on the chair. He's pressuring the ciphers. No one's decoding. Jiaxin can come in for the rescue again, but hey, no more time. Was that
landing a hit? Yeah, landing a hit on the chair, so able to get the rescue off. Still, of course, having to protect this patient. Going to get another hit on the full health mercenary now, so able to get that body block off and continuing on. And this is so exciting. I feel like I'm talking so very fast, but it is fast paced. I'm keeping up. So we are going to see a continuation of this patient's kite. We have been seeing Chinkyu go through this whole time by, distracting this clerk, and, to go up against Dongxuan. Ooh, Acrobat coming in for the support now, going to utilize the bomb and take a hit. Now everyone is injured, so the patient is still alive, but everybody else is in danger. They are doing a beautiful job so far.
Yeah, I mean, he's just really persistent. And very aware of the surroundings, that, hitting, and yeah, you know what, you're gonna use a small bomb on me, I'm not gonna let you do that without being harmed. Oh my god, what? Oh my god.
Okay.
Oh my goodness. Yeah.
Wow.
After cheering, Acrobat will still be on the floor, and everyone is at half health. This is so hard. Masonry on the last cipher, but you bet Dongshen's gonna be pressuring that cipher as hell. He's gonna be cheering, definitely gonna be cheering near Jesse. He should stop. He should stop decoding the moment Dongshen is moving, because now he knows where the last cipher is, or at least don't give him the hint that the last cipher is there, right? Now he knows the last cipher is here. He's sharing near. He can easily just record if he wants to. Rescues, but now the double down again. Now he's just gonna record Hua Hua again. You see, he's just blocking. He's just making sure everyone is down. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter if the rescue is successful. Mercenary is gonna be down. He's gonna try and heal the Acrobat. But again, now they are not playing to win. They're just fighting not to die. And that's the, oh my god, and then normal to seal the fate. Dongshen. He has another abnormal recorded, does he?
Really? I have no idea. I didn't quite catch that, but I wish I did. However, still very powerful to use it in the first place. Really coming in and pushing for that. You know, they made it to that one cipher, and you don't want them to feel like they have a chance of winning at all. Antiquarian coming in and another beautiful drop before able to get the survivor down. And we are going to see everybody but the Acrobat now. Nell is on the floor. Acrobat, of course, unable to pick up items and self-heal. So this is a tricky situation with Dungeon in the area. So I'm not quite sure what they're going to be able to push for here.
My goodness, Dongshen's just so good, like, throughout the chase, that you can see that Q with a patient. I mean, it's very, very expected of a patient to get that long containment time because of the hooks, because of the flywheel. He brought both of those. So now he's gonna bring Hua Hua closer, and Acrobat gonna try and make something happen, but again, it's just, yeah, it's just delaying the inevitable at this moment. He's just gonna wait until it's half. Oh my god, he just hits! What? What? He just hit.
Antiquarian did get up and choose not to come in to try and achieve the rescue after the Acrobat going down, but now going to hide behind this little pallet here, Nell, and attempt to prolong the game a little bit longer, but using that recording of the hit there to try and land more damage on the Antiquarian, looping around this area, of course, and Acrobat still sitting at the Mercenary's chair, who will definitely expire before a self-heal happens. Picking up the Acrobat now, Antiquarian with no items to use, and potentially going in for the hit on the Antiquarian, looping around this area here. Whoa! Missing it so far, going up to drop the Acrobat lest he go free.
Oh my god, and he's not even gonna be able to struggle free. That's the thing. Hua Hua, my god, Hua Hua, he knows. Yeah, he's down. Acrobat's gonna be able to come up, but again, what can you do? The cipher has been abnormal. That's the thing about insisting on decoding so near. Like, yo, he knows where it is, and now he's gonna use it again. That's the thing. And yeah, it's like, yo, bro, you're practically stuck at one cipher. I think the only choice you have now is just delay the inevitable, and yeah, it's not looking really good. RB, a definite 4K. Not even gonna bother dropping the pallet. 4K by Dongshen. That's Dongshen on steroids at this moment. Oh god.
Whatever Dongshen is drinking, I would like to have some of that for my own Hunter Rank matches. Please and thank you. Nell and I are ordering one glass of whatever Dongshen is drinking. But we are back on your caster screen here. What an exciting match, Nell. Kind of what we expected, expected the Butcher to come in and butch, and that is exactly what happened. Very, very exciting game to continue us on, and we're just continuing with these like crazy Arms Factory like four kill starts. Maybe that's our new curve.
Yeah, I mean seriously, like you cannot afford to not rescue. I think the turning point was when Mercenary got the double down during rescue. He was kind of like conserving his pads a little bit too much. I mean, yo, you still have 2 more pads. It's fine, totally fine if you use 1 more just to get out successfully. But very unfortunately, he got the double down, and that's when everyone started to come and support. Because the thing is, if you don't support against a Clark at that point, he's just gonna be waiting until the survivor expires, and then during that moment, he's just gonna keep recording. You are not gonna be able to record, so someone needs to buy that time. Someone needs to keep him occupied, take that attention away from him. Because if you just stayed on decoding, he would have recorded, and the cipher wouldn't even be moving much. So I guess that was just a really, really pivotal point where RB just sort of made that one mistake, and then Dongshan capitalized on it, and he just butchered them to the very last shred of chicken meat. Wait, what am I talking about? Chicken meat. Okay, so yeah, that's exactly what Dongshan did, and you can see for yourself as well. First, so such a long containment time, Veronica, like also 200 seconds by Chin Q.
Yeah, some very impressive stats here, doing a lot of containment time here, hitting almost a clean 190 seconds. And we did see that patient pull up and really show off exactly what you were telling us about. You maybe don't want to chase Chinkyu first because so powerful on that patient and really prove it to us in real time. Unfortunately, not able to take the win from that standpoint, but still, making a good name for yourself in the process. Now, as you mentioned, the mercenary elbow pads being maybe the turning point. Anything else you would have done differently in this match if you were maybe on their survivor side?
I don't think there's anything else you can really do because Dongshan, like what you saw, he capitalized on everything. Acrobat used the bombs to slow, and during that time, he managed to land one hit on the Acrobat as well. And then at that very last moment, Acrobat used the red bomb and sort of canceled Hunter's attack recovery. And yeah, it's just one thing leads to another. That's why I don't really like to use Acrobat's red bomb when I'm trying to go for the rescue or body blocking, because sometimes it just backfires if the Hunter hits and you cancel attack recovery with the red bomb. So that's also one thing that was really important that happened in that game. But you know what? Let's just put a pin on that because Dongshan's done his part. But now, the mascot saying it's up to you now. Those survivors and making their way, all smiles. I mean, I will be smiling if I'm in the team because Dongshan has pretty much secured game number 1 with a 4K. Monica.
All they need, if I'm correct, is just that one escape in order to continue to hold the lead on this. Otherwise, you'll tie other than that, but literally 3 escape, 4 escape, 1 escape, 2 escape, you are dealing with a lead on that situation. So excited to see what the survivors are capable of. We have been seeing them, of course, in the IBL, in the qualifiers before this. And the Tiger is dancing once more, welcoming our Hunter. I believe this should be Yan to the stage.
For sure. Yeah, we definitely love to see some Tiger. I mean, Tiger wins against chickens, right? So, well, it's just very unfortunately, this is not a chicken team. This is like a chicken, like, a freaking chocobo. But it's just a Final Fantasy term, if you know. But, putting a pin on that, let's look at the first survivor, Yihua, playing the rescuer main of the team. Very reliable first officer, very reliable mercenary as well, of course. Plays the Gravekeeper as well. I just have to say, appreciate your rescuer mains. Like, if the rescue fails, it's pretty much done deal. And that's exactly what happened in the first game, right? So appreciate it. It's really hard playing rescuer. Next up, ZYJ, Veronica.
Yeah, as a rescuer main, of course, the world really is on your shoulders. But let's take a quick look at ZYJ. Patient, acrobat, barmaid, generally a kiter main, really good to have around. We did just see a very impressive kite from a patient. We could see one again, this time from Duo. We are going to hop right back into things. I am very excited to see how this match goes. Of course, on the same map. Hunters, of course, you got a lot of options, so they're gonna, use their survivor pool as they need to try and prepare for things, and I'm sure they've done their research. They are very capable, especially, dealing with this, but in the lead, we are now looking at Silver Sheet. No, do you want to tell us a little bit more? My words are getting all scrambled.
No problem. I mean, Silver G, he's also a dedicated anti-quarter main, plays the supporter roles, as you can imagine, of a player like him. He also plays the Priestess. I mean, definitely very useful, especially when it's not getting banned in bigger maps, or even the Red Church. I mean, you've seen how powerful Priestess is in the Red Church, creating that triple portal, mind-blowing juke against the hunters, because sometimes hunters don't know where you connect it to. So definitely a very powerful supporter by Silver G. But of course, next we also have another very surprising antiquarian dedicated player. So take it away, Veronica.
What I have down, as far as we know, Nan is also really good at kite and support. You know, generally with teams, you have your dedicated rescuer, and then you have your kiters and supporters, and that is how teamwork works, and it is beautiful, and it gets you to places like this. So we are now going to see, on the screen we have the Antiquarian and the Toy Merchant, but I also have an Embalmer noted down. So Embalmer, of course, a very exciting survivor to see, really good at securing those ties with that coffin, and dealing with hunters who love to camp. Speaking of hunters and hunters who love to camp, we are now looking at our hunter on the side of RB here. Nell, do you got any thoughts? You got any notes? Anything fun to add?
First off, this is definitely the first time we're seeing him in RB. You can see the double Leos there as well, which means that they technically don't have any stats on him. So I would say, if they're sending him in, he should be the secret weapon for Reborn. So yeah, Ye's gonna be stepping in for Yed in the fight against Dou. So let's see if he'll be able to pull one out of the hat and surprise everyone, including Dou, in order to, just try and reduce the gap or even come back in this game 1 second half. Of course, guys, ladies and gentlemen in the chat, if you have any idea about Ye, do share our thoughts. We'll definitely be reading it from the comment section as well. And yeah, Veronica, I'd say they're looking pretty. You think they're confident? They're just like no smiles. Like whoa. Are they nervous, or you think they're just really confident and focused, man? Because I can't tell.
They really need to focus up, and they really need to impress their mascot. I would want to impress that mascot as well as I sit down, look fearsome and powerful. You don't want to see you don't want the enemy to see you with any weakness. But we're hopping right in. Our first band from our cool mystery hunter, who is such a secret weapon that full of secrets, we know nothing. We're going to see a dancer band right off the bat. On Arms Factory, of course, a good choice. A lot of places you can put down a good box as dancer here. And Nell, Mercenary and Antiquarian coming in just like last time. Very strong characters. You got any predictions for who we might see banned or picked next?
I mean, he's already taken out the dancer, right? And next up, he's taking out Embalmer. So he just wants to eliminate all those tie possibilities and mobility. So I wouldn't be surprised if it's a Bonbon pick. I mean, it's also quite strong here in this map. And yeah, with a mechanic ban as well, it really looks like a Bonbon pick. Like he just wants to eliminate a little bit more of the Cypher Rush as well. So but Dou probably picked up on it, and they're gonna send in the Postman instead. So pretty balanced. Like this looks like a very balanced team. I think they're just really confident in getting at least one person out against RV's Yay.
I think especially with a lineup like this and a lead like that, you are raring to go. So you're right, could potentially see a Bonbon. They should stack up pretty okay, at least I hope. Oh, and they're all dressed. Look at them, how cute. And by all, I mean just the Postman. Just as you predicted, Nell, a Bonbon right before we even see him on the stage. And there he is, ready to go for us and throw those bombs down. The third Bonbon we are seeing today, a magic number, lucky number 3. Our Bonbon, he will be on Arms Factory for the third time today, going up against Dou, which is quite a daring thing to do, a little bit difficult. So, all the best to you, RB, trying to deal with that team of well-coordinated little monsters, but in like a positive, loving way.
Positive, loving way, yeah. I can definitely see that coming. And of course, yay, Boomer Wisdom. Bonbon's gonna be making his appearance. Let's just talk about the potential chase routes. Can definitely go for the Postman first. But against UIJ is just so good with the Postman. You go for the Antiquarian. Maybe that would work because Bonbon's technically not that afraid of Antiquarian Stick because he still has the bombs to work with. But the bombs do recharge pretty slow during the first kite. So maybe that would deter him a little. So I guess you pretty much can only go for the Psychologist, right? Psychologist, Antiquarian, yeah, take your pick.
Yeah, for real. With the psych, of course, you gotta deal with those pesky stress heal, but other than that, you're kind of golden. Very, very good selections now. We will keep those in mind, and hopefully moving forward, they'll be what we see. We're going to see a nice little handshake here, a little bow. Everybody's getting ready to go, and we're hopping right into the match. I'm Veronica. Nello Mello is here with me. Classical Nello Mello. Everybody loves Nell. Everybody cheer and clap for Nell, and everybody cheer and clap also for Dou and RB as they hop into their second half of their first round. So we're going to see the spawn locations here. Nell, what are your thoughts? That psych is actually quite far. Would we maybe change target to the postman or go straight for that antiquarian?
Yeah, I mean, I think they just want the postman to take the first kite. It is a factory after all. So yeah, he's also prepared for it with the flywheel. That's the thing. But the thing is, I feel like there's just so many people with flywheels. And the thing with Bonbon is you kind of want to gain distance against a Bonbon. And postman, yeah, dodging that bomb might be a good thing. But if you don't have distance, he's still gonna catch up to you. Not to mention he has a 3-9 build. So this is a trump card insolence build without detention. So blink 3-9. Let's go. He's making a beeline straight for the postman, Veronica.
We're going to see chase started on the postman here in the factory area, transitioning over into the ruins near this gate. Continuing on here, just gonna have to go straight forward. The postman has built a little bit of distance. Continuing on, maybe investigating the ruins here in that little sheriff outfit, but gonna loop around, try and build some distance, and definitely break line of sight, which is always really good to swim on. But a first bomb immediately despite that now, so going to have to break this pallet and continue on in the chase. Wow, the ciphers are being pushed, but that was pretty quick and definitely without a lot of sight. So transitioning back over into the factory.
Yeah, that was actually a really, really good first bomb hit. But now you can see, right? Postman he has the dog, but without the broken windows threats, it's kind of hard to dodge. It's kind of hard to get distance against a Bonbon. And now look, YAV! My goodness, he's actually doing it.
Oh my God.
That's a pretty fast down, 1 minute, and Postman is already down, mind you. First time seeing YAV, no one has any idea who he is, I think, at least on our side. But pretty good start so far, Veronica.
A wonderful mystery figure now who has come in and made our dreams come true in terms of, going up against Dou with full confidence. We will see a rescue happen soon, potentially. It wasn't a quick down, though. You are right. The ciphers are still just now being popped as the postman is still sitting on the chair. So we're going to see the mercenary come in, kind of looping around this factory area, not wanting to take any bomb hits before getting to the chair. Gonna have to mind game a little, but that is at the cost of... Ooh, beautiful, beautiful there. Coming on with the postman, wasting as much time as possible. They don't need a huge escape here, so they can play around a little bit and take their time.
Yeah, or they can just go for the sacrifice, totally fine. Because I feel it's too risky. Yihua is already down. Like, he wasn't supposed to get that chip damage hit. But now that he's gotten it, I feel like if he comes in again, it's gonna be really risky because, hey, 1 chip damage, 1 hit, you're gonna be down. And yeah, wise decision. Not gonna come in for unnecessary risk. I mean, technically, like what you said, well, Dou just needs 1 escape, and they're definitely fighting towards it. But so far, so good for our unknown young hero so far. Like YAV, two ciphers down, 1 is at 80%, and ZYJ has already been eliminated, so pretty good.
Yeah, the psychologist is going to need quite a few hits to go down, but luckily, of course, those bombs are really well timed, and ciphers are being pushed, so we've got 1 almost done, which means 3 will be done, and then we'll just be looking at 2. So, ooh, beautiful placements of these bombs here, continuing on in the kite, transitioning over into a different area at the moment, mind gaming around these pallets, gonna have to be careful. Oh, managing to get the hit off now, quite far, too. I wouldn't have even expected that to go.
Yeah, that was actually a really beautiful play so far. Like, his bombs are actually kinda... I would say it catches the survivors off guard. Like, none... My god, getting that hit again! My goodness, he's actually a really decent bomber. It's just very unfortunate no one is committing towards a rescue, so he couldn't go for that that full rescue play. Because no one's trying to make that risk, so... looks like the ciphers are gonna be done pretty soon. Yeah, it's gonna go down and
down on the site. She's going to sit on the chair for the first time now with one cipher remaining, being pushed to the prime soon. However, still only at about 60, so, ooh, Patroller! Coming out with the Patroller now to use on this mercenary to stop the rescue, and we will get to see an interesting rescue and camping play here, I believe. Wow!
I'm liking this guy already. Oh my god, I'm liking this guy already. He's like, bro, Cypher's gonna be popped really soon. Oh, he shouldn't have thrown the bomb there. Yeah, now he doesn't have anything to work with.
Alright, gonna have to mind game with this psych here. Gonna try and get that down with the... Oh, they pop it! He doesn't even get the chance to get the down with the bomb to get that full body hit now. Nice little speed boost to continue on. Tide Turner will be out soon, and as we saw earlier, no detention to work with, so it's possible that Nan could even make it to a gate at this point in time, or the dungeon, which is right there, but still one hit from a down. So possibly just going to die in the corner to prevent anything from happening. Trying to, get the survivors out of the gate. They do only need a one escape, and it looks like they're going to be able to score a tie.
Yeah. I mean, the idea was there. It's just that the execution was kind of off a little bit. Like the Patroller definitely would have made a difference if he already has the bomb, the Patroller onto the mercenary, right? If the bomb hits, he should have actually just hit at that moment and then throw a remote bomb towards the chair. Maybe that would have been much better. Then Cypher would be popped, but hey, at least he would have made it back in time just to hit. So, well, pretty good fight from our RB's unknown hero. I would call him that. Yeah, the bonbon was actually really good, but it's just very unfortunate that Dou has not given any opportunity for RB to capitalize on any mistakes. No rescue was being done by the mercenary, so that was already good enough for Dou. So, first game 7-2 in favor of Dou.
Now coming in with the points for us, very, very useful, of course, always to hear those numbers, otherwise they sometimes don't make sense, and we're going to see some more on our screen. 2-2, of course, did end up pulling the tie in this round, and what an exciting start to this matchup. RB, of course, they do need to do a little comeback from the last round that they played, but they have been very impressive today. It's hard to go up against teams like Dou and everyone who's so established and with all of this experience now, so really holding their own quite well in that way, especially, as you said, with such impressive bonbon in terms of skill, especially from a mystery player that we weren't sure what to expect from, but as your favorite bonbon of the day, maybe.
Yeah, I'm just gonna write him down in case we're gonna see him again in place of Yen. So that's YEYV, and yeah, his bonbon actually doing pretty good. It's just very unfortunate he's put in a position where he needs to get a 4K. So a bonbon with a tie, not too bad. I mean, RB can definitely still try and make it happen, but the absolute one thing that they shouldn't allow is for Dongxuan to get another 4K. If he does, that's gonna be game over for RB, because you've seen how it happened before. Recovering from a 4K, it's so hard. You've seen it happen firsthand now, like YEV. Getting a draw, it should be a really good performance against Dou, but it's just very unfortunate that their survivors have been swept by the Butcher Dongxuan in the first half. So, yeah. Any thoughts, Veronica? I'll just asking, what do you think about any highlights for you in that particular game?
You know what? I really loved seeing the little postman kite at the start. Very not very long, but the bombs were very impressive in terms of their placement and how quickly that postman did get downed. Of course, the entire match that we saw beforehand was great too. It felt like waiting for it, making them feel like they had something, like they maybe could have pulled a draw or something, then coming out with the meat cleaver from the Butcher. So it's our new favorite word today, chat. Hope you all like it, because you'll be hearing it a lot until he's off the stage.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, let's just think of nicknames we can give to our favorite hunters. Butcher, Dou's Butcher, what else? The Meat Mincer. Oh my god, it sounds like a sadistic nickname, like a serial killer, a nickname given to serial killers. But technically, he's actually a really nice guy. It's just that when he's on stage, it's a totally different thing. But so far, no disappointing matches. and hoping to see more after this short break. So don't go anywhere, guys. More after this break.
We're starting just to steal the time got right there.
Yeah.
Ooh,
And then we have it. Yeah, go ahead. Read.
Yeah, I'm going to see a little post here. I have the honors of reading it out as that is my little position. So we're going to see a cute little picture here. I was so moved when you all stood in the Golden Rain in 2022 summer, and I hope you can win the COA 6-2. You will march ahead and defeat all your enemies. This is the photo I took when I came to see your games before. So this is a little lovely message for Do-woo. From a nice fan who took a beautiful outfit for this photo. Now I think very fashionable. I'm loving the collar on this, kind of reminding me of a penguin in the best way possible.
Penguin. Okay. Yeah, very heartwarming message. And speaking of the stories as well, COA stories, I remember when my friend and I were literally just hanging out, grinding just to get that free 8-tier skin. That was during COA 5. Honestly, COA is the only time I actually grind so hard just for a free 8-tier. It's quite worth it, especially when you mostly do it for fun. But you know what? Regardless, they definitely got the message from you. So yeah, if you have any more messages, again, don't forget we do share your messages. In fact, as a matter of fact, I'm just looking to see if I get any memes. Thank you, Lizette G, for following, and Maria Alcantara. Just shout out to you both. Thank you so much for the follows. Again, we are here to make our community grow bigger. We want to enjoy and have laughs together. And what better way to do it than do some funny memes about your personalities, right? About your casters or your teams. And honestly, anything goes except for bald Nello. I have a lot of hair, please. And Veronica as well, so no bald characters, please. We have a lot of hair.
Yeah. No, we can't be bald. We're
can.
so full of hair. You
Full
can't
of
do
hair.
it to us.
Sounds
If you
full of hair.
turn Nell into Wushang with Posh maybe as the binary star skin, you have to make sure you give them both really good clean hairlines. It's not gonna fly otherwise.
Yeah,
Fun
we're gonna fly.
little anecdote based on that little story that we saw actually. The grinding for the A tiers this year for COA 6. Despite casting and having stuff to do, I actually got the A tier for this on 3 whole accounts because I got it for my friends as well. That was a lot of ITV that I played in one sitting. I don't know if anyone else has ever done that. Nell, I don't know how much you play to get those sick COA A tiers, but I do it a lot. But we're gonna hop right back in here, put a pin in the silliness, as Nell would say. I believe we banned Chinatown. And I didn't see the map that we're quite on, but we will see in a second. So I'm very excited to see this now. We are coming back right in to the action. I believe we will be seeing Jou on the survivor side to start again this time.
Oh, interesting choice. I mean, they've just played one game. Maybe this time they want YAV to make something happen. Yeah, maybe they want something to make something happen. And, well, we'll just have to see because... honestly, I would feel that RB would have a little bit more chance if they let their survivors play first. I mean, if they let the Dou survivors play first, because it's better to give your hunter more breathing space. Let your hunter do the best he can. Secure the points, as much points as possible in the first half, and the second half, RB survivors can adjust accordingly against Dong Xuan. So. But either route, Veronica, I just feel like it's going to be really, really tough.
Yeah, definitely a difficult uphill battle that they're facing here. As you said, David versus Goliath, and we are looking at a fascinating match here. So you're totally right. It is nicer to let your hunter go first and relax and do what they can because they're there are 4 AU on the survivor side and 1 on the hunter, so it's a lot more pressure put on your back when you're doing that stuff. Similarly, of course, give your hunter the same love that you would give your dedicated rescuer. They got the world on their shoulders. They're like Atlas holding it up in the corner in Greek mythology, as IDB loves. So more memes, of course. Nell is a big memes lover. I think
I
we should
know,
all
right?
send Nell.
He's
Or else.
yawning, and someone caught a picture of him yawning. I mean, I hope I don't get caught with the yawn, but try make Nello wear maid outfit. I don't know, man. You might fall in love with me if I wear a maid outfit. I don't know.
What if they're in love with you already, Nell? What then? Maybe it'll just accentuate it. Who knows?
Then Veronica should wear it.
I have worn one before. Yeah.
Oh.
It was way too big for me because I'm a very small person. I'm very teensy, so it didn't really fit. So, but maybe next time. Maybe if my desired team wins. Actually, I said I wouldn't make bets like Eli, but I'll do it now while we wait for our match. They're not playing right now, but maybe before you wins a round, I will wear a maid dress for NAU rep. Any NAU wins, I'll do it. I'll wear the maid dress now.
Nice. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Veronica, making promises with the Neko ears. Definitely, you have to keep her to her words. If B4U wins any games at all during the group stages, she's gonna cosplay as the main. And then you guys can take all the photos you want and meme her as a kitty cat. Because she loves cats. You love cats, right?
I do love cats. Yeah.
Meme
We're
her as
dog
Anne.
cat solidarity. Yeah.
Meme her as the disciples cat. Okay, just kidding. Just kidding. But you know what? It's been great laughing about, but now time to get serious. As we head to the band picks. Do or die game number 2. Is the repeat. Is Do ready to give YAV the fight of their lives, ultimately putting a stop onto their dreams to win this game? Or is YAV ready to come back powered up and show them that he's more than just one bonbon? He's gonna surprise us with another character. But hey, they're not gonna take his bonbon. They're banning his breaking will. Some insider info or just game sense pick and ban?
They know the secrets now. They either know, of course, the open secret that Breaking Wheel is an all or nothing hunter, and they know the secrets maybe of the secret hunter pool that we were not privy to yet, but we're learning about as we continue on in this Simon again. We're gonna see our picks and bans, of course, as we're going through them. We have a mercenary, a priestess, a psychologist so far, and on the ban side, who's been taken out back? Who are we not allowed to bring to the front and take out on a trip to Chinatown? That would be seer, antiquarian, female dancer, and entomologist. So we're gonna see who our postman, no more postman now. He's been taken out. We're not gonna be seeing postman as he has been our final ban, but we will be seeing our final pick soon, and they'll sort into their little positions. Very excited. Nell, any predictions real quick before it comes up?
Patient. Oh no, Inspector. My God, yeah, they don't really emphasize on mobility, so maybe they are ready for close quarter combats again, because they don't even take Embalmer, they don't even take Toy Merchant, so probably something up their sleeves. They know what's going on with YAV. If they're banning Breaking Wheel, they would think he's gonna go with Bonbon again, so or Soul Weaver. Honestly, we have too little data on this young player on Team RP. But let's see what's gonna happen. Because it's my screen. Banning Iphoracus, the support piece. I mean, he could go Wax Artist here. It could work, but again, there's just so many people that counters him. And if he's playing Wax Artist, he's definitely not afraid of the Priestess Portals, because it kind of leaves Wax on 2 other survivors as he passes through. So maybe Wax Artist?
Maybe we'll, oh! I'm yelling a little, Axe Boy! We're letting the little man onto the field now. This is so exciting. He has an axe and he is going to use it. And he is going to gear up against these big, old, mean adult survivors and show us exactly what orphans are capable of in the modern era. What are your thoughts on Axe Boy against this composition here, Nell? What's our primary chase? What's going on? What are your what's your wizard take? I'm not going to say wisdom anymore. You said it made you sound like a boomer.
My God. Well, X-Boy technically he's a sniper like Mary. Mary mirrors and tries to get the mirror hit. X-Boy tries to get the fire hit. And basically, if he misses the hit, well, you have to chase on foot. But the difference is, at least Bloody Queen will be able to transition with the mirror. But X-Boy, he gets a subtle speed boost, but sometimes it's not enough to chase to catch up with the survivors. So I would say the key point here is to not miss his flame, and obviously getting the psychologist first would be a pretty good target. But honestly, I don't see this as a 4K hunter, especially if Dou, like what you've seen in game number 1, they played so safe against his bonbon. And what's more to say, this is Chinatown. Robbie probably has a bling, or yeah, they're gonna create so many. No one has flywheel. They're all just broken windows. So it's really important to get the first person down. And the next step, to foil the rescue from happening. I think that would secure him a win, a very tight win. But if Dou plays really safe, I would say it's going to be really hard for EAV at this point.
We are hopping right into the match. We are in the second round, the first half. I am Veronica, this is Nello Mello, and we are your casters for the second half of this evening. Hopping right in here, we are going to see Yavi start on the chase, using a speed boost with that little flame there in order to continue on with the transitioning around, looking for the most optimal chase to pick here. Just searching around. There's a lot to be found. Hasn't quite found anyone yet, which is not usually the best situation, but now we are gearing up on the priestess. Might be forced to chase that priestess now.
Yeah, this is so hard. Silver G has already, look at the distance he's made. So far away. The moment he catches up, portal away, and then rinse and repeat. And then once broken window is up, vaults through the window. Like, look, he can walk through the window here and get some speed boost and run even further away. So I would say priestess. Again, if you want to play Robbie, I feel like priestess should be banned. But we'll just have to see, because right now the chase is still going.
Oh my God!
Yeah.
Wow, gonna go in for that blink there, Nell. You're totally right. Should always ban priestess, especially as X-Boy, especially on Chinatown. So we're gonna gear in here. Oh, coming in with the pellet, possibly coming in with the flame snipe soon, as we're getting in a good area for that. Able to just take aim at the priestess here, getting ready and rearing to go, but able to dodge it, so forcing the main body hit. And now 3 ciphers are probably going to pop soon. So a beautiful first kite from the priestess, exactly the kind of thing you expect from Dou, but we are going to see our first chair.
Yeah, but that's the thing though. Like what you mentioned, so much time was committed onto the priestess, and if you notice, Yavi wasn't exactly trying to snipe. He was just mostly using the flames to catch up to the survivors with the speed boost. If that was to happen, why not just play Mary? Mary would have been so much faster. Now get the hit. Yeah, Mercenary's gonna run. It doesn't even need the pass. It's just gonna run away happily. And now Priestess gonna get hit again, and rinse and repeat. But the problem is, there's no. If things are gonna go like this, it's gonna be a very strong draw, or at least a 3-man escape. So there's no room. There's no possibility for the survivors to make a mistake, because this game is so safe for them. Like, look, he's not even trying to snipe the mercenary. Like, it's so hard to do it at this point. So 3 ciphers are done, 2 are about to be started. The psychologist healing up the mercenary, so mercenary can easily go for another one, but watch out, 1 more hit and the survivors. X-Boy is gonna be at full presence, Veronica.
You don't want to deal with that full presence X-Boy, but things are looking good on their side. Ooh! Stun from the Prospector now to get this rescue off. Trying to get the Flame Strike, unable to do it, but able to get the hit on the Priestess, even though there are 3 guys around, managing to pull it off. But there is a Magnet on, have to be really careful, managing to avoid that Prospector running out of the area, and Priestess will be sent back to the Manor. So first elimination, 2 Cyphers remaining. It's still looking like COAVI could maybe pull this. Of course, things are looking a little bit better for Dowu, but it is still anyone's game. We've got 2 Cyphers remaining and some chase coming in on the Psychologist, who already used her ability with her stress to heal the Mercenary earlier now.
Yeah, I mean, look, like, everyone dodges the flame. No one has been hit by the flame so far. That's just how confident they are. And they are totally familiar with X-Boy. Though making this work so far, none continuing the kite. He's just gonna tank a normal hit. Totally fine, but he's gonna pallet stun. Boom. Pallet vaults through, gets the speed boost. But feels like the X-Boy actually has stun resist. Now with the flame again, he's gonna catch up to the Psychologist again, Veronica. You see, like, it's just chasing by foot. And
yeah, it becomes such a situation. Hard to bring that X-Boy out if he's not like your biggest specialty, and even so, it's hard against survivors like these. They're so capable at what they're doing, but we're finally getting that other down. Still 2 Cyphers remaining, but really good progress. Almost 1. 1 Cypher remaining now, the other one at 78%, which will likely be the prime. Someone is going to push it and make sure that it gets done, and they are likely going to send someone in to rescue this Psychologist here now. Blink is online and available just in case it is necessary, and they do seem to have a survivor transitioning into the area to come in for this rescue, which will be Hua.
Yeah, I mean, Cypher's already primed. Hua can come in. Ihua can come in, and he still has 2 pads to work with, 1 dash, makes that perfect rescue. Yeah, sure, hit, but the Cypher is already primed. And looks like in these cases, mostly Dowu is playing defense. Survivors are playing defense. Getting a draw is good enough, and then yeah, it definitely looks like a draw situation at this point. And even look, not a single flame hits so far, Veronica.
They've been really adept at dodging these. Some of them have been really close, but a beautiful blink is going to come in and finally get the other down on that Psychologist from COAVI, who is now going to place her on a chair and hopefully send her back to the Manor. It's looking like a tie situation unless something crazy changes, but I really doubt that it will. Prospector has opened the gate, Mercenary is following along and will be out soon. Playing it really safe now, getting that tie, but good on COAVI, of course, to be able to pull off another one.
Yeah. I mean, technically, you are up against Dowu, like one of the best senior elite teams, right? So, everyone, I bet most of the players, the viewers, are also placing golden apples onto Dowu and Reborn. Being able to achieve this draw against Dowu's survivors is actually not too bad. It's just very, very unfortunate that a draw is simply not enough at this point. And if Dongshin comes in, rest assured, you know he's in the mood for 4Ks today. And why not? After seeing the previous team getting 10-0, Xiaoma getting 10-0, I'm pretty sure he's as fired up as well to get a 4K. And today, it just looks like he's the attacker and the survivors are the defenders. So RB only chance is to get a draw against Dongshin. Hopefully bringing it to a round 3. Definitely still winnable, but the best scenario would be to get a 3-man escape, get the win, because the points difference is kind of huge. Game 1 is 7-2. If you don't win this round, you get a draw. Next round, you have to come up with an 8-1, which is close to impossible. So this second half is do or die. They have to commit. It's okay if they lose, but the most important thing is they have to commit to getting a win in order to give them a chance in Game 3.
Gonna be really difficult to do that, but you know, it's anyone's game still. Maybe they can pull something very interesting off now. Very excited to see the stats. I love getting the little exacts, but all of those flame snipe dodges, how very impressive. As we go over our little stats here, I will read them out real quick. We have the Prospector who came in just briefly in order to pull things off, and a lot of decoding that this Prospector did to carry and help the team. Yeah, the kites weren't even that long, but the rotations were beautiful. I do think that, and you can add your opinion on this, of course, I'd love it, but I think taking so long to find that first chase target and then it unfortunately being a priestess was a very early, unfortunate sort of nail in the coffin for Yabi there.
I totally agree. Like chasing a roach is already hard enough, but wasting the time to actually find him, and not to mention the flames were mostly used to just speed himself up. Again, I'm not trying to say a different character would be much better, but hey, play a Soul Weaver. The catch-up would have been so much better if you're going for that speed boost instead of the Flame Snipe. Soul Weaver would have been so much more efficient. But hey, again, getting a draw, not too bad. It's just that RB has a lot of catching up to do. They need a 3-man escape in order to pull it through to the next round. But again, the win conditions are as follows, Veronica.
Yeah, we're going to see a 0 escape to a win, 1 escape to a wins, and a 2 escape we go into round 3, a 3 escape we go into round 3, and a 4 escape we go into round 3. So if they can manage to pull that draw, we will be going into our 3rd round. But as you mentioned, uphill battle, both in this match based on the one that they had last and the one that they're approaching now. So I do wonder what they'll ban Nell, of course, with that really, really deep hunter pool that Zhangxuan has. They could end up, looking at something, maybe banning what they saw last time in order to prevent the same nightmares from overtaking them, or perhaps a more Chinatown-esque character like the Soul Weaver or the Breaking Wheel. What are your thoughts before we hop right in? There he is.
Yo!
He is the getting those nice little shoulder rubs for good luck and keeping the world on its shoulders. So
it's like, you got this. Yeah, I would love a massage as well, but that's the thing about Dongxuan. He plays everything. You can't really ban anything from him.
Yeah.
Like this best of 2, you can only ban 1 hunter. So I guess the key here is to just ban a hunter that you definitely cannot kite. And if Dongxuan plays that, you definitely have to ban it even more. Like for example, if you can't kite against a geisha, well, ban it because Dongxuan plays an absolute terrifying geisha. If you can play against Soul Weaver, might as well just ban it. But honestly, banning the meta characters or off-meta characters is totally up to them on which they are more comfortable playing. But if I was RB, I would just, I would say, maybe banning the Breaking Wheel, because we see a little bit more Breaking Wheel now, right? So maybe Breaking Wheel, Dongxuan might try and pull one Breaking Wheel off his hat as well, or Geisha. I think those 2 would be kind of scary. But of course, in Chinatown, if you ban the Toy Merchant, if you ban the Patient, then people are pretty much going to be like, oh, okay, probably not Geisha. But again, there's so many mind games going on, which is why ban pick drafts are so important. Anything can happen. And honestly, Veronica, I don't know, but I mean, even a Naiad can come out at this point.
Yeah, gotta be real careful with those choices now. And you are right, you've put everything on the table. Hopefully everyone else can make their own decisions about what they're gonna expect to see banned too, but he's looking happy as a clam there. He knows he's got this in the bag. I'm seeing a lot of confidence radiating from that one-man army that we see in the form of the Butcher Dongxuan. So lots of characters that can come out, totally correct. I would love to see a geisha myself, her gameplay is so fun to watch. I've been playing her a lot recently myself, so always good to get tips from the pros. Maybe the master of everything will show me the best places to put my butterflies. So, but hopping right into the band picks here, we are going to see Priestess and Seer coming out first, very standard first bands, and actually now banning the Dream Witch, so they don't feel like they want to go up against Yidra and her daughter Yuma today, along with her other daughters that spawn in at random and are very scary. But we are going to see an antiquarian and an entomologist. I am a big entomologist fan myself. I know I just talked about who else I played, but I also play a lot of Ento, so that's very exciting for me. I haven't seen one in quite a bit, so no, we are in for a ride. Seeing 2 rescues banned at once, so the first officer and the mercenary have both been taken off the table. Of course, still have the options of Wildling, Gravekeeper, all of that, but they might forego a rescue entirely.
Yeah. I mean, thinking of,
there he is!
Wow, you called it, ladies and gentlemen. Veronica, the Seer, a new Seer has been born in the form of a kitty cat, Nico, Veronica. But yeah, I mean, totally loving this pick because, again, it negates all those single hit hunters. But if Dongshan decides to go for Bon or it wouldn't really matter, or even a Naiad, it wouldn't really matter. But I guess if he's banning First Officer, he probably doesn't care. He's probably not going for Naiad because Naiad has no problem with First Officer rescuing. Like you make a puddle, every time First Officer steps in, he will know where he comes from. So still okay. So a little bit of mobility on the side of RB, having a patient as well. Yeah, it's a lot of assist-orientated team. I mean, if they want to go for a 3-man escape, this composition is definitely very good. But let's see what Dongshan will be playing, because if he goes for something like Wax Artist or Naiad, oh my god, it might be a little hard. But oh my god, why did I doubt myself? I was just
I'm making all of the calls today now.
Geisha,
Everything I
bro.
want to see is this good match for us here in
I know.
our second half or potential final. Everything for Veronica. You know what? Maybe tomorrow we'll get everything for Nell. That's my fingers crossed. Maybe we'll see
no
your
problem.
team.
Yeah.
Memes to sedate you, I think, in this time.
No.
I'll edit it there. Wow, all those hunters in the back. Loving that setup. Seeing the geisha, who will be coming out. Now, as you mentioned, of course, really good on Chinatown, great with those speed boosts, and a character that Zhang Xuan is really comfortable with. What are your thoughts on optimal chase in this situation? How does geisha fare against this team comp? What are your facts? What is from your encyclopedic knowledge in your brain?
I don't really think I have an encyclopedia, but the patient is already being negated by geisha. Entomologist does counter geisha a little bit in terms of like the B supports can slow geisha down, but again, knowing Dongshan, he's probably gonna bring blink first, and the blink might counter the B supports to a certain degree. But I would say chase up the patient, make him use the hook. That works. Like we've seen him use it before. Like make him waste resources. Going for the mercenary and making him waste the pad first is also good. Technically, he can chase anyone. If he wants to go really aggressive and chase out the Antiquarian, well, obviously in the late game there won't be anyone to OB or support to harass. So that's also a good choice. But ultimately, I think he's just gonna go straight for Gravekeeper, make him use up the shovel, and if he does, he still has choices. Continue chasing or just go for Shinkyu instead. But we'll just have to see.
For now, I'm gonna guide you through a quick little look at our builds. We've got 3 flywheels and 1 tide turner on the Gravekeeper, and as Nell mentioned, of course, Gravekeeper might be the first pick to chase, and of course, not having any kiting ability besides that shovel because of the build being taken. Of course, what you'd expect from a rescuer, but still the one drawback of that is that you gotta kite with your wits about you. You don't got the fancy flywheel, and you do not have the fancy broken windows. I'm Veronica, this is Nella Mello, and we are here going into our second half of our second round of our second matchup. Lots of 2s. As for now, though, we're going to see Zhang Xuan continuing on this chase here, starting off, and as you mentioned, going in right for that Gravekeeper, but potentially changing targets. That Gravekeeper is wearing the cowboy skin. I know it in my bones. But we're going to continue in on the chase here, and possibly changing target over to the Antiquarian here, Nell, instead choosing to go area here with the little actually doing a little window shopping, looking at the survivors and thinking about it real hard.
Yeah, I mean, I would definitely love going. Michiko looks like the person who goes window shopping for Gucci, but as soon as Gravekeeper went underground, Dongshan's like, yep, I'm done, bye, and instantly changes target. He's done his motive, wasting the resources. Shinkyu already using his first hook to get some distance, probably gonna run again. But again, let's not forget, this is a geisha, and a geisha has mobility. You cannot outrun him by distance. Oh, nice!
Oh my goodness, that was so good! We're gonna see a beautiful hook on the side of the patient here. That was very exciting for me in particular. So no more waste of resources, but a use of resources. Speaking of using resources, the blink coming out, Nell, in order to get it on this patient. A beautiful butterfly from Dong Xuan going to continue on here. Another beautiful hook, but you gotta be careful of those butterflies. She can catch right up with you if you're not careful. Gonna vault here, missing the hit through the vault. Terror shock, Nell! A terror shock on the patient! Oh my goodness!
Oh my god, Michiko power. Oh, I see some people saying, hello, welcome to Geisha Gaming, woohoo! And that's exactly what's going on. Geisha being a force to be reckoned with. Dongxuan, always so scary. As a geisha, I would say he was the one who popularized geisha in the beginning. But right now, Jiaxin, let's not take our eyes away. He's gonna instantly hit without hesitation. Now, Qinkyu, bare bones, has no hook to play with, except for his one charge emote. He's gonna make it through. My goodness, but unfortunately, he's gonna fall pretty soon. Geisha's already at max presence, and for sure his dash is gonna be even sharper and faster than before. But beautiful stop bot to drop at Hua. Let's see if he's able to make something happen, Veronica.
Yeah, we are hopefully coming in with support here, but unfortunately not, it seems, getting in for that second chair on the patient. So very smooth chase. I believe the patient actually failed a flywheel in that kite, which was very devastating, but really good work on Dongchuan to be able to hit after that, making sure that all is well. The Antiquarian hanging out in the area, probably going to come for the rescue. They do need to push for as many survivors as they can, so it would be worth it, but you gotta be careful. Oh, the drop down! The drop down! And no hit recovery, and hitting the chair now! A lot going on at once, managing to get the rescue off because of the good luck with that chair hit there, but so close. The no hit recovery drop was really very detrimental, and a butterfly there able to dash over. A hit with the stick. Oh my goodness, Nell, so much going on.
I know, and that's the thing. Oh my god, he actually, my god, what godsend! As soon as he got hit by the stick with the Antiquarian, instantly goes for the butterfly available. The positioning, the awareness of where his butterflies are, instantly going down. The patient unfortunately gonna get the short end of it. Now, Veronica, Hua down to his last 40%, 30% bamboo, and 2 ciphers. Almost done, but Dongxuan, he's already pushing survivors out of the area.
Yeah, we are going to see a continued kite here. We are changing our sights over to Jiaxin, who of course is playing the Gravekeeper still. So going to leave him alone once more, you know, just kind of giving the Gravekeeper a little fright periodically now. You'd be like, I can chase you, I'm not going to, but I can. Know that I can. Doing a loop around, potentially going right back to this Gravekeeper here. No more mind games, going straight for the chase. The other 2 survivors are pushing their ciphers. 3 are completed, which means that they just need to be finished. The Entomologist is the only person on full health, so... Oh! Changing to teleport and teleporting over to the Antiquarian Nell, going to disrupt decoding and go in on this chase.
Yeah, this is so aggressive of Dongxuan. He knows he doesn't even want to get him out of the... Yo! Why did he use the bamboos there? He can definitely buy some more distance, leap through the window. But now Dongxuan controlling the last cipher. But RB though, 2 of the survivors have already started an additional cipher. Fortunately, this is one rare occurrence, Veronica. Just look at the ciphers there. It's like 7 ciphers have been decoded. Cypher has been primed, but has to be really careful. Entomologist is probably gonna come. But if Entomologist gets caught off guard in the middle, it's gonna be game over. That's hard. Oh my god, the first hit. Oh my god, now even the Gravekeeper is running towards the Antiquarian, but what's gonna happen?
Okay, landing a hit on the Entomologist, maybe the distraction will be enough. The teleport is not quite up yet, and the butterfly dash is on cooldown. Actually changing target to this Entomologist fully here, so they're able to get the rescue off. Luckily now, things may turn in their favor because of this. Working on the cipher in the hotel in order to get it primed while this Entomologist takes up kite. Gotta do it, gotta make it last, Hitting this so able to it last a little bit longer right into this Cypher Prime. And the pop should be coming right about now. So there it is. Entomologist is going to get back up, and this is an insane 3% endgame, but going right over to the gate here now in order to continue chase. Zhongxuan is not happy about this outcome and will make that known and change it as soon as possible.
Yeah, I mean, he can definitely get the Gravekeeper out. The moment Gravekeeper goes out, he still has a teleport to work with. So maybe that's the game plan. Yo! Wow. He's gonna camp here. He's just gonna camp here and go towards the middle. The moment he spots the Nidus, he's gonna get it. But he can go aggressive as well, though. He can definitely just teleport. But I don't... Oh, he's actually teleporting.
Cool. Heading right over to the Entomologist here, abandoning my favorite Gravekeeper skin, which I would never do personally, but this is a lot smarter for Zhongxuan to push for more survivors out of the game. So we are going to continue on here. Like, these mind games are on this pellet, but you gotta be really careful. The butterfly is there and able to get it, but unable to get the hit off now. A beautiful mind game. The Antiquarian has also rescued the Gravekeeper, and they are working on getting that gate open. And the dungeon is in this area. Can they push for it and make it happen?
Wow, TX is actually... It was so important that TX got... But now, my goodness, they're gonna open that gate. But I think Dongxuan is just gonna settle for a draw here. Dongxuan gonna chair straight away. But RB keeping their hopes alive, getting a draw against Dongxuan's Geisha. Wow. Looks like we're seeing a game number 3, Veronica.
Hopefully your overtime curse doesn't come to us, but I'm having so much fun watching them that maybe I'll accept it just this once now. I'll forgive you for your overtime curse.
No problem. No problem. Yeah, you kind of have to bear with it if you're here with me. So. But still, very good fight back. I guess that's the opening that they need. Because if Dongxuan actually went first, things might have been differently. But ultimately, it looks like EAV has done enough with his ex-boy, getting a draw in that game. And just very unfortunate that Dongxuan, he could have gotten a 3k there with the aggressive teleport. But TX did such an amazing job of the entomologist, avoiding that early hit. The skill checks was on point, avoiding that terror shock. So it bought a lot of time for the 2 other survivors to escape through the other gate. So GG well played. RB fighting back, ladies and gentlemen.
Absolutely. A beautiful comeback from them, of course, from that first round, and also from the rounds that they played before. RB is showing us that potentially they are a force to be reckoned with in their own right. It is hard to go up against these very, very talented, very, very skilled teams with so much practice now, and that is exactly what they're doing. They're showing us what they've accomplished. Now, what are your thoughts on the magic 2 words, turning point? What was the turning point of the game, do you suppose? And what's your maybe favorite moment, even if you can't consider it?
I think the most important thing for RB was TX kiting out the late game detention, and of course Dongxuan making that aggressive move, because it usually works. He could have gotten a 3k if he gets the survivor down, but TX foiled that. So ultimately, I would say TX kind of salvaged the situation with against Dongxuan in that game. Veronica.
How very, very impressive. I also think I have not forgotten about that crazy moment where Zhuangxuan was using the geisha in order to get up in the air and try and hit the Antiquarian on the bridge. Got the drop down hit with no hit recovery, but hit the chair, unfortunately. So they were able to get that rescue off, but really, against all odds, they probably shouldn't have.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing with geisha, right? Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Dongxuan, yeah, magical hitbox, that's for sure. But to be perfectly clear, Dongxuan, each time he picks geisha, it's not a guaranteed 4K. We've seen a lot of times where his geisha sometimes doesn't get the win that they need. But still getting a draw, not too bad. It's just unfortunate that Dowu could have gotten a 2-0, and that would have solidified their standings, because the 2-0 obviously is going to bring more points than going to game number 3. So it's okay. RB definitely earned some more points from that comeback play. But again, Veronica, let's not forget the question: which will happen after the short break. So see you guys after this break. Don't go anywhere.
我觉得对战斗我关键就在于相对而言，求生压力可能会稍微大一点，就是我们求生这边尽量不被突破，然后就有一点机会抓一点机会。我觉得都我的监管者东贤，然后给我们的压力会比较大，然后我们求生者这边就尽力去求稳，稳中争胜，有机会我们就争取。
对着RB 的话，就尽量少失误就行了。我就想对RB 说，加油，然后我也加油啊！我觉得赢是也可以上，也可以不上吧，主要是看求生者打怎么样。
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Back for another game. We're going to game 3 of Day4 versus RB. But before that, just want to give a shout out to Norton Calipers. Norton Compass Calipers. Beautiful meme. You can see the meme, but literally it asks you to drink water. And of course, IDV. Doing literally anything after waking up and brushing teeth with Colgate. So I'll post this on my story so that you guys can see it even clearer. But thank you so much, Norton Compass Calipers, for the memes. Thank you for supporting Colgate. And Veronica, just back to the game. We are going to game number 3. Bring us through what is at stake here, Veronica.
We're hopping right in. So we're on the Lakeside Village to start. I had to lean in real close to see it because it's small, but we're on the Lakeside Village. What is at stake here, Nell, is that Day4 has actually taken a tie in the last round after an almost total sweep in their first one. So we are going to be seeing them play once more against Reborn, who really did not redeem themselves per se in the prior round, but really did redeem themselves. They totally upped their game. They managed to get that draw against Zhuangxuan, the Butcher, as we've been calling him, and having a lot of fun doing so, judging by all the giggles we do after we say it. But lots on the line here. They really need to achieve this. It is high stakes for RB in order to score the actual win. Yes, they did get a draw, and yes, they did not lag too brutally behind in the first round, but it's going to be difficult to get the point advantage in order to pull that win in this round here now.
Yeah, totally. I mean, before the break, we've already talked about this too, where if RB doesn't get a win here, I mean, basically they're gonna have to face they need to get a 8-1 win over Day4. Whereas Day4, they can easily just sit back, get another draw, and then another draw again. So it's totally fine. So I feel like they've solidified their position with that 4K in the beginning of the game, which is why it's very important to solidify yourself with a 4K in best one if possible. Because when that happens, the teams are forced to play to make something happen. So that's the thing. And it's just very unfortunate RB has placed themselves in this position. Getting a draw, not too bad, but now they literally have to win. And not just win, but with a much higher point of 7-2. Which is 8-1.
Lots of love for the meme on your phone in chat, Nell. I know we're seeing them in retrospect, but I think everyone was quite a fan, so hopefully they go look at it on your story. But In the meantime, of course, we'll be hopping into our band picks soon. I have some shoutouts lined up, so I'll do those after we're done with our band picks here. The game comes first, unfortunately, and my love for you comes second, as much as I'd like for them to be the same. But we're going to hop into our band picks, as I just mentioned. So first, we're going to see Seer, Toy Merchant, and Prospector taken off. Kermit and I believe Axeboy are off the table now for YAV. So maybe the Hermit is another secret weapon in the arsenal that we don't know about.
Maybe. I mean, it's the first time that YAV is up on this COA group stage, so those should have some intel on this player. I mean, they are, after all, competitive in the IVL league itself. So we'll just have to see how YAV is going to play this, because obviously he plays an amazing Bonbon in the game number 1, but this is Lakeside Village, right? So again, Dou, very tactical, choosing, like, having this map. Yo, I ban your Hermit, I ban your X-Boy, so there's no mobility on you. If you play Bonbon, obviously we know how to counter your Bonbon. We're not gonna risk those big plays, we're not gonna risk those risky rescues. Anything happens, we'll take the draw, totally fine. So maybe that is the game plan for Dou being in Lakeside Village.
They can relax a little bit more, so taking us out to a trip to the beach, basically, in their calm now, maybe. But we're going to see our final survivor pick coming in soon. A lot of support being banned, so YAV doesn't want to deal with that pesky teamwork on the BC, where they're all coming in together and over harassing and causing a big fright and a fuss. Of course, Dancer, Entomologist, Postman, Prospector, Toy Merchant, and Seer are all crazy support characters, so I don't blame them. If I could ban all of them in my matches, I would as well. But very excited to see our final little selection here. Just rounding out the team, and it will be a psychologist to round out our team here, Nell. So they're all arranging into their respective roles, and this team comp is really, I'd say, prepared for anything. What are your thoughts on what they are they maybe preparing to see that Bonbon again?
If they're planning to see Bonbon, they would have picked up Toy Merchant first, but prioritizing on Antiquarian, maybe not. Maybe they're just confident. This is so hard to predict, honestly, because again, what else can YAV go? We have so little data on him at this point. He plays the X-Boy, he plays the Bonbon, and wow, he's gonna showcase his Clark this time. So apparently, YAV has a deep hunter pool too, Veronica.
Yeah, we're learning a lot about our mystery man YAV today. Nell and I are entranced by him and always happy to learn more. So the Clerk coming out, of course, the only issue with this is generally I would 90% expect that YAV would be comfortable with the Clerk, but when you're unfamiliar with hunters, you're not quite sure. And sometimes people do bring out very strong meta hunters that are not particularly their biggest strong suit, just in case. To see what they can accomplish. So we could end up with a situation like that. I don't think so. I'm hoping we won't, but we're seeing a nice lineup on the Lakeside Village here, and we are seeing that the Psychologist has spawned in her little house with the Acrobat on the big boat, the Mercenary in the middle, and the Antiquarian a little bit closer to the Clerk there in the little boat area.
Yeah. I mean, I'm definitely looking forward to a Clark. It's definitely a game changer character, but again, though, you would expect that they have practiced a lot against meta hunters, and Clark, has been on the rise since the last few tournaments. But we'll just have to see how YAV plays this. I mean, he can definitely go for the excitement first, but being on a large map, maybe he's not too afraid of the stun hits by Silverzin. And he can definitely go for a very aggressive teleport up-down build. But no, he's going to go with a 3-6, standard 3-6 with a blink. So negating the excitement altogether. Doesn't care about the Antiquarian stuns. And yeah, I think the first kite is going to have to be super duper important for Dou if they want to get an advantage against YAV. Whereas YAV is the one who actually has to make things happen. Because again, if they get anything less than 3k, it's kind of over for their survivors in the later round. Yeah,
absolutely.
Here, and they have to get 4 escape in the next game to win.
Not kind of a tall glass of water to order and then drink when your stomach's already full. That's basically how it feels. But even going into that, Nell's laid out the conditions for you. You know what's coming, you know what to expect and what they need. I'm Veronica, that is Nell, of course, as I just said, and we are your casters for this match here. We're starting out on the big boat chasing the anti-Korean who has transitioned all the way over here. We're going to see a nice little back and forth using the spin in order to make good distance on the clerk here. Yavi, of course, coming in with the clerk for the first time, so unsure of the skills, but very, confident in what Yavi is able to pull out. Clerk is just kind of following the antiquarian around, who is avoiding, of course. Ooh, beautiful stuns there now. Now have to be careful of the recordings, but able to make some good distance while she cannot hit at all. Oh no! Oh!
My God, he has the hit too, but now, yeah, that's the thing. He doesn't have. Usually, you would see anti-Korean with a flywheel, but here, not the case. So now, he's already gotten hit by one stick, and honestly, all Yavi needs is just one blink to settle the score. He's just gonna leap through it, right?
Ooh.
Yo, that no
Oh
way.
my goodness. Missing with the blink, they're able to make the distance, of course, which is also needed, but trying to get that hit, unable to do so. Going to loop around in this little ruins area here near the little boat. Going to have to be careful breaking the pallet, transitioning away back over into the back area here now. Just continuing on with this chase, and the Antiquarian is buying a lot of time. These ciphers are going to be popped real soon, and still forced on foot, not able to connect any of the little recordings in time, unfortunately, which is really making a difference. There we go, down. The Antiquarian has gone down. I repeat, everyone, she's down.
She's down indeed. I mean, if that body block happened, Antiquarian would have definitely been able to run even further. But now, because of that one risky play, she's gonna end up in the basement. But it's still a very strong 3 ciphers kite. But here's where the danger comes. Like, if you don't rescue, he's just like recording. Mercenary is actually just outside the factory. So Nan trying to complete the other cipher, starting a new cipher actually outside of this this shack. So I think Mercenary should definitely go for it before half rescue. Whoa! Nicely done. No skills from and a beautiful body block. No blink, so he's so confident in getting that rescue, that dash rescue, and a body block. So very, very nice. Oh
my God! What a beautiful pallet stun on behalf of the Mercenary for support there. The best thing to do, Nell, of course, when you're with your teammates against a clerk is to help them out with their kiting, because if you throw something down and they're being recorded, it's not gonna affect you, and you're gonna get that down. So really good play there, especially the hiding. But continuing on chase, going back into the area that we were in way earlier. The Acrobat actually coming in with bomb support and taking a body block now.
Beautiful plays so far, and the slow bomb as well. EAV is gonna be cutting off that, removing that last pallet. Now Silvertsu has nothing to kite on. The ciphers are so close. Acrobat, no. But it's totally fine. It's totally fine because he still has another chair. He can still sit for a second time, and the ciphers are about to be done. He's at 94%. But the last cipher, EAV has to be really careful with how the last cipher is being done. Cannot allow the last cipher to be popped. Has to constantly harass. But there are 2 of them, and it's actually at this last place. Veronica, the last cipher is actually at this very place.
Not good news. You generally want that far away from the hunter, and especially the chair, but unfortunately we are going to see this situation come arise. And now, like a bunch of mouse to cheese, we're going to see a bunch of survivors to the chair. They do come in, they do get the rescue off, but now you have to be really, really careful. The Acrobat, the only person on full health, the Psychologist trying to get another body block off here, and able to do it. How very impressive. The charged attack and everything managing to get down. Of course, Clark's hitbox is very good for that, but that's a discussion for another time. As for now, we're watching a very high stakes match. Another bomb in support. Beautiful, beautiful blink in order to get the down on the Antiquarian. Now, things are looking grim. That cipher has not been worked on, considering it's right here and a chair will be happening. So I do wonder how things will proceed from here, but it's looking okay for RB Yavi at this point once more.
Yeah, I mean, EAV has definitely capitalized on the situation because they were kind of over supporting. You know what? I could have missed, but you know what? It's fine. Terror shock in the end. But EV is in a really good position because now they are forcing the last cipher to happen. They don't care if they are getting recorded because there's another person recording. So the moment that the recording fails, the cipher's going to be primed. But he has to be really careful because he shouldn't be decoding at 99%, which is why it's at 98%. Because the moment he comes to rescue, EAP has a recording, he might just prime the cipher. So he has to be really careful with that. Yo, he timed it! That's exactly what I talk about!
My god!
My god. But still, it's totally fine for Dou. That's why they are so careful. They know this is gonna happen because they know he has the recording. So honestly, what Yihua has to do now here is just waste the time as much as possible. Yihua doesn't have tight turner anymore, so it doesn't make sense to rescue. Acrobat has to try and open the gate, even though he's really slow. But my god, honestly, Acrobat's slow in opening, and if Yavi is here blocking the gate progress as well, Yihua has no choice. He has to rescue.
Yeah. Luckily, Mercenary, so you are able to pull it off, but it, you know, no tie turn or anything, so once the rescue is off, it's anyone's game. Getting the hit, of course, luckily no Terror Shock, so no Mercenary immediately going down and Psychic Expiring on the chair. Blink is not yet online. It will be in some time, just waiting on that now, but we are continuing on the chase and looping around this shack area. Of course, against a clerk, not the easiest thing to do, as she has those pesky recordings to really, you know, trump your day out, and you can't really hit the window anymore as much as you'd like to. And really, really skillful. Pallet stun! Beautiful pallet stun after that skillful recording of the gate. So really pressuring this gate to not be open. The Mercenary has now gone down and will be forced to expend a self-heal in order to get up as the Acrobat attempts to open the gate, which Acrobat is not particularly good at now, so this might take a little while. Ooh!
Yeah. Now he's gonna go back to recording the Acrobat again. And honestly, EAV still has count card. He can easily just teleport. He's gonna teleport straight away. Oh, but the gate's open. Mercenary can easily go for the dungeon now. He's actually really near. He can easily just self-heal and go for the dungeon. The dungeon's right on the other side of EAV. EAV! My god, that was so close to a 3K. Just very unfortunate that the recording didn't pull off the moment that he needed it. And now it looks like RB. This is Dou's game to take, because even if wait, actually no, it's a draw. But if RB Survivor is able to get a 4-man escape against Dongxuan, it's gonna be going to overtime. But honestly, a 4 escape against Dongxuan, not gonna happen. I mean, when's the last time you actually see it happen? So that's the situation RB put themselves in, Veronica.
Not looking very likely to achieve that, but, you know, just in case they don't get it, which is more likely of a chance, good game well played to both teams in advance. You know, we'll give them their proper congratulations when we actually see who takes home the trophy on this little matchup here, but how wonderful some representation from Group C and also from Group C in the other way, in that being they're both from the Chinese mainland. No, turning point in the match. What are your thoughts? How did that play out? Very excited to see Yavi on that Clark for the first time.
The support onto the Clark, onto helping the Antiquarian at the very last minute. I think that was a kind of like the turning point for the game, because obviously Antiquarian died near the cipher. That was one. And number two, they were all supporting at the same area. And the moment Antiquarian goes down after Psychologist, it kind of is leaning towards a very dangerous 3-man kill by EAV. But fortunately for Dou, they were just so consistent. They didn't panic. And I just have to say, the decision for the Mercenary to come and rescue, even though he's gonna get down, was worth it in the end.
Absolutely really was. Able to get that dungeon out of that little scuffle there, and the Psych, of course, doing really well just to finish off that kite. Beautiful contain time from the Antiquarian here, as of course we saw in the match itself. It's nice to see the stats afterwards, because the numbers really reaffirm your memory of how well these teams played. And Nell, of course, what a beautiful job RB has done at sort of coming back from from their beginnings. Even if they don't pull this as a win, I think they're certainly still a team to look out for if they are able to hold their own against Duo this well.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, how often can you see a score like this? 2-2, 2-2, 2-2. Everything's just draw between RB and Dou all the way until the very end. Again, the 5-0 in the beginning of the game being the pivotal point because Dou can pretty much just play draw. They don't have to overexert themselves, which is the point, I feel. So why don't you take us through the win conditions now, Veronica?
Yeah, I most certainly will do that. So anything but, I'm cutting down my words on this, I've become smarter. Anything but a 4 escape is a win for Dou. So if we get a 4 escape, we're going into overtime. Nell's overtime terse is back with us, but you know, love spending time with chat, love spending time with Nell. So maybe it'll be worth it.
Oh, I don't think it's gonna be OT, but you know what? I don't want to jinx it. I definitely think RB is a very respectable team. They've done so well so far to bring things to a draw until this very stage. But again, getting a 4-man escape against Dongxuan is unheard of. You probably heard it. You probably see it once in a while, but I would say it's kind of hard. And it's Lakeside after all. He can definitely place Geisha. RB can proceed to ban his Geisha, proceed to ban his, what was the first hunter he played? Which got a 4K? It was the Bonbon, was it?
I don't quite recall. I think two of us, and we can't remember it.
Like in the words of Eli, brain farts. But you know what? Geisha is definitely a must ban in Lakeside Village. The mobility is just too much. For Dou, very unfortunate for RB because Dongxuan, he just needs a draw. He just needs anything. He just needs a 1K. So technically, he can play the Bloody Queen. It's fine. As long as he tunnels one survivor, it's totally fine. And we'll see if he's going to go that route. But looking at the fans as well. Yo, the Wu Chang black and white bird. Yeah. I mean, I used to have this though. We used to have this photo identity, so maybe I should show it next time.
You should. I think you absolutely should. I think we should get you and Posh to dress up as the binary star parts of the Wushang for the actual final game. Tall drink of order. Maybe you guys could just wear black and white, then claim that you are. I'd let it slide. I think everyone else would too.
Yeah, but news just in. We gotten some news from production. Apparently they want overtime, so let's all pray for overtime. Yeah.
Let's pray for overtime.
Yeah,
anything for our production. They're so kind to us. So.
Let's have an overtime of an overtime, okay? Let's have an overtime. So in case it goes to overtime, let's make ourselves a cup of coffee and just drink through it because the overtime is gonna have 2 extra overtimes. But yeah, jokes aside, RB definitely needs to make this happen with a 4 escape. But Dongxuan, his only goal, Veronica, is just 1K. How? Like the easiest, it sounds like the easiest thing to do in the whole world, just 1K. But we've seen also cases of people not getting the 1K that they need in times of crisis. So let's see if RB is able to pull one over Dongxuan, or is Dongxuan able to maintain his composure? Look, will he be playing the Disciple? I would love to see that in this big map.
That actually would be fun. I believe Dongxuan did actually play a crazy Disciple early on. You probably remember as well, managing to get a 4K with her. Of course, you can accomplish anything with Anne. I mean, she is a nun. She's a woman of the cat god. So if you pray properly, you'll be able to handle it. But usually she's designated as a tie hunter, as I'm sure you know and we all know. So I'm very intrigued to see maybe if we could see that Disciple again. I'd be happy to have it. Quick rundown of the ban picks because I'm rambling about Disciple and she's not even on the screen. We've had Seer ban, Prospector ban, Mercenary ban, Priestess ban, Embalmer ban, and Acrobat ban. And we've got our lineup: Antiquarian, First Officer, Entomologist, and Barmaid. Of course, banned hunters, which we'll need to know for when they're selected real soon, are Dream Witch and Naiad.
Not banning the Geisha, I think, would be a mistake. Dongxuan can probably just go for a Geisha again. I mean, he just needs a 1K. And Geisha is so good at getting that such a big map as well. So let's see if RB will will regret not banning the Geisha, because Doshan is up for grabs. Let's see if he's actually gonna take it. Again, ladies and gentlemen, 1K is the deal for Doshan, but nope, he's not gonna take. He's gonna go with the Cat God. My God, we are gonna see
You're banning the Seer because I am him now. I'm predicting all of the things. It's my job now. I'm gonna get an owl now. We'll see how it goes. I'll name her the same thing and she'll be the love of my life. But oh my goodness, Dongchuan coming out with this disciple. What are your thoughts now?
Yeah, I mean, beautiful band so far. All leaning towards an Ant or a Geisha. It's totally fine. I mean, the Ant is definitely more than capable of getting a 1K. So we'll just see if RB will be able to pull one off, because the moment Ant unlocks the skill of placing the cross shape thingy on the floor for him to jump, it's gonna be much difficult to juke the cats. Again, Ant skill is very, very anti-looper based. You can't exactly cam a pallet. You can't exactly loop the same place, because you can loop, but you can't actually cam pallets. So that's the good thing about having a disciple. And not to mention, in this big map, the jumping skills also makes a difference. And last but not least, disciple also silences a skill. So very important against that requirement. Phil?
Yeah, absolutely correct. Totally on the money now. If we were making bets, you would be winning like you do in the poker games that we played before casting. But we're going to take a look at our spawn locations here. Of course, we've got a lot of good selections. If you're Zhongchuan and you're as confident as he is and as powerful as he is, you could probably take your pick of the litter here. We're going to see the Anne carrying Blink, Detention, and Trump Card. Classical little 3-6 build. Flywheel on 3 of the characters and Tide on 1. Guess who it is? That's right, it's the Rescuer.
Yeah, exactly. The flywheel's not even gonna matter, because the cats are gonna latch on, and the moment she jumps, well, technically you can flywheel out of it. So, bringing a 3-6, no, maybe 3-6-12, I would say, because she definitely needs fast breaking pallets as well. So probably no points onto Berserker, no points onto Stun Resist. So that's the name of the game.
Beautiful little chase starting here at the little boat now, which we were really intimately familiar with last round too, but canceling out the skill immediately on the entomologist and now depleting these bees, so there is a lot less for her to work with in her kite here. Very detrimental, of course, coming right on TX, and we are seeing the pressure. Zhongchuan, of course, doing really well under it, knowing that, you know, this game needs to be just a kill and going to achieve it. Going to cancel out the skill, of course, and going to continue on. Of course, Blink will be online sometime soon, but might not even have to expend it. Just coming really aggressive with this chase, I would say, following right after the entomologist with no fear.
Yeah, he's just waiting for the... Wow, look at that leap! Why did he silence? I think he could have definitely just stunned at that point. Totally fine, still very doable. Again, the name of the game is just to get a 1K. TX has kind of burned through his bees like hot wax, and Dongchuan just using the cats to make a turn, but so far TX juking the cat like a god, and the first hit's gonna register, but now TX gonna make distance. He's gonna run all the way towards the big boat, Veronica, with a bee blocking the entrance.
Maybe the real secret weapon all along of RB was how well they counter this disciple. Beautiful Blink, no hit recovery. Never mind, I take my words back, I eat them, and we're going to see TX go down and be placed on the rocket chair. So first chair, you do only need that one elimination, so things are looking good so far. This is, if you can make that entomologist go back to the manor, you have achieved your win conditions if you are Dongchuan, but I am sure that they want more than that. So we're going to see him continue on, placing the cats, doing the cross, chasing forward, probably going to get a hit on the first officer and then jump over. Very, very impressive, very skilled and gameplay now. This is absolutely nuts. Look at that. Look at her go.
Oh my god, he's gonna go for the rescue now.
Oh my god!
Wow, Veronica, beautiful play. so far, no mistake on Dongxuan, and even foiling the rescue. RB, they're kind of put themselves in a disadvantage at this point, a big one. And that, man, it's hard.
So baffled by all of this. Ooh! Flywheel! No hit on the barmaid. Hit on the barmaid now. Barmaid going in for the rescue. She's gonna head over the chair. She's gonna. Oh! Cancelled! Ooh! Entomologist going down immediately after the rescue from the barmaid now. How unfortunate. And she'll be sent back to the manor, and you know what that means.
That means Dongxuan has solidified himself with a win for Do Wu. Dongxuan obviously gonna try and get a little bit more kills. Yeah, Chinkyu already with the nails, but my god. But with that zigzag jump onto the pallets, stopping Barmaid, he was just 1-2 seconds away from a full recovery. And now RB finishing up the fourth cipher, but again, what can they do at this point? Because Dongxuan has already got 1 kill covered, going for more. RB has to be really careful, has to try and make sure that they don't lose any more points than this. And the teleport going straight away, Veronica.
Going right over to this first officer here. Nell, you were right, expending that teleport. Going in the wrong direction, so perhaps just wandering back to the chair, trying to make him waste the resource. Oh, actually playing a little mind game there. Wandering, sending the cat back, looking for this first officer, and now knowing where the dungeon is. So despite the fact that win condition's already been filled, still trying to get as many survivors out as possible. You know, you don't want to go soft. You want to show everyone that you are a force to be reckoned with. And my goodness, if Dongxuan is not.
Yeah, exactly. And that prediction as well, like placing that cross at the exact moment to cut off the first officer, beautiful job. Again, and is so efficient against characters like first officer, so efficient against characters like magician. Sometimes you don't know where they go, but the moment the cat latches through, that's it. And looks like Hua trying to make things happen here, but has to be really careful. Because, oh my god, now he can position the cat. Can he position the cat? He's already positioned the cat. It's on cooldown now. Probably gonna get that rescue up with the flywheel, but first officer has nothing. He can easily corner first officer at this point. And waiting for the cat, yeah, cat off cooldown, that's true, but doesn't really matter though. Yeah. He just uses the cancel skill straight away. He knows he doesn't need time to connect. So what this does is takes the skill off cooldown much faster. So one thing to take note of.
Watching out for this antiquarian, I believe, Nell, just in case. Choosing to drop the first officer, then send the cats out. Now going to put him on the chair, hopefully, if that... Oh, unable to do so. Getting the drop off, though, so now able to...
Oh, he's
oh!
Crying, Veronica. My god.
Oh.
What a turn of events, RB fighting. If only this wasn't a 4-man escape kind of situation, that would have definitely made it through. Cypher's pop straight away, Veronica. Endgame has commenced. The cat is ready to go. Justin making a run for his life again. He has nothing to work with. The cats are onto him. And the beautiful zigzag jump. Veronica, there's nothing prouder than to see an Endgame jumping so well, getting those hunts.
Hello coming in as well now, not only doing that beautiful trick with using the cat and then bringing the crossover, but we're also going to see a little stun from the antiquarian here, who is now going to receive a stun of her own, if you will, and another double stun. This time, I think, just to show off, but if I could do that so consistently, I would.
Whoa,
using a jump. They're really doing 1-to-1 here. It's like they're mimicking each other. It's kind of cute, but it's less cute now that the antiquarian will be put on the rocket chair. So unable to open the gate, going to be put down to expire. First officer has gotten back up, so him and the barmaid might escape from the other gate as teleport is now on cooldown. Or maybe not. They're wandering away. What's your end goal here? What's you doing?
The guy's definitely cooking now. He's just so crazy. Like the patience as well, understanding the character so well. He was just waiting for Hua to leap over, and that beautiful cornering leap. Well, he's got what he wants, a draw, and apparently that's more than enough for them. Army trying to make his way. Maybe? Just going Army? Nah, they're just leaving through the gate. They don't want to give any more points to Dongshan at this moment. Yeah, so I guess it's gonna be a draw at the very end, making it ultimately a 2-1 in favor of Dou. Actually, not 2-1, making it a best of 3. Dou's win.
Yeah. Oh my goodness, an absolute huge congratulations on this one. The big victory sign, totally well earned and deserved, and just what a wonderful job that was done right now. Loving the gold too, these are great graphics now. Chocho, of course, has said to us just now, as I must share, Zhang Xuan is in a league of his own.
Yeah. The Butcher's League, the Demon King. I mean, such mean names, but honestly, he really plays like one. Like a butcher. So congratulations, Dou. And of course, congratulations as well, RB. Definitely doing the best that they can, surviving all the way until the very end. If you notice, the only game that made a difference throughout the entire best of 3 is that 4K again. So it's so important not to give that, because Dou, they were neck and neck all the way until the end, right, against RB. So yeah, but after all has been said and done, beautiful performance so far. A very exciting and disciple match as well. So yeah, I have to say, leaving without regrets, and golden apples are still safe.
Always the most important part. You know, we all copy Eli's homework, so if he gets it wrong, then we all get it wrong, and we're all losing points. And
unsubscribe.
You know,
Just kidding.
What a situation. We're gonna cry, and then we're gonna guilt trip him, and he's gonna feel bad. So the COA should just go the way that we expect, so that all the casters are happy. Just before we hop into stats, we're approaching our end game, if you will, of the stream here. So just real quick, I'm gonna do some shoutouts. Nell can do some shoutouts, of course, right after I do. While we go over the stats here, you can read them yourself. So I'll share some love. Some names that I jotted down just for being so present and wonderful. Hanako, Robert, Postwife, Bree, Chad, Venus, Ghost Investigations, and Chantel was here earlier, and my wonderful editor Lynn actually pulled up as well, my beloved friend. So, Nell, any familiar faces that you've seen in chat today? And still going really strong. We have over 800 people still in things, and it's been quite a few hours. So thank you for staying with us, and thank you for being with us today. Nell, thank you for being with me today. I will not gush about it because we're on street, but thank you so much.
For sure. I definitely enjoyed casting with you as well, Veronica. It's been a pleasure. And of course, it's been a pleasure for everyone in the chat. Thank you so much for overlooking our momentarily weaknesses, if ever. And of course, just keeping up with encouragement. So we really appreciate it, because in the words of the wise boomer, dubbed by Veronica, to err is human. Sorry, was it? To err is human. To err is human. To something is divine. Oh my god, someone please complete that for me. That's fake for me. So to err is definitely human, but thank you so much for looking at us as fellow humans. We do make mistakes here and there, but ultimately we had a pretty good time, right, Veronica?
Had plenty of jokes around. We had a real silly day, and we were happy to have you with us, and also our big, powerful Chinese team. So we're kind of offshooting the seriousness of their IBL and how good they are at everything they do with our silly little jokes and our promises of cosplays and made dresses and things. Oh, Chocho has gotten you the quote. How kind of her. Chocho is a big sweetheart. Everyone should stop bullying her. I love her so much. Chocho, as she sent us, is to err is human, to forgive divine. That's the word we're looking for.
Thank you so much, Chocho. And of course, thank you for your translations as well. Definitely the translator that we need when we go on a vacation, for sure. So yeah, if we're going to China next year, please do be our translator. We want to order good food. Set A, set B, chicken, Hainanese chicken rice. Oh my god, why am I saying this? I'm getting hungry talking about it. So,
but at least you can eat soon.
Yeah, for sure. But let's go through the stats real quick now, Veronica.
Yeah, I will do that for you. I love reading off of the screen. So a lot of decoding from everybody. The Antiquarian, of course, 203%. The Barmaid has done 230, 101 from the First Officer, I believe. And the Entomologist did not get the chance to touch a cipher, but she did really well. And these points, Nell, are actually really impressive, especially coming back from the 2-7. They did tie 2 different rounds against Do, which is not an easy feat, especially because they were really David and Goliath on this one, so maybe they'll pull it next time. I have faith in them going forward, especially with Yavi on their side, their surprise weapon that we are enamored with and will support until the rest of our days. So congratulations to everybody.
Congratulations indeed, and wow, this is such a beautiful meme by Ghost Investigations. I'm gonna show it to you in case we make it screen again. But Dong Xuan being the MVP of the game, definitely very well deserving because of the 4K in the beginning of the game, and then just playing defense all the way until best of 3. So definitely very, very well deserving. And as you can see, he's like, yo, what up? This is my sign, the tree, in the 303. I don't know what sign that is, honestly, Veronica, but very well deserving. Congratulations, Dong Xuan from the
Yeah, don't expect anything more, don't expect anything less. Let's go Butcher. When we say these names like Butcher and like Meat Mincer, I think you said earlier, it's like, think of it in the way that you called a really cute kitten by those names. You say it with love and because it's a little ironic, but it's above all accurate.
Sure. You just listen to this first. Then we,
我是斗的
哦，
欢迎两位，今天是赢下了比赛的胜利，感觉打的还是蛮焦灼的。那也是斗五战队的第2场胜利了，现在好像小组第1的这个资格已经稳固住了，所以2场打下来 ，C 组死亡之组嘛，有没有什么特别独特的感受呢？白纸？
没有吧，就打谁都一样嘛，就尽力打就对了。
打谁都一样。
哦。
也一样。
Wherever we
是一
face,
样的，
it's
今
the
天
same
打得
thing.
很有信心，
Just
因为对
do our
方
best,
在今天也
regardless
是
of
选
the
择
result.
有做一个人员上的调整，是让叶宇来打监管，所以今天正好是2个求生者阵营的选手来到台上接受采访。面对今天的新的阵容，有没有什么战术上的调整或者准备呢？
因为他跟角色词跟那个起源的呢还是比较相
Oh,
似的，
he just pushed the hands up.
针对邦邦之类的角色去打。
He's just saying that meeting this new hunter, is there any preparation you need? So it's just that, well, the bonbon got of course, I missed a lot.
就是第一局邮差倒的比较快嘛，然后我们就决定就是卖了，然后尽量
pretty fast. So we decided to sell. But ultimately we got a tremendous game.
对方是选到了一个爱哭鬼，有考虑到他掏出来的这一手角色吗？当时他打的真的非常拼。我们在场上又是有一个什么样的应对思路呢？白纸。
没有吧，就正常打吧，还是能打的，也不是说特别难打。
也不是特别难打。那当时他在场上
play
有
as
什么样的应对思
usual.
路？
Nothing is impossible. Just do our
砍
best.
到刀嘛，然后就说状态比较好，就卖了保平，然后地窖也排出来了，尽量打个3跑吧。
今天3把保平，大家
I
的思
think
路
he's just saying that the strategy is just to get a in mind, trying to get a draw in mind, and if they can play a little bit better, get a free escape. That's about it.
太刺激了，真的。难怎么说？会觉得还是有一点小紧张吗？当时打完第3局是个平局之后，因为你最后是扛压嘛。
会吧。
会吧？那白纸呢？你觉得你紧张一点还是难紧张一点？
应该是难，因为我是在天上看着的。
对，所以就问一下最后。
Saying that Nan is having a more stressful time, I think, more nervous time.
足够的时间，你自己会有一个什么样的思路？包括你在牵制的时候，大家对内的语音会是什么样子呢？
那就尽量多拖回嘛。也得靠自己了。
也得靠自己了，因为大家都在天上看着，是
Just
吧？
saying anything can happen, but in the end, feel better to depend on ourselves.
把握不好的话，是会有一个4抓的机会的。但是有给花总下一个什么样的任务？
就只能他自己扛压了，就尽量把人救下来嘛，然后分开走。
花总也说，也只能靠我自己了。
He's talking about when the clerk was blocking, right? Blocking the acrobat. He said the plan was just to rescue the psychologist and then try to split up and hopefully work towards the escape as much as many as possible.
男最后一波砸头特别关键，因为给杂技拖了那个点门的时间，因为杂技点比较慢嘛，所以相对可能也要多牵制回。
而且那一波的压力可能会很大，是在高压之下的一个操作。那男呢，来讲一个今天选妹的一个高亮操作，因为今天选妹杀完了，又是最佳演绎，特别棒。
第3把吧，就把昆虫挂在大门海边嘛，然后拦到了大副，也成功让大副救不下人。
最近看到大副救不下人来的这个好像有点多，真东玄最近是在手椅上，他平常在训练赛的时候，大家会不会也觉得压力蛮大的？对那训练
还是会的，因为他使徒不管使徒与女就还是比较难救下来的，容易摔倒，
太细节了，对不对？那今天赢下了比赛的胜利，刚才有说我们的 C 组还是有一点死亡之组的味道，但是截至目前我们2场对阵的好像都是 IVL 的队伍，所以看了这几天的比赛，有没有说是对于海外的战队特别期待，想要去碰一碰？有哪个选手或者战队觉得印象特别深刻？
facing all Chinese teams so far. Is there any other region?
风眼阿卡的风眼很想挑战一下。我上来
要
约一下梦境，那问一下男有没有哪个战队或者监管特别想挑战一下？
我跟他一样。
昨天的风眼好像征服了所有人是吗？那就期待一下在接下来的比赛当中的表现了。那采访完了2位选手之后呢，又来到了我们的观众互动环节，来有请我们今天幸运的粉丝来到我们的舞台中央，欢迎这位粉丝。哇，辛苦了。你好。今天我觉得两边的这个表现发挥的都不错，所以来到现场有没有说是你自己心中的高亮时刻呢？刚才让选手也评价了一下。
我觉得比较高亮的一个就是最后一盘就是我们家求生就是开门战，我觉得打得非常的精彩，因为当时我其实确实在想完蛋不会被翻抓了嘛，但是他们真的通过自己的操作又抢回来了，真的是给我印象最深的操作。然后还有包括学妹红蝶的那个熟练度，那个回头那个蝶太帅了。
哇塞，一句我们家就能看出来对崽子们真的是很爱了。那有没有什么话想要送给咱们龙武战队的监管或者是求生队？今天来到现场非常难得的机会。
因为我也看斗舞比赛，其实有3年的时间，也看着他们成员换了很多代了，但是我还是非常的相信这一支新的斗舞一定可以给我们带来不一样的惊喜。然后我也希望就是我们家求生一定要相信自己，就是相信自己就可以打好了，就是不要太在意有一些，就是其实有时候你们操作很好，但是总会有人要去挑刺，但是你们只要相信自己，然后好好配合就行了。然后给我们家监管学妹代版本一代神。
The survivors. So that's a very long encouragement.
此处应有掌声，我觉得粉丝总结的特别好。大赛可能比的就是一个心态和状态，所以大家一定要调整好心态，然后就是相信自己，相信东玄，对不对？因为东玄是超越版本的存在。来，那么接下来就有请我们的2位队员把我们小斗手上的这个吉祥物拿过来，送给我们今天的这位幸运的粉丝，也感谢你一路走来对我们斗舞战队的支持，谢谢你。好，来，我们一起看向前方，合影留念。好，谢谢超级可爱的粉丝，再次感谢你来到现场为斗舞加油，也感谢2位队员来到我们的赛后采访环节，再次恭喜斗舞战队拿下了今天比赛的胜利。那么接下来呢，我们也要恭喜今天获胜的4支队伍，下面就让把镜头交给解说席。
All right. So I guess that's it.
Yeah. A quick back to us, but
yeah. So real quick. So sorry, Veronica. Before
that's okay.
This is the tree, the breaking wheel. As you can see, that's my face on top. Tosh is in the middle, with the angry sign, and Chocho carrying us from the bottom. Thank you so much, Cos Investigation, for the memes. Looks awesome, honestly. Thank you so much. Shout outs to you, my man. Veronica. Based on after the interview at the end, why don't you bring us through today's result real quick?
Real quick, just go through all the review. We're here at the end of the day. Our first match was won by ZETA over GR. Our second match was they've confiscated them from me now. They've confiscated them. I hope you guys got to read those. If not, you can rewind and reread them. So, but here is our current ranking. So these are all our groups. I hope that your guys' golden apples are doing quite well. We've got Doe, of course, leading Group C by quite the landslide with those 2 net wins. RB unfortunately taking the -3 down at the bottom. I'm not even going to think about it because it makes me sad. We've got, of course, some Group B standings, some Group A standings, and this is tomorrow. Speaking of tomorrow, guess who's on tomorrow? That's right, both of us. Separately, though, Nell Posh will be reunited.
Oh, and Veronica and Eli. Oh, correct me if I'm wrong. No, I'm not wrong. I'm still here. So Eli and Veronica, yeah. Weibo Gaming versus Scars, ZT versus RD, while Posh will be casting the second half. So don't go anywhere, guys. More action to come tomorrow. Hopefully, you guys have had a wonderful evening with us or a wonderful morning wherever you're from. So, thank you so much. Before we sign off, any final shout outs you want to give to the people in the chat?
I think I cleared most of them earlier, but a nice general shout out. Thank you all for being here. It is my first day, of course, so it's always nice to come in and see all of that support from not only the chat, but my co-caster Nell and then all of the other casters that we have around. We like to all sit together and watch for moral support, which is very sweet and also very fun. But thank you all for being here, for all the nice compliments, for laughing at our jokes. Nell and I made a lot of jokes, and we enjoyed every single one.
Exactly. We're just happy to be here. And of course, thank you so much for casting with me as well. We will see you tomorrow again, same time. Don't go anywhere, guys. More action tomorrow. Bye-bye. Stay safe.
Stop for a moment, can you see? Nothing is broken, you are here. You found the strength to come back from the end of the road. This is your time, you're standing tall, you're electrified.